I slumped onto the sofa in that luxurious New York mansion, the sunlight overhead blazing down like a bathroom heat lamp, making my head throb. On the gigantic television screen, the news anchor's rapid-fire voice reported, "Attention viewers, Tony Stark, CEO of Stark Industries, was attacked by terrorists in Afghanistan yesterday and is now missing." The scene was catastrophic, like the end of the world. After Tony Stark's disappearance, Stark Industries' stock plummeted, erasing billions in market value. It's nothing short of a financial hurricane. Expressionless, I stared at the TV and flipped through several channels. Every single one was broadcasting news about Tony Stark's disappearance. I couldn't really describe how I felt, just let out a helpless sigh, leaned back into the sofa, and gazed blankly at the ceiling. Tony Stark, who hasn't heard that name? He's one of the brightest stars in the Marvel Universe. In truth, I don't even belong to this world. I'm a transmigrant. Somehow, as if I'd ridden a roller coaster through time and space, I inexplicably landed here. The last thing I remember was working overtime at the office, exhausted, falling asleep, and then opening my eyes to find myself in a bedroom so lavish it could have belonged to royalty. It's been 3 days since I arrived in this world. Now, I'm the son of a CEO who runs an investment firm in New York. But as luck would have it, just the day before I arrived, my new parents died together in a car accident, leaving me an orphan, and suddenly the heir to an investment company worth over $1 billion. Originally, I was just an ordinary office worker, completely unqualified to run a company of this scale. The firm wasn't solely owned by my father, either. He just held the largest share. With his sudden death, the other shareholders immediately started scheming, each trying to get their hands on my stake. To my surprise, though, I inherited all the shares without a hitch the very next day. I couldn't make sense of it at first. It was only later that I learned it had all been arranged by the family's old butler, Martin Kiel. Martin was no ordinary man. He'd once been a Navy SEAL commander before retiring and staying by my father's side. The SEALs are America's elite crisis response force, renowned for their skills. When those shareholders tried to pressure me into selling my shares at a discount, Martin somehow put a stop to it. I don't know what he did, but it was as if they'd suddenly lost all their ambition. The subject never came up again. In the end, I asked Martin to sell all my shares at market value, netting over $1 billion. Martin seemed a bit puzzled, but he didn't ask questions and quickly took care of everything. I had already made up my mind to sell my shares. The moment I heard the name Tony Stark, it dawned on me that I had crossed over into the Marvel Universe, a world brimming with uncertainty and danger. Now, with Tony Stark newly kidnapped, I planned to seize the chaos of the moment and make a killing in the stock market. When I first realized I was in the Marvel Universe, my heart pounded wildly, like a startled rabbit thumping against my chest. I was gripped by nerves and fear, and for a moment, I almost wanted to find a place to hide. It took me the better part of the day to reluctantly come to terms with reality. Honestly, you can't blame me for being timid. This world is utterly insane. Not only are there supervillains hell-bent on destroying the planet, but secret military groups are brewing up biological weapons, to say nothing of the alien forces with their eyes set on Earth. And the most terrifying of them all is Thanos. If he gathers all 6 Infinity Stones, he can wipe out half the life in the universe. I'm just an ordinary person, suddenly thrown into all this. How can I not be terrified? What's more, this isn't just the world of movies or comics. Alongside superheroes and villains, I've discovered the existence of mutants, and even caught sight of the Continental Hotel, that mysterious organization catering exclusively to assassins. There are crime bosses like Kingpin and who knows how many other dangerous people lurking in the shadows. Every time I dwell on this, I can't help but want to run far, far away. But in the end, I grit my teeth and resolve to face reality head-on. At present, my greatest advantage is my knowledge of the plot and the timeline. It's almost like having a cheat code that no one else possesses, giving me a chance to plan ahead. For instance, I know Tony Stark's kidnapping, the location where Captain America is frozen, and the exact moment Thor will descend. I even considered that if I could help the mutants at Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters, perhaps I could become friends with Professor X. But I dare not approach him recklessly. After all, his psychic abilities are formidable. If he were to discover that I'm a transmigrator with knowledge of the future, the consequences could be dire, perhaps even disastrous. In the comics, after Deadpool learned he was a fictional character, it nearly triggered chaos on a cosmic scale. So, my hopes of connecting with Professor X have to remain just that, hopes. For now, I have no better plan. Even though I know Tony Stark is being held in a valley somewhere, Afghanistan is vast, and there's no way I could possibly find him. Therefore, my current goal is crystal clear: to make a fortune in the stock market during Tony Stark's disappearance and the 3 months before his return. In this world, if an ordinary person doesn't have mutated abilities, then only technology and wealth can offer protection. As long as I have money, combined with my knowledge of the plot, maybe I'll have even greater opportunities. Take Anton Vanko, for example, driven out by Howard Stark, yet capable of building a miniature energy reactor. His son will one day become Whiplash. Or Aldrich Killian's extremist virus project, if given enough funding and time, perhaps it could really be developed. As Jiang lay slumped on the sofa, pondering these matters, an electronic voice suddenly chimed in his ear. Ding. System activation in progress. 30%, 60%, 100%. System fully activated. This system is called the multiverse trading system. You can make deals with characters from different worlds. When the target's favorability or trust reaches 100%, you may invite them into your world or visit theirs. A system? A trading system. At least now, I have a way to become stronger. Astonished by the electronic voice in his ear, Jiang sat up straight in an instant. He stared at the glowing screen that materialized before him, his face brimming with barely contained joy. The anxiety he'd felt vanished in a heartbeat. For now, he finally had a path to power, and his plans for the future would have to be reconsidered. With the system's existence, it will automatically shield your mind. No one will be able to probe your thoughts or memories. Now, drawing your first trading partner. Ding. Drawing complete. Trading partner. Gray Wolf. Gray Wolf? The one from Green Pasture? Actually, that's not bad at all. If the trading partner was too powerful, I'd have nothing to offer in exchange. But Gray Wolf is a top-tier scientist, and his personality is quite unique. Learning that his first trading partner was Gray Wolf, Jiang felt extremely satisfied. Gray Wolf's scientific prowess was remarkable. The only catch was he never managed to catch a sheep. Every time, he failed at the very last moment. Gray Wolf, the Wolf King of Green Grassland, likes to call himself Your Majesty. He is the son of Black Wolf and Silver Wolf, husband to Red Wolf, and father of Little Gray. According to the story, he is the 250th descendant of Wu Wolf, later retconned as the great-grandson. In the first 18 seasons, he and Pleasant Goat, along with the other sheep, were both adversaries and occasional allies. Gray Wolf repeatedly tried to catch the little goats, but every attempt ended in failure. After episode 28 of Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf, Guardians of the Goat Village, Gray Wolf and Pleasant Goat laid down their rivalry, became friends, and joined forces to protect peace and face new crises together. Once an enemy of the little goats, Gray Wolf eventually became their friend. Henpecked by his wife and doting on his son, he's a good husband, a loving father, and a brilliant inventor renowned not only on Green Grassland but also among other tribes. Before long, Jiang settled on the terms for his deal with Gray Wolf. He planned to use mutton as his bargaining chip and was not at all worried about being turned down. Without delay, he opened the trade interface, ready to reach out to Gray Wolf. But first, he needed to prepare some mutton. Uncle Martin, help me get some mutton ready, half-cooked, half-raw. Of course, young master. Jiang picked up his phone and called his butler, instructing him to prepare the meat. While mutton might be hard to come by on Green Grassland, here, as long as you had the money, you could have as much as you wanted. Once his butler confirmed the order, Jiang set about contacting Gray Wolf. Jiang, hello Gray Wolf. This is the multiverse trading platform. As long as both parties agree, anything can be exchanged. Gray Wolf, what? Multiverse trading platform? What's that? A trade? I'm not interested. Don't interrupt me while I'm catching sheep. You're not Pleasant Goat, are you? Don't try to trick me. Gray Wolf, the great king, isn't so easily fooled. Jiang, no, I'm not from Goat Village. In your world, I'm a being from another universe. As for mutton, as long as you have something I find interesting, you can have as much as you want. Gray Wolf, really? You can really give me mutton? You're not trying to trick me, are you? Deep in the forests of Green Grassland, Gray Wolf stared intently at the blue screen before him, his expression grave. He might never have succeeded in catching mutton, but that didn't mean he was foolish. In fact, Gray Wolf was famous across the grasslands as an inventor, and in the future, he would go on to create things like the Sky Carrier Wolf Fortress, the Weather Machine Air Cube, personal glider suits, and even invincible battle armor. Now, he weighed the reality of the blue screen in front of him. If his platform was real, maybe, just maybe, he could finally get mutton through a trade. Gray Wolf didn't want his wife and child to eat nothing but grass cakes every day. Although he had never actually tasted mutton, he had always longed to try it. Now, with little Gray just born and Red Wolf also needing extra nourishment, getting mutton for her would surely be good for her health. He was even willing to trade the wolf castle for it, as long as he could get mutton. After all, building an ordinary castle wasn't difficult for him. What really mattered was the mutton. Jiang, of course. These few skewers of grilled mutton are enough to show my sincerity. All you have to do is click accept, and we can complete the trade. Gray Wolf, deal. In the Marvel Universe, Jiang took 3 skewers of mutton from the batch Martin had delivered and sent them to Gray Wolf through the trading platform. On this platform, as long as both parties agreed, items could be transferred even if only one side contributed. Grey Wolf stared in shock and disbelief at the 3 freshly grilled, aromatic skewers that had suddenly appeared in his hands. He carefully tore off a small piece and tasted it. Once he confirmed that this was exactly the flavor of mutton he had imagined, he immediately grabbed the remaining skewers and rushed home at full speed. He decided to save all this delicious food for his wife. Seeing that Grey Wolf hadn't replied for a long time, Jiangbai wasn't worried. Instead, he stood up and headed outside. Although this place was called a villa, it would be more accurate to call it an estate. The estate was built in a classic European style, with the main building standing proudly at the center of a wide lawn. From its windows, you could gaze out over the beautiful surrounding landscape. The grounds also included a library, a banquet hall, and an indoor swimming pool, luxurious amenities to satisfy every need. When night fell, the estate became even more enchanting. Lights illuminated the villa and the stables, twinkling in harmony with the stars above. In such a tranquil night, far from the noise of the city, it felt as though one had stepped into a dreamlike world. Uncle Martin set aside $100 million. Use all the remaining funds to buy Stark Industries stock when the price is at its lowest. You want to buy Stark Industries stock? Young master, wouldn't that be a waste right now? After all, Tony Stark is missing in the core of Stark Industries. Trust me, Uncle Martin, he'll come back safely. Once he does, we can sell the stock at a high price and make a huge profit. All right, since you've decided, I'll immediately invest all the funds in Stark Industries. After leaving the villa, Jiangbai soon found Martin in the garden, supervising the workers as they trimmed the landscaping. He walked over to Martin and told him his decision. Martin looked at Jiangbai, his face full of confusion. In the current situation, buying shares of Stark Industries seems like a surefire way to lose money. Even Stark Industries itself hasn't invested any capital in the stock market, which clearly bodes ill for the company's prospects. But when he saw the unwavering determination in Jiangbai's eyes, he could only comply helplessly. He also took note of Jiangbai's promise that Tony Stark would surely return, giving him a meaningful glance before turning to head back to the villa to set the plan in motion. Jiangbai paid little attention to Martin's reaction. With a faint smile, he also returned to the villa. Although he trusted Martin, he had no intention of revealing his own system or his knowledge of the future. After all, it was such an outlandish matter. If word got out, it would certainly lead to trouble. Jiangbai settled back onto the sofa, grabbed a skewer of lamb from the table, and began eating while waiting for Grey Wolf's reply. With these delicious lamb skewers in hand, he was confident Grey Wolf would be eager to continue trading. Grey Wolf, what do you want to trade? I want more lamb. Jiangbai, I know you're a scientist. I need you to build a suit of armor for me. If you can pull it off, I'll give you a whole fat sheep. Grey Wolf, deal. Any special requirements for the armor? Jiangbai, here's my physical data. You can decide on the specifics yourself. I trust your abilities. Grey Wolf, all right, I understand. After seeing Grey Wolf's response, a slight smile played at the corners of Jiangbai's mouth as he began to converse with him. Rather than laying out strict instructions, Jiangbai left the details up to Grey Wolf. With Grey Wolf's expertise, the armor he crafted was bound to be impressive. Besides, Jiangbai himself wasn't sure what technological level Grey Wolf was at right now, so it made sense to let him take the initiative. Otherwise, if Grey Wolf was still stuck at his Season 1 level, it would be impractical to suddenly demand a complex Wolf Castle spaceship. Meanwhile, upon receiving Jiangbai's message, Grey Wolf dashed into his laboratory and immediately got to work on the armor. The lamb skewers he'd just received, he left entirely for his wife, Red Wolf. Eager to trade for more lamb, he was more than happy to strike this kind of deal with Jiangbai. Grey Wolf, where did these lamb skewers come from? Red Wolf asked. Honey, someone sent them to me. I'm not quite sure who he is, but he's willing to trade inventions for lamb. So now I'm helping him create something new. Don't worry, I promise I'll never let you or Little Grey go hungry. Grey Wolf assured her. All right, keep up the good work. Little Grey was just born, so both of us need the extra nutrition. Of course, dear. Why don't you head back to the bedroom and rest? The lab isn't the best place for you and Little Grey right now. After Red Wolf carried Little Grey out of the laboratory, Grey Wolf's gaze grew resolute. Now, he finally had a chance to trade his inventions for mutton, a chance he absolutely would not let slip away. As Red Wolf's husband and Little Grey's father, he was determined to provide a better life for his family, free from the torment of hunger. Staring at the blueprints laid out on the table, Grey Wolf felt a surge of energy and set to work with renewed vigor. Inside the laboratory, various materials began to take shape one after another. Sometimes he hammered at a component, sometimes shifted angles to weld another piece, busily moving about, completely absorbed in his efforts. Meanwhile, Jiangbai had already stowed all the mutton away in his system storage, waiting for Grey Wolf to finish forging the battle armor. The tension in his heart gradually eased. He let out a quiet breath, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Picking up the remote, he switched through the channels until the television settled on a news report. At present, Sokovia is suffering attacks from terrorists. Even the capital has not been spared. Government forces are unable to hold them back. Sokovia is on the verge of falling completely into the hands of terrorists. Watching the news about Sokovia under siege, Jiang Bai's mind conjured up certain memories. Suddenly, he shot to his feet, the realization hitting him. Sokovia was the homeland of Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver in the Marvel films. The two had narrowly survived a missile attack by Stark Industries, which left them harboring a deep grudge against Tony Stark. Later, they awakened their powers in a Hydra facility, becoming key members in Hydra's fight against the Avengers. Yet, when he recalled Quicksilver's fate, Jiang Bai couldn't help but feel exasperated. Quicksilver killed by bullets? In the mutant universe, Quicksilver's speed could easily alter the trajectory of bullets. Getting shot was simply impossible. Now that mutants existed in this world, could it be that Wanda, the Scarlet Witch, and Pietro, Quicksilver, were still in Sokovia? He wasn't sure if this world's Wanda and Pietro would follow the comic book versions or the film adaptations. After all, in the movies, Pietro's abilities were clearly nerfed. Regardless, Jiang Bai was deeply interested in both of them. Whether in comics or films, Wanda's powers were nothing short of extraordinary. If they were still in Sokovia, perhaps he could bring them out ahead of time, securing an advantage for the future. Wanda wielded chaos magic. In a certain universe, she could, with a single phrase, strip all superpowered beings of their extraordinary abilities, Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One included. With that in mind, Jiang Bai was determined to head to Sokovia, though the timing wasn't right just yet. In his current state as an ordinary person, even with higher bodyguards, he couldn't guarantee his own safety there. He decided to wait until Grey Wolf finished crafting that set of battle armor before making his move. At the very least, he had to ensure his own safety. Otherwise, all else would be meaningless. War zones were fraught with danger. At any moment, a missile could come crashing down nearby. Without thorough preparation, he would never have ventured into Sokovia on a whim. Where am I? What is this place? If you want to stay alive, you'd better not pull out that wire. Otherwise, the shrapnel in your veins will travel straight to your heart, and you'll die instantly. Damn it, where is this? This is the stronghold of those people. They brought you here. I performed surgery on you. You've been lying here for quite some time. You must be hungry. Would you like something to eat? I swear, I've never seen anything like this in my life. Is this stuff even edible? Inside a cave nestled in a mountain valley, Tony Stark slowly opened his eyes to find himself surrounded by jagged, uneven rock walls. A faint pain radiated from his chest as he struggled to sit up, only to discover that some kind of device and wires were attached to him. Just as he was about to yank the wires free, a voice suddenly interrupted him. He looked up to see a bespectacled middle-aged man speaking to him. The man explained the situation, then stepped aside and began stirring a bowl of paste-like food with a wooden stick. He turned to Tony Stark and asked, "Would you like something to eat?" Staring in disbelief at the so-called food, Tony Stark's face twisted with shock and suspicion. "I've never seen anything like this in my life. Is this stuff even edible? Although this may not look appetizing, if you don't eat it, there's nothing else here for you." "All right. Oh, and thank you. It's nothing. Now get up quickly. They're coming. Listen to my instructions when they arrive." "What? Who's coming?" At that moment, a rush of footsteps echoed outside the cave, and judging by the sound, it was clear that quite a few people were approaching. Ethan immediately pulled Tony Stark up to his feet, even as Tony was still trying to figure out what was going on. Soon, several burly men armed with weapons strode into the cave. The bald man leading them said something to Tony, but Tony couldn't understand a word. Ethan translated for him. They wanted Tony to build weapons for them. Most of all, they demanded the Jericho missile. Of course, Tony refused, but even with Ethan trying to calm things down, both men were taken out of the cave. Tony suffered through a harsh ordeal outside before finally being brought back. With Ethan's persuasion, Tony outwardly agreed to build weapons and missiles for them. In truth, he was already searching for a way out. A plan was taking shape in Tony's mind. He began requesting various materials from their captors and asked Ethan to assist him. Soon, he set to work on a miniature arc reactor, using palladium as the core element. This device was primarily intended to replace the large magnet in his chest, but it would also power his true plan. Next, Tony started disassembling missiles inside the cave. For a man of his skills, it wasn't difficult. He quickly gathered all the palladium he needed. Then, he used copper wire and a makeshift container to assemble the miniature arc reactor. With Ethan's help, Tony soon completed the arc reactor. He pulled out a blue schematic for a suit of iron armor, and spread it on the table. He and Ethan exchanged a firm, determined glance, then nodded in silent agreement. This was their only chance at escape. Wasting no time, Tony rolled up his sleeves, grabbed a hammer, and began working the metal with intense focus. A whole day slipped by in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Jiangbai sat idly on the couch, watching television in the living room. He had already graduated from college and sold off his company shares. Now he had nothing to do but wait. Only after Grey Wolf finished the custom suit of armor for him could he set his own plans in motion. That day, he bought a mountain of supplies to store in his system space, everything from firearms to food, with a particular emphasis on all kinds of guns. He'd even managed to acquire a stash of RPGs and grenades, thanks to Martin's help, and these were the very models currently used by the U.S. military. Just then, the system notified Jiangbai that Grey Wolf had initiated a trade request. He immediately realized it might be related to the armor. Jiangbai pulled up the system interface and saw not only Grey Wolf's trade request, but also a few new messages. Grey Wolf, the armor you requested has been completed. This is a magnetic-powered battlesuit. Once you put it on, you'll be able to manipulate magnetic forces through the suit. It's equipped with 20 micro, missiles, flight capabilities, and a basic intelligence system, as well as magnetic melee weapons. The energy stone embedded in the chest is the core power source. Once depleted, it can be recharged using solar energy or electricity. Jiangbai, all right, let's proceed with the trade. After reading Grey Wolf's detailed introduction to the suit, Jiangbai felt truly intrigued by its magnetic manipulation feature. After all, magnetism is one of the 4 fundamental forces of the universe. Its potential power is self-evident. What delighted him even more was the integration of micro, missiles, flight, and an intelligence system. Jiangbai couldn't help but marvel at Grey Wolf's inventive genius. He selected a plump sheep from behind the manor and placed it into the trading system. Both parties confirmed the transaction simultaneously. In the next instant, a gleaming silver, white suit of armor appeared before Jiangbai. On the other side, Grey Wolf, after confirming the trade, watched the spot in front of him with nervous anticipation. As a beam of white light flashed, a large, fat sheep materialized before Grey Wolf. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. Scooping up the sheep and heading toward the kitchen, ready to prepare mutton soup for Red Wolf and Little Grey. As for whether the trade was fair, it didn't concern him. In truth, this was simply an exchange of what each needed. Jiangbai sought Grey Wolf's technology and inventions, while Grey Wolf needed mutton to nourish his family. Even if the terms weren't perfectly balanced, Grey Wolf didn't mind in the least. To him, the happiness of his loved ones mattered most. He could bear hunger and cold himself, but he would never let his wife and child suffer. At that moment, Jiangbai stood before the silver, white battlesuit, hesitating over how to put it on. Suddenly, a laser beam shot out from the helmet's eye area, swiftly scanning Jiangbai's body. Instantly, the suit assembled itself like a set of automated components, snapping into place around him. Once fully equipped, Jiangbai accessed the suit's intelligence system to familiarize himself with all its features. Because magnetic manipulation consumed enormous amounts of energy, the suit couldn't sustain extended combat. Especially when operating at full power, it could last no more than an hour before its energy was exhausted. Rather than being disappointed by this revelation, Jiangbai immediately began considering how to overcome the flaw. Before long, his thoughts turned to Tony Stark's arc reactor. Whether it used palladium or the newly developed element, the arc reactor would greatly enhance the suit's endurance. Either version would outperform the energy stone Grey Wolf was currently using. However, for the time being, Jiangbai had no intention of seeking out Tony Stark. He made his way to the back of the manor and began familiarizing himself with the controls of the armor. 30 minutes later, Jiangbai piloted the suit through the back door into the villa, running straight into Martin. "Who are you? How did you get in here?" Martin asked, his voice alert and wary. "Uncle Martin, it's me." The moment Martin saw the silver humanoid armor, he immediately went on high alert, his expression grave. His hand moved to the pistol at his side. If the silver suit made even the slightest suspicious move, he wouldn't hesitate to fire. Martin knew well enough that such a weapon would barely scratch the armor, but at least the gunshot could alert the young master upstairs to danger. No matter what this intruder's intentions were, Martin was determined to keep the young master safe. Just then, a familiar voice echoed from inside the suit, stopping Martin in his tracks. The faceplate of the armor slowly lifted, revealing Jiangbai's familiar features, the very person Martin was sworn to protect. He stood there, stunned, never expecting that Jiangbai himself would be inside the armor. "All right, Uncle Martin, come on up so we can talk." "Young master, what is this?" "It's a magnetic combat suit. As for how I got it, I can't tell you that just yet. But what I can say is that Earth is about to become unstable. Especially New York. Major events are about to unfold. Are you saying World War III is about to break out? No, it's going to be even worse than a third World War. In the future, we may even face an alien invasion. Uncle Martin, I know you have connections. Help me check if Wanda Django Maximoff and Pietro Django Maximoff appear in Sokovia's resident records. If they do, get a plane ready immediately. All right. You've grown up. I trust you have your reasons. Just promise me you'll be careful. Jiangbai glanced at Martin, led him up to the second-floor couch, and began to explain. Though he never revealed where the armor came from, he stressed that chaos was about to descend upon Earth. Martin had originally assumed that perhaps another world war was on the horizon, but Jiangbai shook his head. He went on to explain that the threats ahead were far more than mere warfare. Soon, the Chitauri army would invade. Apocalypse would awaken, Thanos would emerge, and even within the Earth, there was a hidden celestial yet to reveal himself. When a life on Earth evolved enough to draw his attention, the entire planet would face utter destruction, a threat no less than Thanos' invasion. The power of a celestial was immense. Even Odin the All-Father, in his heyday, could barely match a single member of their kind. Martin soon left the living room and headed downstairs. He pulled out his phone, found a secret number, and made a call. It's me. I need you to look up two people in Sokovia for me. Wanda Django Maximoff and Pietro Django Maximoff. I want their full dossiers as detailed as possible. Send me their addresses the moment you have them. Upstairs, after Martin left, Jiangbai took the energy stone out from the chest of the battlesuit. He found two wires, connected them to the stone, and began charging it. Staring at the thumb-sized energy stone, his longing for a miniature arc reactor grew ever stronger. After finishing his call, Martin headed to the basement. He activated a hidden mechanism on the wall, revealing an entire arsenal. Picking up a case from the side, he started selecting the weapons he might need and placing them inside. The most striking among them was the M200 sniper rifle, renowned as one of the most accurate sniper rifles in the world. Developed by the American company Chaytak, it's famous for its unique .408, 10.36mm caliber rounds and a host of advanced features. The M200 comes equipped with a 737mm free floating barrel, a design choice that greatly enhances its accuracy. At the muzzle, a specially engineered brake is fitted, designed to have almost no impact on the rifle's precision. This rifle was conceived as a long-range precision system specifically for soft targets, and its performance at distance is nothing short of outstanding. According to Chaytak's own data, the M200 can achieve sub-1 MOA accuracy at a range of 2,286 meters. In fact, the M200 has performed even better during tests in Idaho. At a distance of 2,122 meters, a three-shot group spread to only 42 centimeters, an impressive 0.71 MOA. Figures like these serve as a testament to the M200's remarkable precision. As a former Navy SEAL team leader, even after leaving service, his skills in both combat and marksmanship remained far above the ordinary. The reason he was preparing these weapons was simple. He had already sensed something unusual about the young master. No matter what happened, it was his duty to ensure the young master's safety. Martin had become the Jiang family's butler after his retirement, all because of the kindness Jiangbai's father had shown him years ago. Back in the 70s, when America was gripped by social unrest, shootings and robberies were commonplace. At that time, Martin was struggling deeply, and it was Jiangbai's father who reached out with a helping hand. After leaving the military, Martin came to serve the Jiang family out of gratitude. The truth was he had nowhere else to go. His entire family had fallen victim to a gangland conflict in the 70s, leaving him as the sole survivor. After organizing his weapons, Martin received a message on his phone. It contained information about Wanda Django Maximoff and Pietro Django Maximoff in Sokovia, along with photos of the two as teenagers. Martin wondered why his young master was interested in these two people, but he didn't ask any further questions. He quickly used his connections to charter a flight to the capital of Sokovia. Chartering a plane was necessary. Sokovia was in the midst of war, and almost no commercial flights were willing to go there. Only a hefty sum could secure passage. Besides, Jiangbai needed to recharge his battle armor, and Martin himself had to carry weapons. Once everything was ready, Martin went up to the second floor, approached Jiangbai, and said quietly, "Young master, I've tracked down the whereabouts of Wanda Django Maximoff and Pietro Django Maximoff in Sokovia. The plane will take off in 2 hours. We can head to the airport now." "All right, let's go." Jiangbai nodded after hearing this, stood up, and walked over to his magnetic battle armor. With a gentle wave of his hand, the armor vanished instantly into his system's storage space. Martin, witnessing this scene, narrowed his eyes slightly, but said nothing. The two of them headed downstairs together. Martin took the lead, carrying a black weapons case. Jiangbai glanced at the rectangular case in his hand, made a silent guess about its contents, and smiled faintly before getting into the car. Martin started the engine quickly, and the two of them left the estate, making their way toward the airport. Upon arriving at the airport, the procedures were swiftly completed, and they boarded the plane. Not long after, the aircraft began preparations for takeoff. Jiangbai sat in a luxurious seat, his expression calm as he gazed out at the clouds beyond the window. His golden hair, short and neat, fluttered slightly in the breeze, lending him an air of effortless charm. His profile was sharply defined, the lines smooth and elegant, as if hewn by a sculptor's hand, enough to make anyone's heart skip a beat. Tall and striking, he drew attention wherever he went. In the sunlight, his blonde hair shimmered brilliantly, making it hard for anyone to look away. There was a depth and allure in his eyes, a mystery akin to the vastness of the cosmos, inviting curiosity and wonder. On board, many blonde, blue-eyed flight attendants stole frequent, longing glances at Jiangbai. Each time they handed him a glass of water, their manner was especially warm, as if wishing they could edge just a little closer. They were thoroughly captivated by his appearance, secretly hoping they might win over this handsome man. Yet their hopes, ultimately, were destined to go unanswered. Jiangbai sensed what the flight attendants were thinking, yet he remained completely unmoved. He had no interest in them. In fact, to be honest, he even felt a slight aversion. In his eyes, the so-called land of the free, America, was nothing more than an illusion crafted by capitalists. Even the flight attendants on this private jet, Jiangbai suspected, were not as dignified or pure as they appeared on the surface. He had never considered the role of a flight attendant to be particularly noble. From his perspective, people's opinions of a profession vary drastically depending on their economic background. In some families, parents even go so far as to prepare contraceptives for their children, an attitude Jiangbai found hard to accept. For most of the flight, Jiangbai spent his time resting. Martin, seated quietly beside him, had witnessed the flight attendant's earlier behavior. He merely offered a faint smile and did not interfere. 6 hours later, Jiangbai and his group arrived at the airport in Sokovia. He and Martin disembarked and took a car toward the destination Martin had arranged in advance. However, their vehicle soon came to a halt on the road. "I'm sorry, but the area ahead is an active war zone. If we go any further, it could be dangerous, so," the driver explained apologetically. Jiangbai didn't seem to mind. He simply nodded to Martin, signaling him to pay the fare. The two of them got out and continued on foot toward their target. As distant gunshots and the rumble of artillery echoed through the air, they exchanged a brief glance before quickly taking cover behind the ruins nearby. From his system's storage space, Jiangbai retrieved his magnetic, powered battle armor. He suited up swiftly, then turned to Martin and said, "Uncle Martin, wait here for me. I can fly straight over. Those bullets and shells can't hurt me." Martin nodded in response. "All right, young master. Be careful." Jiangbai nodded and, activating the flight system on his back, took off and soon vanished from Martin's view. After Jiangbai departed, Martin didn't just stand idle. He kept a wary eye on his surroundings and began to move toward higher ground. Now a submachine gun was already in his hands. It was only prudent to be prepared for anything in a war zone. Before long, Martin reached the top of a ruined structure. He opened a weapons case he'd brought with him, took out an M200 sniper rifle, and carefully aimed in the direction Jiangbai had flown. Meanwhile, Jiangbai soared through the air, using his intelligence system to swiftly lock onto the home of Wanda Django Maximoff and Pietro Django Maximoff. According to the current timeline, the two of them were still trapped inside the ruins of their house, with a Stark Industries missile lying ominously nearby. Jiangbai flew at an incredible speed toward the place where Wanda and Pietro were staying. He had his own theory about the unexploded missile. Perhaps it was Wanda's emotional turmoil that triggered the chaos energy within her, altering the structure of the Stark Industries missile. That alone could explain why it failed to detonate. With Stark Industries' level of technology, such a basic malfunction was unimaginable. The most reasonable explanation was that Wanda had unconsciously used her power to fulfill her wish, causing the missile not to explode. At that moment, Wanda and Pietro were crouched beneath a table, clinging tightly to each other. Facing the missile so close at hand, they were overwhelmed by fear and helplessness. They did their best to comfort each other, but their hatred for Stark Industries had already taken root deep within their hearts. They had survived for several days amid the ruins, without a drop of water, sustained only by sheer willpower. Driven by their fear of death, Wanda and Pietro could only keep reminding each other to stay awake. Jiangbai soon arrived at their location. Even though he had braced himself, the sight of the missile emblazoned with the Stark Industries logo still shocked him. Controlling his armor to generate a magnetic field, He reached out his right hand and moved the missile far away. Next, he used magnetism to clear away the debris of the collapsed house, finally revealing Wanda and Pietro hiding beneath the table. A faint smile appeared on Jiang Bai's face inside his armor. He was relieved his journey had not been in vain. However, Wanda and Pietro were terrified by the sudden appearance of the silver, white armor. Jiang Bai spoke in a calm, gentle tone, hoping to reassure them, "Don't be afraid. I'm here to help you. Trust me. I'll get you out of here." As he finished, he opened his visor and looked them in the eyes. Wanda and Pietro exchanged a glance and tried to reach out, but their bodies were so weak that they instantly lost consciousness. Jiang Bai carefully lifted them out from under the table and used the armor's intelligence system to check their physical condition. Once he confirmed that they had merely fainted from exhaustion, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Using magnetism to shield himself and the two siblings, he cradled them in his arms and soared off in Martin's direction. Though the nearby terrorists sensed Jiang Bai's movement, by the time they tried to get a glimpse, he had already vanished from sight with Wanda and Pietro. Meanwhile, Martin, who was standing guard from a high vantage point with his M200 sniper rifle, soon spotted Jiang Bai flying toward him with the two siblings in tow. Confirming that there were no pursuers in the area, he quickly packed up his weapon and rushed to rendezvous with Jiang Bai. "They're too weak, they've passed out. Have the airline send a car for us. We're heading straight back to New York," Jiang Bai ordered. "Understood, sir," Martin responded without hesitation. Not long after, Jiang Bai and Martin boarded the plane with Wanda and Pietro. They took out some glucose from the system space, let the siblings drink it, and asked the flight attendant to look after them. Wanda and Pietro weren't injured, but after going so long without food, their bodies were desperately weak. At this point, all they could manage was a little glucose to regain some strength before they could eat real food. 6 hours later, the plane landed at New York Airport, but Wanda and Pietro still hadn't woken up. Left with no other choice, Jiang Bai and Martin carefully carried them to the car and brought them back to the manor. When they arrived, the doctor was already waiting, ready to examine Wanda and Pietro as soon as they got home. They returned to New York right at noon. Once it was confirmed that neither of the siblings was in serious danger, Jiang Bai asked Martin to keep an eye on them. It wasn't until evening that Wanda and Pietro slowly came to. They opened their eyes and stared at the white ceiling, dazed for a moment. They sat up with effort and, moving slowly, left the room, only to bump into each other in the hallway. After a brief look at one another, they walked together toward the main hall. Jiang Bai and Martin were eating at the dining table when Martin noticed Wanda and Pietro had woken up. He signaled to Jiang Bai, "If you're awake, come and have something to eat. We can talk about everything else after," Jiang Bai said calmly. "Thank you." The two hesitated a little, but still made their way to the table. After expressing their thanks to Jiang Bai, they began to eat. After finishing his meal, Jiang Bai went to sit alone on the sofa in the living room, pondering whether he should attempt to rescue Tony Stark. Although he didn't know Stark's exact whereabouts, he could at least use the smart system inside the armor to help analyze the situation. The armor's AI could create a radar-like effect using magnetism, so there was a real chance of finding Tony Stark. Jiang Bai was well aware that the new element was actually the new city model Howard Stark had left for Tony. Still, having the model didn't mean the new element could be created right away. The process of making the new element was far more complicated than one might imagine. If it were that easy, everyone would have copied Tony's technology by now. For example, Tony Stark never worried that anyone could duplicate his armor or the arc reactor. The armor itself might be imitated, but the core technology of the reactor was impossible to decode, unless Tony personally taught someone step by step. Even if someone got their hands on a finished reactor, Jiang Bai wouldn't know where to start. Even hiring top-tier American scientists wouldn't help unlock the reactor's secrets. Jiang Bai had once considered asking Grey Wolf to try building a new element reactor using the model, but soon realized that the laws of physics and chemistry in Pleasant Meadow were nothing like those in the Marvel world. Even Grey Wolf, for all his talents, would probably struggle to replicate the first new element reactor Tony Stark ever built. However, this doesn't mean that Grey Wolf is any less talented than Tony Stark. If it truly came down to it, Grey Wolf could also develop a new element, though it might just take him a bit longer. While working with Grey Wolf is certainly a good option, forging a solid relationship with Tony Stark would be just as beneficial to him. After all, Tony Stark is the president of Stark Industries, with access to extensive official resources and a vast network of connections. That could prove invaluable in the future. He also possesses many valuable items, like the Iron Man suit, which, even if they're of no use to oneself, could always be traded with others. Thinking long-term, perhaps it's wise to maintain a friendly relationship with Tony Stark. Although he already has a trading system and the means to grow stronger, The most effective way to advance is to maneuver between various powers and individuals, reaping benefits and resources from every side. Of course, when collaborating with others, it's crucial to ensure he always remains in control, holding the advantage. Only then can he secure greater benefits. As Jiangbai pondered these things, Wanda and Pietro had already walked over and taken a seat beside him. "Excuse me, were you the one who saved us?" "Yes, this is New York. When I found you, I discovered 2 bodies in the ruins of the house. I'm very sorry." "What? That was our mom and dad." Wanda broke down into sobs. Faced with Wanda's question, Jiangbai nodded in confirmation, gently explaining what he'd seen in the wreckage. As she heard the news, Wanda couldn't hold back her tears, and Pietro's eyes turned red. He didn't say a word. He simply patted Wanda on the back, quietly comforting her. Jiangbai didn't say anything more. He just sat silently by their side, waiting for their emotions to settle. In his heart, he was also reflecting those bodies might not have been Wanda and Pietro's real parents. After all, in this world, there was someone as important as Magneto, and according to the comics, these 2 were his children. It's just that there was no way of knowing if that was the case in this world. If it was, perhaps he crossed paths with Magneto in the future. Still, he quickly pushed that thought aside. Even if it were true, Magneto probably didn't know these 2 children existed. "I'm sorry, sir. It's all right. My name is Jiangbai. The gentleman with me at the dinner table earlier is Martin, my butler. What do you plan to do now?" "We don't know. You're still too young to survive on your own out there. If you don't mind, I could take you in." That wouldn't be right. You've already saved us once. We can't accept any more help from you." "All right, it's settled then. Or do you really want to wander the streets?" "Don't worry. I won't be in any trouble just because I take you 2 in." Once Wanda and Pietro had calmed down, Wanda was the first to apologize to Jiangbai. Jiangbai simply waved it off, showing he didn't mind. Then, he introduced himself and Martin to the siblings, and asked them what plans they had for the future, though, truth be told, the question was largely rhetorical. After all, he had risked his life to go all the way to Sokovia to rescue them. Of course, he wouldn't just turn around and let Wanda and Pietro go their separate ways now. Perhaps even Jiangbai himself felt he was being a bit assertive, having so quickly decided their fate, and with that, he got up and headed upstairs. Though he felt he might be overstepping, a second thought reassured him. Keeping Wanda and Pietro close was far better than letting them fall back in a Hydra's clutches. He might not be a wealthy man, but feeding and sheltering them was well within his means, and it was certainly preferable to having them live every day in fear under Hydra's watch. Having sorted this out in his heart, Jiangbai felt at ease. Downstairs, Wanda and Pietro exchanged anxious glances, not quite sure what to do next. At that moment, Martin came over, offering some comfort. "Don't worry, children. That's just how the young master is. He's only forceful because he's afraid you'll refuse his help. You're still so young. It's all right. Our family isn't rich, but we can absolutely take care of you both." Thank you, sir." Hearing Martin's words, Wanda and Pietro finally agreed to let Jiangbai take them in. They truly had nowhere else to go, and surviving alone in New York was out of the question. Even so, a trace of guilt lingered in their hearts as they made their decision. The next day, Martin took Wanda and Pietro to handle the adoption paperwork, and soon enough, they officially became part of the family. Meanwhile, Jiangbai was in the middle of a conversation with Grey Wolf, trying to locate Tony Stark in Afghanistan. It was no simple feat. He could only rely on Grey Wolf's inventions. Jiangbai himself had no way to find Tony Stark in Afghanistan, especially since he was far from the only one searching. In fact, both the U.S. military and what was now called the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division, SHIELD, were also looking for Tony Stark. After all, Tony was the son of Howard Stark, one of SHLD's founders, and director Nick Fury was determined to send people to track him down. What's more, Tony Stark was not only at the helm of America's military industry, but also one of the greatest scientists in history. His reputation even eclipsed that of his father. For all these reasons and more, SHIELD had no choice but to find Tony Stark. The military and SHIELD can use satellites to search for Tony Stark, but Jiangbai has no such resources at his disposal. All he can do is rely on Grey Wolf's inventions. Jiangbai asked, "Grey Wolf, do you have any inventions that could help me accurately locate someone?" Grey Wolf replied, "That depends on who you're looking for and how large the search area is." Jiangbai answered, "I need to find a missing person within an area of 647,500 square kilometers. Also, could you help me create a device that can block radar and satellite detection?" Grey Wolf said, "That's possible, but it might take some time. Besides, I assume you have more than one thing to offer in exchange." Jiangbai responded, "Of course, what do you want?" Grey Wolf asked, "Do you have any items or toys suitable for a baby?" Jiangbai said, "Absolutely. Is it for little Gray? Has he just been born?" Get started on your research. I'll prepare what you need. By the way, my armor's energy is running low. Can you work on a more advanced power source for me? Grey Wolf replied enthusiastically, no problem. During this conversation, Jiangbai gleaned from Grey Wolf's words that little Grey might have just been born. This revelation surprised him, but he didn't dwell on it. Afterward, he headed downstairs with Wanda and Pietro, making his way to a large shopping mall in New York, picking up supplies for Grey Wolf along the way. Jiangbai also took the opportunity to buy some daily necessities for Wanda and Pietro. Since he had taken them in, he had no intention of treating them as mere tools. Instead, he wanted to care for them as family. At the mall, Jiangbai launched into a shopping spree, especially under the puzzled gazes of Wanda and Pietro, as he bought a generous amount of high-end baby products. Next, Jiangbai helped them pick out clothes of their own. Even though Wanda and Pietro tried their best to convince him not to buy so much, Jiangbai remained firm. He even bought Pietro several game consoles. After sharing a meal together at a restaurant, the three of them drove home. Young master, I've already completed the enrollment procedures for Wanda and Pietro at Midtown High School. Excellent. Both of you will start school tomorrow. Huh? School? Pietro was a little taken aback. Of course. At your age, what else should you be doing if not going to school? Wanda, make sure you look after your brother. When they returned to the villa, Martin handed Jiangbai 2 enrollment certificates. He was surprised to see that the school was none other than Midtown High. If his memory served him right, this was the very school Peter Parker, Spider-Man himself, had once attended. He couldn't help but wonder, how old would Peter Parker be now? Jiangbai turned to Wanda and Pietro, who were both laden with shopping bags, and spoke to them. The moment Pietro heard he would have to go to school, he looked very reluctant. Jiangbai just offered a gentle smile and told Wanda to keep an eye on her brother. Then he headed upstairs, while Pietro glanced over at Martin. Martin pretended not to notice and walked away without a word. 2 months slipped by in no time. During this period, Wanda and Pietro gradually became part of the family, growing much closer to both Jiangbai and Martin. Their presence brought a new sense of joy and laughter into Jiangbai and Martin's daily life. At the same time, Jiangbai learned about Peter Parker from conversations with Wanda and Pietro. Peter was about the same age as them, not yet Spider-Man, just a shy, introverted boy living an ordinary life. Around this time, Grey Wolf approached Jiangbai with a proposal for a trade. The deal included a device Jiangbai had previously asked Grey Wolf to research, a specialized instrument for locating Tony Stark, as well as an upgraded version of the magnetic armor. Jiangbai brought a sheep from the back of the manor and completed the exchange with Grey Wolf through the system. Previously, Jiangbai had already traded all the baby supplies and other items to Grey Wolf, leaving only this one sheep. After receiving the baby products, Grey Wolf had even gone out of his way to thank Jiangbai. Now, he was staring intently at the gleaming silver armor before him. The energy core at the heart of the armor had changed. The original power stone was gone, replaced by a brand new core pulsing with flowing energy. Jiangbai wasn't entirely sure what it was, but he suspected it might be a fresh invention of Grey Wolf's. Thanks to the transaction with the baby items, Grey Wolf's friendliness toward Jiangbai had risen to 50%. Once it hit 100%, Jiangbai would be able to travel to Grey Wolf's world, or invite Grey Wolf into his own. As a unique existence, Grey Wolf was a force to be reckoned with, even among the universe's most powerful beings. Jiangbai was full of anticipation. After all, both Grey Wolf and Pleasant Goat were icons of his childhood, and it seemed that Pleasant Goat and Slow Goat were both remarkable inventors as well. After pondering for a moment, Jiangbai donned the upgraded magnetic armor, waved goodbye to Martin, and activated the stealth shield before shooting up into the sky. Using the smart system, he pinpointed the location of Afghanistan and rocketed toward it at a breathtaking speed, reaching 5 times the speed of sound, Mach 5. As he flew, Jiangbai glanced at the display inside his helmet and saw that even at such tremendous speeds, energy consumption remained impressively low. With the smart system's guidance, navigation and flight control were effortless. Thanks to the stealth shield, not a single defense system in the United States detected his passage. Jiangbai slipped quietly out of the United States and soon entered Afghan airspace. The Afghan air defense system was just as oblivious. Once in Afghanistan, Jiangbai put Grey Wolf's invention to use, searching for Tony Stark's whereabouts. In just 3 minutes, the system locked onto Tony Stark's exact coordinates. Jiangbai was deeply impressed by Grey Wolf's invention. He had found his target in record time. Without hesitation, he sped off toward Tony Stark's location. Meanwhile, Tony Stark found himself in a desperate situation. Because he had failed to produce results for the terrorists, he was dragged out and beaten once more. The terrorists warned him that if he didn't build the Jericho missile within 3 days, both he and Insun would pay with their lives. This ultimatum forced Tony and Insan to quicken their pace. They even rigged a miniature bomb on the other side of the door, preparing for any sudden intrusion. Time was running dangerously short. The moment the Iron Man suit was finished, Insan immediately helped Tony into the armor. As soon as this program finishes uploading, we can make our move. That's great, this is our chance. Don't worry, we'll be out of here soon, trust me. Soudainement, attendre explosion. Just as the two were speaking, the cave's entrance was blasted open, sending several terrorists stationed outside, flying through the air. Tony and Insan exchanged a glance, falling instantly silent. Insan slowly stood and walked toward the doorway. Tony called out to him at once. Insan, what are you doing? Don't go out there. I'm almost ready. Just wait a little longer, and we can leave together. No, Tony. That explosion definitely alerted them. They'll be here any moment. I'll draw their attention. You have to survive. No, Insan, don't. Come back. Tony Stark watched helplessly as Insan's figure disappeared through the doorway, his heart torn apart as he cried out his friend's name. Insan was willingly drawing enemy fire, with almost no chance of survival. He understood this, but still chose to sacrifice himself so Tony could have a chance to live. You bastards, come and get me. I'm right here. Insan burst out of the cave, raised his rifle at a fork in the tunnel, and opened fire while shouting at the top of his lungs, drawing the enemy's attention. His plan worked immediately. The terrorists heard the gunfire and pursued him, only to be met by a hail of bullets. Though Insan fired wildly, he still managed to hit several enemies. The wounded terrorists fell, while the others continued to chase Insan. At the same time, a few of them turned and headed toward Tony's room. Tony Stark kept his eyes fixed on the progress bar as the data transferred on his computer. The moment the upload was complete, he pulled on his helmet and guided the Iron Man suit step by step toward the exit. Just then, a group of terrorists burst in, only to freeze in astonishment at the sight of this fully armored metal giant. Without hesitation, the enemies opened fire. Bullets clattered harmlessly against the armor, unable to do any real damage. Tony, unfazed, strode up to them in his suit and took them down, one punch at a time. He didn't linger, immediately heading in the direction where Insan had gone. The suit was bulky, making it impossible to run, so he moved as quickly as he could toward Insan's location. Meanwhile, Insan found himself in grave danger. Most of the terrorists' attention was focused on him, and a fierce firefight erupted in the narrow corridor. After prolonged shooting, Insan's ammunition finally ran out, his weapon now useless. If the terrorists rushed in, he would have no way to fight back. After a while, the terrorists noticed that there was no more gunfire coming from Insan's side. Their leader motioned for two men to go in and investigate. Cautiously, the pair crept down the passage, weapons at the ready. When they realized Insan was no longer returning fire, the leader instantly understood what had happened. Knowing Insan was out of bullets, he waved his hand, signaling everyone to push forward into the corridor. Hearing the approaching footsteps growing louder, Insan's eyes filled with both despair and a sense of release. Perhaps, for him, death would be a form of relief. Suddenly, a thunderous crash shattered the silence. A terrorist, spotting Insan hiding around a corner, sprang forward and unleashed a wild burst of gunfire. Insan braced himself for death, closing his eyes and waiting for the bullets to pierce his body, but the pain never came. To everyone's astonishment, the bullets stopped midair, suspended before Insan as if frozen by an invisible force. The terrorists stared in horror at the impossible scene, while Insan looked on in bewilderment at the floating bullets. In the next instant, the bullets suddenly flew back the way they came, striking every terrorist in the corridor and dropping them all. At that moment, a figure in gleaming silver armor stepped forward and said to Insan, "Dr. Insan, hello. Could you take me to Tony Stark?" Who are you?" Insan asked in shock. The stranger smiled. "Don't worry about who I am. All you need to know is that I'm here to save you. Now, please take me to Tony Stark." Ethan nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll take you there." Without further hesitation, he led the mysterious stranger toward Tony Stark's location. Ethan knew deep down that if this man meant Tony any harm, there would have been no reason to save him. Perhaps all he wanted was Tony's help, or maybe something in return. Before long, they made their way through the passage and arrived at the place where Tony Stark was being held captive. At that moment, Tony was in the midst of an intense firefight with the terrorist leader and his henchmen. The bald-headed leader had pulled out a rocket launcher, aiming it at Tony and pulling the trigger. Another deafening explosion shook the air as the rocket shot straight toward Tony. Seeing this, Jiangbai sprang into action without a moment's hesitation. Harnessing his powers, he suspended every bullet and rocket in mid-air, then directed the rocket out of the cave, neutralizing the threat. Every bullet reversed its course, striking down all the terrorists, leaving even the bald-headed leader with no chance to escape. At that moment, Tony Stark's eyes locked onto Jiangbai, who had just intervened, and Ethan standing beside him. "My God, Ethan, are you all right?" Tony asked anxiously. "I'm Fina. This gentleman saved me. He said he came to rescue you, so I brought him here." "Oh, are you with the military or the government?" Tony asked, puzzled. "Neither. I just saved your life. You owe me a favor, understand?" Jiangbai replied in a calm, steady tone. Tony Stark's face registered utter disbelief. He was deeply grateful that Ethan was safe. If Ethan had died because of him, he would have been haunted by guilt for the rest of his life. Only after hearing Ethan's introduction did he turn his attention to the man in the silver-white armor before him, his voice growing serious. Jiangbai paid no mind to Tony's misunderstanding, responding coolly. From Tony's tone, he could sense the frustration at the military and government's delayed rescue. But Jiangbai was not part of any organization, nor did he bear any responsibility for Tony's feelings. With that, Jiangbai took the lead, manipulating metal with his magnetic powers to clear out the enemies outside the cave. Tony Stark watched in shock as Jiangbai, clad in his armor, controlled the metal with ease. The mere sight of this armor was a revelation. Tony never imagined anyone could have completed such an invention before him. "Wait, I want to destroy all these weapons," Tony suddenly announced. "Of course. We'll wait for you outside the valley," Jiangbai agreed with a nod, then led Ethan out toward the valley. Once they'd left, Tony Stark used the flamethrower on his suit to heat up the missiles and weapons inside the cave. The temperature quickly rose, and the missiles were on the verge of exploding. At the very instant before the missile exploded, Tony Stark immediately activated the jet propulsion on his Iron Man suit. A powerful blast surged from his legs, propelling him high into the sky. But mid-flight, the propulsion system suddenly malfunctioned. After bursting out of the valley, he lost control and plunged straight downward. Jiangbai, seeing this, looked at him helplessly, raised his right hand, and released an invisible magnetic force. It gently caught Tony Stark in midair, lowering him safely to the ground and sparing him from serious injury. "Thanks, man. We finally made it out," Tony said gratefully. "You owe me 3 favors now," Jiangbai reminded him coolly. "No problem. Do you have a car? Or at least give me a communicator." "I didn't bring a car. I flew straight here. I'll give you a communicator, and this food and water should be enough for you to wait until help arrives." "Aren't you coming back to New York with us?" Tony asked. "No need. If I need anything, I'll get in touch. I'm heading off now," Jiangbai said, and then turned to leave. Once Tony Stark was free from the Iron Man suit, he thanked Jiangbai, then sat on the ground, gasping for breath. The recent danger still had him shaken. If he'd taken off just a moment later, he would have been caught in the explosion. Jiangbai nodded in response and reminded Tony Stark that he now owed him 3 favors. Tony didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. Then he asked if Jiangbai could drive them out or at least lend him a communicator to call for help. Jiangbai handed him a communicator. He also left behind some food and water, then activated his suit and soared away from the scene. As he flew, he engaged the invisibility cloak, slicing through the air at full speed, the clouds churning wildly in his wake. Tony Stark and Insan shrugged at each other and started using the communicator to call for a rescue team. The two waited, eating the food Jiangbai had left behind. As Tony Stark ate, his mind was already racing with ideas for his next suit. He couldn't help but envy that silvery armor he'd just seen. He resolved that once he got back to New York, he would build an even more powerful suit. Not long after, 3 armed helicopters appeared on the horizon, quickly landing beside Tony and Insan. Stepping out was Colonel Rhodes, Tony Stark's close friend. Seeing Tony's haggard appearance, Rhodes couldn't help but joke. "Next time, try not to hitch a ride in one of those Jeeps, all right?" "Oh God, I swear there won't be a next time. Get me back to base for a shower. You have no idea what I've been through these past 3 months. I was about to lose my mind." "I can tell. You smell about as bad as a street bum." Meanwhile, Jiangbai had already entered American airspace in his battle armor and was rapidly approaching New York. Back home, Wanda and Pietro were anxiously awaiting his return. When Jiangbai arrived at the manor, he first made sure only his own people were inside the villa before landing at the door, striding into the living room in his armor. "You're finally back. It seems we've run into a bit of trouble." Wanda was the first to speak. "Oh, what happened?" Jiangbai asked. "It feels like something's changed with our bodies. I can run incredibly fast, and Wanda can make things float in the air," Pietro explained. As soon as Pietro saw Jiangbai's gleaming silver armor upon entering the villa, he immediately recognized it. He proceeded to tell Jiangbai everything unusual that had happened to him and Wanda lately. As for the silver armor, they were already familiar with it. After all, Jiangbai had worn it when he came to rescue them. Jiangbai was quite surprised by Pietro's account. From what Pietro described, it was exactly the process of Wanda and Pietro awakening their superpowers. but he couldn't understand why their abilities had awakened so quickly. Still, since mutants existed in this world, Jiangbai decided not to dwell on the precise timing of their awakening. In the original timeline, Wanda and Pietro gained their powers because Hydra had experimented on them with Loki's scepter, the Mind Stone. But now, they seem to have awakened their abilities on their own. Perhaps it was the existence of mutants in this world. After all, different mutants awaken their powers at different times. Moreover, Wanda and Pietro were very likely Magneto's children, which meant they might carry the mutant gene. That could explain why their powers had awakened ahead of time. After Pietro finished speaking, Wanda looked a little uneasy, glancing at Jiangbai as if afraid he might distance himself from them because of this. Seeing this, Jiangbai smiled and stepped out of his battle armor, casually storing it away in his system space. He looked at Wanda and Pietro with warmth in his eyes and said, "Having superpowers is actually a wonderful thing. There's no need to worry. I don't mind at all. But you must remember, never reveal your powers in front of outsiders, understand?" "Really? Thank you, Jiangbai." Wanda broke into a delighted smile. Jiangbai nodded, then added a few more words of caution. "Remember, never use your powers where others can see you. Right now, mutants are in a very dangerous situation. Many organizations are hunting them down for experiments. I can't say for certain whether you're mutants or not, but you must be extra careful." "We understand," they replied in unison. Jiangbai gently patted Wanda's head, then spoke to the two of them with a serious tone, stressing that they must not reveal their abilities in front of outsiders. After all, his own strength was not yet enough to make all organizations wary of Wanda and Pietro, so for now, the only option was to act with caution. Some organizations, in their research on mutants, were unbelievably ruthless, conducting all sorts of inhumane experiments. Dissection was just the beginning. They would even attempt to merge animals with mutants or force two mutants into symbiosis, repeatedly injuring their subjects just to test their powers of regeneration. Such torment would often drag on for a long time, until every scrap of data had been collected. Many mutants had suffered unspeakably as a result. If his memory served him correctly, the teleporter known as Nightcrawler was once captured by Stryker and eventually lost his life during one of these experiments. Without sufficient power to protect himself and his companions, Jiangbai was determined to keep his identity hidden. That was also why, after saving Tony Stark, he made sure Tony never learned who he was. He did this to prevent organizations like S.H.I.E.L.D. from tracing him. As for this organization, a staggering 80% of its members were actually Hydra agents planted as moles, a reality that left him feeling helpless. He had no particular fondness for S.H.I.E.L.D., nor any deep-seated dislike. S.H.I.E.L.D. certainly had its flaws, but to some extent, they did protect the Earth, even if the organization was riddled with traitors. What concerned him most was getting too involved with Nick Fury. He knew all too well that Fury still held a critical ace up his sleeve, the Quantum Pager, a device capable of summoning Captain Marvel. Right now, S.H.I.E.L.D. was not an opponent he could confront head-on. Even without Captain Marvel, his magnetic armor alone would never be enough to stand against the might of the entire organization. After all, there was no telling whether they had any weapons specifically designed to counter magnetic powers hidden away. Once the magnetic power is eliminated or weakened, he too would become a lamb to the slaughter. After all, this is the Marvel Universe, where all kinds of advanced technology emerge one after another. He had no doubt whatsoever that S.H.I.E.L.D. could pull off. Without absolute strength, it was wiser to keep a low profile. By the way, Uncle Martin, Tony Stark should be returning soon. At his press conference, sell all of Stark Industries' shares at their highest price. Oh, just because Tony Stark is coming back? It looks like we can make a fortune off the stocks. But tell me, do you think he's going to make some big move after he returns? You seem eager to sell. If we wait a few days, the shares might be worth even more. Yes, he's about to do something absolutely astonishing. Thinking of his investment in Stark Industries, Jiangbai quickly found Martin and told him to sell all their shares during Tony Stark's press conference. Hearing this, Martin looked at Jiangbai with curiosity, since Jiangbai had never mentioned his trip to Afghanistan. So Martin had no idea that Jiangbai had rescued Tony Stark from the terrorists in Afghanistan, and was naturally curious about what major event Tony Stark might pull off. Otherwise, Jiangbai wouldn't have asked to sell all their Stark Industries stocks. Even without Tony Stark's disappearance and kidnapping, Stark Industries shares were a stable, long-term investment, almost guaranteed to appreciate. Now, with Tony Stark's return, Jiangbai wanted to sell everything. Clearly, Jiangbai had gotten hold of some special information. He flashed Martin a mysterious smile before leaving. Martin nodded in response, ready to follow Jiangbai's instructions and sell the shares at their peak. Downstairs on the couch, Wanda and Pietro were training their abilities. When they heard Tony Stark's name, a flash of hatred crossed their eyes, but quickly faded. Sharing a glance, The two continued with their training. Their methods and direction were all taught to them by Martin. Having been trained by the Navy SEALs, Martin was perfectly capable of guiding two children who had just awakened their powers. Even if they had unique abilities. To forge steel, one must be strong at the core. Only with a solid physical foundation could they truly develop and harness their special gifts. Since the training equipment they had ordered hadn't arrived yet, the siblings could only work on honing their powers for now. Jiangbai chose not to interfere. He wanted Wanda and Pietro to have a childhood of their own. Even if that time would only last a few years, at least they could say they'd had it. A military transport plane slowly descended onto the runway and taxied to its designated parking spot. Tony Stark, along with Insun and Rhodey, disembarked from the aircraft. Standing by the plane were two people awaiting Tony Stark's return. The woman known affectionately as Pepper Potts. Pepper Potts was not only Tony Stark's assistant, but, whether in work, daily life, or looking toward the future, she was an indispensable part of his life. The other person was Happy, Tony Stark's bodyguard. Happy's full name was Happy Hogan. He was one of the few people Tony Stark truly trusted. Though officially his bodyguard, Tony had long since considered Happy a friend. "Hey, sweetheart, did you miss me? I can't believe you shed tears for me." "I'm really touched," Tony teased, flashing a grin. "No, I'm just happy I don't have to look for another job," Pepper replied dryly. "Oh, all right then. Let me introduce you. This is Insun. He saved my life. He's my friend, too," Tony said, gesturing toward Insun. "Hello, Insun. I'm Tony's assistant. You can call me Pepper," she said with a warm smile. "Nice to meet you, Ms. Potts," Insun replied politely. Tony stood before Pepper and Happy, smiling broadly at Pepper, his playful tone unmistakable. But Pepper clearly wasn't in the mood for his antics, shooting down his joke without hesitation. Tony could only laugh helplessly and turn to introduce Insun. There was a fleeting, unreadable look in Pepper's eyes as she regarded Insun. After all, there weren't many people Tony called a friend. Up to now, the only ones who could truly claim that title were Rhodey and Happy, who was at best a half-friend. Tony was proud, arrogant, sharp-tongued, and kept most at arm's length. Pepper greeted the bespectacled, middle-aged man with genuine warmth, and soon the group piled into the Rolls-Royce Happy had brought, heading into Manhattan. Noticing the cast on Tony's arm, Pepper's eyes flickered with concern, and she turned to Happy. "Happy, take us to the hospital." "No, no hospital. I'm fine, really. I know my own body. I promise I'm okay. Just do me two favors. First, I want a burger from my favorite place. And then I want..." "Huh, even now, you're thinking about that kind of thing? I really misjudged you, Tony. You're unbelievable." No. I just want you to call all the major news outlets and gather the press. I'm holding a press conference. I have a major announcement to make." All right. I thought you were going to." When Pepper told Happy to drive to the hospital, Tony immediately understood that she wanted him to get a checkup. But he had far more important things to deal with right now. So going to the hospital was out of the question. He spoke to Pepper in a gentle tone, but his hesitation over the last sentence led Pepper to completely misunderstand. She thought he was still planning to meet with a cover model in his current state. She instantly raised her voice, disappointment ringing clear as she spoke to Tony. Realizing the misunderstanding, Tony hurried to explain himself, and only then did Pepper reluctantly agree. Still, uncertainty and inner conflict raged within him, but in the end, he made up his mind. He had nearly been killed by one of his own missiles this time, and now, not only the American military, but even Afghan terrorists had their hands on Stark Industries' weapons. Stark's creations were meant to defend the nation, not to be turned against others in acts of aggression. Thinking back on the years he had spent building weapons, how many deaths had he caused? How many families had he shattered? How many children had lost their parents, or their very childhood, or even their lives? The thought hit him hard, and that was why he made his decision. Pepper pulled out her phone and dialed a number. In an instant, reporters from every news agency in New York swarmed toward Stark Industries, having caught wind that Tony Stark had returned to New York and was about to hold a press conference inside the company. How could this not make the media go wild? In this era, Tony Stark was the ultimate traffic magnet. Any news about him would send ratings through the roof. As long as his name was mentioned, attention was guaranteed. Journalists flocked to Stark Tower, eager to witness Tony Stark's return. Word had already spread online that Tony Stark was back in New York and preparing for a press conference at Stark Industries. The moment this news broke, Stark Industries' stock price began to climb. Martin stared in astonishment at the news on his computer and looked upstairs in disbelief. He hadn't expected things to unfold exactly as the young master had predicted. Tony Stark had truly come back. Quickly, he switched to a live news channel, ready to watch Tony Stark make his appearance. As soon as Stark Industries' stock hit its peak, he planned to sell off all his shares. Meanwhile, Obadiah Stane had also received the news. When he heard that Tony Stark had returned to New York safe and sound and was already on his way to the company, his expression turned grim. He hadn't expected those damned kidnappers to fail in killing Tony Stark. He even managed to escape, and in his heart, he was already cursing the ancestors of those terrorists 18 generations back. Rising from his office chair and stepping outside, he donned a completely different expression, a cheerful smile, with a glimmer of hope and excitement in his eyes, as if he couldn't wait to welcome Tony Stark back. Obadiah Stane was one of the veterans of Stark Industries, and he had long harbored ambitions to take Tony's place. He had originally contacted the terrorists, hoping to use Tony's trip to Afghanistan as a chance to have him killed. However, the negotiations fell through. The terrorists didn't manage to kill Tony. Instead, they forced him to build missiles. Now, after Tony Stark's parents had both passed away, Obadiah was the only family Tony had left, even if they weren't related by blood. He was Tony's mentor in life, always helping him manage Stark Industries and cleaning up the messes Tony left behind. Soon, as the Rolls-Royce pulled into Stark Industries, a crowd of reporters and various government officials had already gathered at the entrance. The reporters were eager to interview Tony about his kidnapping, while the government officials wanted to ask him how he managed to escape. Among them was Phil Coulson, an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., following orders from his director to investigate how Tony Stark had escaped from the terrorists. Of course, at this point, S.H.I.E.L.D. was still known as the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. Tony, hey, hang on. Let's do the interviews once I'm inside, okay? Okay, follow me. Obadiah, Tony, welcome back. You have no idea how much Stark Industries has lost without you. Tony, all right. Stane, we'll make it all back in no time. Reporter 1, Mr. Stark, how exactly did you escape from the terrorists? Reporter 2, Tony, was it the military that rescued you from the terrorists? Reporter 3, what are Stark Industries' next steps? As soon as Tony opened the car door, he was instantly surrounded by a throng of reporters. Only when Obadiah arrived with security did they manage to extract Tony from the crowd. Smiling, Obadiah gave Tony a quick hug, while Tony casually grabbed 2 burgers from a nearby bodyguard. Taking a bite, Tony spoke to Obadiah, then led the entire entourage of reporters into the Stark Industries building. Obadiah followed behind, wearing a broad smile, showing no sign of dissatisfaction, almost as if his earlier demeanor inside Stark Industries had never existed at all. Tony, did you get one for me? You got 2 over there. Come on, give me one. No, I haven't. Really, believe me, there's only one. I'm already eating it. Obadiah was still in the mood to joke with Tony, even as he asked for a bite of Tony's burger. But Tony, without missing a beat, lied right to his face, insisting he only had one. Obadiah stared speechlessly at the second burger in Tony's hand, but didn't push the matter. Instead, he led the group into the Stark Industries building. Inside Stark Industries, they made their way to the prepared podium. Tony, feeling a bit unwell, sat right down in front of it, and even asked all the reporters to join him. Rather than sitting on the floor outright, the reporters crouched down, training their cameras and microphones on Tony, waiting for him to speak. Meanwhile, Martin watched Tony Stark on the screen, then glanced at the Stark Industries stock ticker and was stunned. The moment Tony Stark appeared on camera, the company's stock price began to soar straight up. You all know, ever since my father, Howard Stark, we've been building weapons to protect our country. But what I've just experienced has opened my eyes. For years, many have called me a war profiteer, a merchant of death, and so on. So, I have decided that, starting today, Stark Industries will shut down its weapons manufacturing division permanently. Martin, who was watching the live news broadcast, was floored when he heard Tony Stark's announcement. Snapping out of his shock, he immediately began selling off all his Stark Industries shares while the price was still high. When all was said and done, his original investment of $1.3 billion had ballooned to $3 billion. He had made a profit of $1.7 billion in one stroke. Even Martin, a man who had seen his share of the world, couldn't help but marvel. This was faster money than robbing a bank. Even the largest banks in America didn't have $1.7 billion in cash sitting in their vaults. Hey, he's drunk. He's just rambling. That's all for today's press conference. For official information, please refer to Stark Industries' official channels. Obadiah was completely dumbfounded when he heard about shutting down the weapons division. He rushed over to Tony, grabbing his arm and pulling him aside. He quickly reassured the reporters that everything Tony had just said was nothing more than drunken nonsense, and urged them to wait for the official statement from Stark Industries. Even Pepper stared at Tony in disbelief. The core business of Stark Industries was arms manufacturing, and now he was shutting down the weapons division. Was he cutting off his own future? Pepper was left completely at a loss. Only Eunsun, standing nearby, had a glimmer of understanding in his eyes. Obadiah led Tony down to the underground laboratory at Stark Industries. the very place where the large arc reactor was stored. This powerful device was originally developed by Tony's father, Howard Stark, in collaboration with Anton Vanko. Hey Tony, what exactly are you thinking? We're an arms manufacturing company. Now you want to shut down the weapons division. So what do you expect us to do next? Start making baby pacifiers? I haven't quite figured that out yet. But don't worry, we'll definitely find a new path. Think of this as Stark Industries' transformation. What? Are you kidding me, Tony? This is about the very survival of Stark Industries. And you're making the decision like it's nothing? And if we stop making weapons, our ties with the military will start to fade away. Do you understand what that means? I know, Stain, but I'll handle it. Trust me, the weapons division isn't coming back. You have no idea what I went through these last 3 months, so there's no way I'm reopening weapons manufacturing. All right, but you got to give me something to quiet down the board. Shutting down the weapons division without any discussion. Do you realize how much money this will cost the board and us? I can imagine. I bet Stark Industries stock has already hit rock bottom. But you'll back me up, right? Fine. But you really do need to give me something to show the board. Or I won't have any way to explain this to them. Like, for example, that thing in your chest. Huh, how did you know about that? Was it Pepper? No, she wouldn't. There must have been those bodyguards. Damn it, I knew I couldn't trust them. I absolutely hate bodyguards. All right. Oh, just look at it, how beautiful. I guarantee, if we made this the company's new flagship project, we'd be raking in money. No. It's mine. It belongs to me and only me. I'll give you a great project, but not now. And not this. Standing there in the lab, Obadiah could only look at Tony with a mixture of helplessness and frustration. After all, shutting down the weapons division meant Stark Industries would lose its biggest source of profit and its crucial ties to the military. Obadiah's questioning left Tony a bit embarrassed, since he genuinely hadn't figured out what to do next. Hearing Tony's answer, Obadiah stared at him in disbelief. It was true that Stark Industries had other business interests beyond arms and weapons manufacturing, but none of them brought in even a fraction of the profits. Calling weapons the lifeblood of Stark Industries was no exaggeration. Looking at Obadiah's expression, Tony spoke with a mix of anger and sorrow. Obadiah could only nod helplessly in response, for Tony was the president of Stark Industries. If he was resolute in his decision, there was nothing Obadiah could do to change it. But a new idea quickly surfaced in Obadiah's mind. A glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he glanced at Tony. If he could just get rid of Tony, he could seize control of the entire Stark Industries. Then, reopening the weapons manufacturing division would be a simple matter. Nothing to worry about at all. As long as he inherited Tony's shares, his own holdings would surpass the combined shares of all the other board members. At that point, the board would be his personal stage, and any decision he made would no longer require the board's approval. Yet none of this showed on his face. Obadiah continued to patiently persuade Tony, but in the end, he pretended to compromise, suggesting that Tony present a new research project to appease the board members. Tony's sudden announcement to shut down the weapons division had caused great losses, not only to the board, but to themselves as well. There was no need to check the stock market. Stark Industries' stock had undoubtedly plummeted to rock bottom. Then, Obadiah set his sights on Tony's miniature arc reactor, hoping Tony would turn it into a new manufacturing project for the company. But in the next instant, Tony refused him outright. Tony eyed Obadiah with suspicion, wondering who had told him about the device in his chest. At first, he suspected Pepper, but almost immediately dismissed the thought. Pepper would never reveal his secret to Stain. In the end, Tony realized it must have been one of the bodyguards. Scowling, he said a few words to Obadiah and left the lab without another glance. Watching Tony's departing figure, Obadiah's face darkened as he exited the lab from another direction. While Tony and Obadiah were in the lab, Coulson's gaze lingered on Insun, who stood beside Pepper. An idea took shape. Approaching Insun, he introduced himself. Hello, I'm Agent Coulson from Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division. I'd like to ask about Tony Stark's escape from the terrorist stronghold. There's not much to say, Insun replied, concealing the truth without hesitation. The military found us and rescued us. It's as simple as that. Hearing Coulson's inquiry, Insun naturally didn't tell the whole story, instead placing the credit on the military. Standing nearby, Pepper didn't stop Coulson from questioning Insun. After all, she too wanted to know how Tony had managed to escape. Still, she remained suspicious and vigilant toward Ethan, fearing he might be intentionally getting close to Tony. Otherwise, she could have easily blocked Coulson's approach. Even though Stark Industries was preparing to shut down its weapons manufacturing division at Tony's command, the company was still a corporate giant that no one could ignore. Stark Industries had deep connections with both the government and the military. As Tony's assistant, it would have been a piece of cake for her to stop an unknown government agent from asking questions. Of course, Ethan was no fool either. As someone holding a doctorate, he could immediately see through Pepper's thoughts. Nevertheless, he continued to play along with Coulson, making sure not to reveal anything about the silver armor or Tony's work on the Iron Man suit. The combat power of that silver suit alone was enough to turn the tide of a war, and Tony's own Iron Man suit held even greater potential. There was no way Ethan would let that slip. "Hey, what are you doing? That's my friend you're questioning. What do you want from him? Get out of here." Tony suddenly emerged from his lab, just in time to see a man in a suit grilling Ethan, flanked by two others who looked every bit like FBI agents. Tony immediately shouted in Coulson's direction, his eyes cold and unfriendly. At the same time, he scolded Pepper for not stopping the interrogation of Ethan, and without a second thought, summoned the security guards to escort Coulson and his team out, showing no regard for whether they were with the government or the military. Tony had his fair share of flaws, but when it came to friends he truly cared about, he was fiercely loyal, especially since Ethan was the man who had saved his life. Tony knew all too well about the government and military's history of forced confessions. There was no way he would let them anywhere near Ethan. Despite Ethan's multiple doctorates, he was, in essence, just an ordinary man. If the authorities got their hands on him, who knew what kind of suffering he'd have to endure? Pepper was momentarily stunned by Tony's outburst. She hadn't expected him to call her out like that. Coulson and his team could only leave for the time being. Tony then led Ethan outside, climbed into his Rolls-Royce, and headed straight for his villa in New York. Not long after, the news cycle exploded with reports of Tony Stark's return and the shutdown of the weapons manufacturing division. Stark Industries' stock plummeted to new lows, and the board members were left fuming, cursing Tony Stark's name behind his back. Shutting down the weapons manufacturing division meant a huge financial loss for them, and their resentment toward Tony Stark reached its peak. On the other side, Obadiah also began making contact with that group of terrorists in Afghanistan. When Jiangbai left, he hadn't wiped out all the terrorists. There was still a minor leader left alive in the surveillance room, who, along with a few of his men, had miraculously survived the explosions. After the chaos subsided, they made their way to the cell where Tony Stark and Ian's son had been held and discovered the blueprints for the Iron Man armor. They also found the wreckage of the Iron Man's suit scattered in the desert beyond the valley. Upon receiving Obadiah's call, the minor leader relayed all this information to him, hoping to trade these things for Stark Industries' weapons or cash. Now that the old boss was dead, he saw himself as the new leader. Obadiah was greatly intrigued when he learned about the design blueprints and the suit's remains. He hadn't expected Tony to build something like this, but what truly puzzled him was the mention of a silvery white suit, as described by the minor leader. He had no idea who that could be, but what mattered now was getting his hands on the blueprints and the suit's remnants. Determined, he boarded his private jet and flew directly to Afghanistan. But unlike Tony, he came well prepared, bringing a full detail of bodyguards. Upon landing at the Afghan airport, the convoy set out in grand fashion toward the location of the minor leader. With the exception of Obadiah, every person in the convoy was a bodyguard, fully armed and equipped with Stark Industries' latest weapons and gear. There were nearly 100 men in total. For a man of Obadiah's means, even his lowest-ranked guards were likely former Special Forces operatives. The convoy pressed forward and soon arrived at a hidden camp on a secluded plain. "I told you, you should have killed Tony Stark outright. Now he's back in New York. This is your failure. You're the one who wouldn't agree to the deal. He'd have been dead already if you hadn't been so stingy with your price. That's enough. I'm not here to argue. Where's the stuff? Bring it out. Look for yourself. He built this thing, and that's how he escaped from us." Inside the camp, within a tent, Obadiah confronted the terrorist leader with visible irritation. The terrorist leader responded in kind, clearly just as dissatisfied. Not wanting to waste time arguing, Obadiah signaled for the items to be brought forward. At his command, two men dragged the items over, and soon Obadiah was looking at a set of blueprints for a suit of armor, as well as the battered remains of the Iron Man suit. He might not have been a scientist, but he could see from the blueprints just how powerful this suit was. A sharp, electric hiss filled the tent. In the next instant, Obadiah stood up and used the infrasound weapon designed by Tony, aiming it directly at the terrorist in front of him. In a flash, the terrorist leader was frozen on the sofa, completely immobilized, unable even to utter a sound. The veins on his face began to stand out, gradually turning black. High-powered infrasound waves can cause the internal organs to vibrate violently, making a person feel nauseous, suffer headaches, and struggle to breathe. In severe cases, it may even rupture blood vessels and damage internal organs. High-powered ultrasound has effects similar to infrasound, but its directional transmission is much better, traveling almost in a straight line, making it easier to control and capable of piercing through targets, though its effective range is smaller. 3 minutes later, the terrorist leader died right there, felled by the infrasound weapon. Outside the tent, gunshots rang out in sporadic bursts. Before long, the gunfire faded into silence. When Obadiah finally emerged from the tent holding the blueprints for the Iron Man armor, every last terrorist outside had already been dealt with by his bodyguards. He waited for his 2 bodyguards to collect the remaining items, then seated himself in the car to wait. Before long, the entire convoy rolled out of the camp. Inside the car, Obadiah gazed at the Iron Man armor blueprints, already envisioning the moment he would return to New York and bring this creation to life, imagining all he could accomplish with it. Perhaps, with this armor, eliminating Tony would be a simple matter. With such power at his command, even if the military or the government discovered he'd killed Tony, they would do nothing. If the Iron Man armor were used in warfare, it would become a weapon of unparalleled might, altering the balance of power dramatically. Even if the government objected, the military would surely shield him. At this thought, Obadiah sat in the car, casting a sinister smile in the direction of New York. "Sir, we've sold off all the shares. We now have $3 billion in cash. Good. Take $2.5 billion and buy Stark Industries stock again." This understood. Meanwhile, on the second floor, Jiangbai sat on the sofa, watching Tony Stark's morning press conference on TV. At that moment, Martin came to inform him that all their shares had been sold. Yet Jiangbai's next instruction left Martin puzzled, especially when recalling Jiangbai's earlier words and the image of that silvery white suit of armor. Martin didn't ask any more questions. He simply went downstairs and immediately began mobilizing funds to acquire Stark Industries stock. Watching Tony Stark's figure on television, Jiangbai allowed himself a faint smile, though a trace of worry lingered in his heart. He feared that his own presence here might set off a butterfly effect. The butterfly effect is a phenomenon in chaos theory, illustrating that the development of anything is governed by both constants and variables. While there are discernible patterns guiding the trajectory of things as they evolve, there are also unpredictable variables at play, sometimes leading to unexpected consequences. Even the smallest change can alter the course of events. Solutions to problems can be extremely sensitive to their initial conditions. In other words, in a dynamic system, the slightest tweak at the beginning can lead to vastly different outcomes as events unfold. A common extension of this idea is the belief that a minor shift in initial conditions might set off a long-term, massive chain reaction throughout the system. A butterfly flapping its wings in South America could ultimately trigger a tornado in Texas. If the timeline were to shift and things began to unfold differently, it would put him at a severe disadvantage. But the butterfly effect was already out of control. Ever since he saved Wanda and Pietro, the timeline had started to shift, and then he'd gone to Afghanistan to rescue Tony Stark. Letting Ethan, who was supposed to die, survive might set off a chain reaction whose consequences he couldn't foresee. But for now, all he could do was take things one step at a time, prepare for every possibility, and strengthen himself to face whatever might come. According to our confirmation and information from a reliable source, an island resembling a skull has suddenly appeared in the Indian Ocean. From above, the island looks ominous, surrounded by storm clouds, lightning, and strange magnetic disturbances. At present, exploration and development are impossible. For more updates, stay tuned. As Jiangbai was flipping through channels, he suddenly caught a news report about the Indian Ocean. The anchor mentioned something about a skull-shaped island, and he froze on the sofa, stunned. When he snapped out of it, he stared at the images on the screen. Could it really be Skull Island? Does that mean Kong and Godzilla exist? And the Titans as well? That can't be. Jiangbai muttered to himself as he watched the TV. If this truly was Skull Island, then this world was far more dangerous than he could ever have imagined. Never mind Kong and Godzilla. Just the Titans alone would be more than ordinary people could handle. Godzilla, in fact, could snack on nuclear missiles as if they were nothing. Then there were the Scar King and the Snow Demon from the world beneath the earth. Just thinking about them sent chills down his spine. And let's not forget Monarch, the organization researching the Titans, a force to be reckoned with, on par with S.H.I.E.L.D. itself. A few days later, after school, Wanda and Pietro were walking home. As they passed an alley, they saw several black men attempting to rob a girl about their age. In fact, it looked like it was more than just a simple robbery. The siblings exchanged a glance, but remembering Jiangbai's words, they hesitated. Suddenly, a thunderous crash filled the air. Before they could react, the girl had already sent all the attackers flying. Wanda and Pietro watched in shock as every piece of metal nearby floated up into the air, glowing green in the girl's hands. Instantly, they realized she must also have superpowers. Perhaps she was a mutant, just like them. At that moment, their hesitation vanished. Pietro disappeared in a blur and, in an instant, knocked away the man who tried to strike the girl. Wanda, using her own power, hurled a garbage truck at the remaining attackers. The truck smashed into them, pinning them against a wall. 3 figures now stood together in the alley. Once the attackers scrambled to their feet, they fled in terror. Wanda and Pietro turned to the girl, but she watched them warily, the hovering metal making it clear she hadn't lowered her guard despite their help. Hello, I'm Wanda, and this is Pietro. We mean you no harm. We're like you, we both have special abilities. What's your name? Wanda said gently. My name's Lorna Dane. Thank you for helping me. We should go. There's a good chance they'll be back with reinforcements. All right, come with us. Wanda looked at the girl, who for some reason felt so familiar, and spoke to her softly. Sensing Wanda's and Pietro's kindness, the girl finally replied and prepared to leave with them. Wanda and Pietro led Lorna as they hurried home. The only reason they revealed their powers was because Lorna clearly had abilities too. They had already come up with an excuse for Jiangbai. After all, he'd only said not to use their powers in front of ordinary people, and Lorna, clearly, was not ordinary. Lorna glanced at Wanda and Pietro, feeling a strange sense of familiarity, though she was certain she had never met them before. With nowhere else to go, she decided to follow them. Soon, the three returned to the manor, just as Jiangbai was coming downstairs. He looked at the new girl with a puzzled expression. Here's what happened, Wanda explained. The two of us saw some guys trying to hurt her in an alley. Then we realized she's like us. She has powers. So we stepped in and helped her. We were worried those men might come back with others, so we brought her here. What's your name? Lorna Dane. What? What's wrong? Do you know me? As Jiangbai came down from upstairs, Pietro immediately signaled to Wanda to explain. They both knew Jiangbai was actually warm-hearted beneath his cold exterior, and that he liked Wanda very much. Pietro pushed Wanda to explain, just to reduce his own chances of getting scolded. Wanda, her big, beautiful eyes wide, stuck out her tongue playfully, then turned to Jiangbai and began to explain. After hearing Wanda's explanation, Jiangbai nodded. Lorna, standing nearby, watched Jiangbai anxiously. Ever since her mother passed away, she'd been wandering alone. This was her first time in someone else's home. It was that strange sense of familiarity with Wanda and Pietro that made her follow them here in the first place. Jiangbai looked at the girl before him. She seemed oddly familiar. When he asked her name and learned she was Lorna Dane, with a hint of green in her hair, he was momentarily stunned. Lorna, wasn't she Polaris? The girl with the same powers as Magneto, and Magneto's daughter. If Wanda and Pietro were Magneto's children, then Lorna was almost certainly Magneto's daughter as well. That meant they were probably sisters? Even the summer sun couldn't compare to this astonishing twist of fate. Phew, there's a good chance I know who you are. Do you know who your parents are? My parents? My mother was Dane Rose. I don't know my father's name, and I've never met him. The three of you might actually be half-sisters. I can't say for certain, but if you'd like, I can arrange for a DNA test to find out. What? No, I think we really are sisters. The moment I saw her, I felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. I don't know why. I feel the same way. Me too. Then who is our father? I can't tell you that right now. Wanda and Pietro's original parents probably aren't their real parents. When you're older, I'll tell you the truth about your father. But for now, you can't investigate further. All right, since Lorna is Wanda and Pietro's sister, she should stay here with you. Wanda, take Lorna to get cleaned up and let her change into your clothes. I have to go and tidy up the mess you made. Okay, we understand. Once Jiangbai realized Lorna didn't know who her father was, he was even more convinced she was Polaris of the future. He then told the three of them they might be sisters. Unexpectedly, Wanda blurted out her own feelings of uncanny familiarity upon seeing Lorna for the first time. Even Pietro and Lorna had them, and Jiangbai simply smiled at this. With this, Wanda and Pietro's parentage was finally confirmed. In this universe, they really were Magneto's children. Yet, given Magneto's notorious romantic escapades, all three of his children now resided under Jiangbai's own roof. He had no intention of returning Wanda, Pietro, or Lorna to Magneto. After all, would he have them follow Magneto around, constantly on the run, plotting how to overthrow the American government and fight humanity every day? Perhaps, when Wanda and the others grew up, he wouldn't stop them from seeking out their biological father or recognizing Magneto for who he was. But for now, he had no plans to reveal to the three of them that Magneto was their real father. Instead, he was preparing to officially adopt Lorna. He asked Wanda to take Lorna to wash up and temporarily change in her own clothes. Since they were about the same size, the fit shouldn't be a problem. Meanwhile, he headed toward the security post, determined to deal with the thugs who had harassed Wanda and the others earlier. Wanda and Pietro had already used their abilities, but to avoid attracting unwanted attention from certain organizations, Jiangbai decided to handle these thugs directly. If their actions had been part of a premeditated plan to capture Lorna, he was prepared to wipe out their entire base and organization. He had no intention of letting waves of troublemakers come knocking at his door. As he stepped out of the villa's entrance, he summoned his silvery white battle armor from his system's storage, donned it, and immediately activated the cloaking mode. Through the intelligence system, he hacked into the surrounding surveillance networks, searching for the locations where Wanda, Pietro, and Lorna had been earlier. At the same time, he erased all digital traces of the three from the surveillance footage. Not just their appearances, but the entire day's data. Soon, Jiangbai pinpointed the location of those thugs through nearby cameras. A quick database hack revealed their identities. They were gang members, not connected to any research on mutants. Their assault on Lorna was nothing more than the predatory intent of criminals who found her attractive. Relieved that Lorna hadn't been targeted by a larger organization, Jiangbai found the 5 thugs in an alley. Manipulating the metal around them, he swiftly dispatched them, ending their lives with deadly precision. He landed quietly before their bodies and stored them in his system space. He reactivated his armor, flew out to the outskirts of New York, and dumped the bodies into a river before leaving without a backward glance. As for when or if those bodies would be discovered, it was no concern of his. He returned to the place where Wanda and Pietro had first encountered Lorna, double-checking for any overlooked evidence. Once satisfied that nothing had been left behind, he headed back to the villa. Upon entering, he found Wanda and Pietro with Lorna at the dining table, sharing a meal. Martin had also returned. Clearly, Wanda and Pietro had already explained the situation to him. Stowing away his armor, Jiangbai walked over to join them. I've already taken care of things for you. From now on, you're not allowed to use your powers in public. If you do, and something happens, you'll have to face the consequences. Of course, you need to use your own judgment. If your life is truly in danger, you can use your abilities. Otherwise, don't. Do you understand? Yes, X3. And Lorna, from now on you'll go to school with Wanda and Pietro. Your power is magnetism, and only by learning can you truly develop your abilities. Do you understand? Yes, thank you. Jiangbai stood in front of the 3, speaking to them sternly. Then, with a gentle tone, he addressed Lorna, encouraging her to attend school with Wanda and Pietro. Having just reunited with her older sister and brother, she naturally didn't want to be separated again, so she nodded in agreement. That's right. Among the 3 of them, Lorna was the youngest, Wanda came next, and Pietro was 30 minutes older than Wanda. After Jiangbai finished speaking, Wanda and Pietro both looked at him gratefully. Clearly, they were thankful that he had taken Lorna in and allowed the sisters to be reunited. Jiangbai affectionately ruffled Lorna's hair, which shimmered with the beauty of the northern lights, then turned and headed upstairs. Now that he had adopted Lorna as well, he planned to ask Grey Wolf to help him build some weapons and better secure the manor. Once on the 2nd floor, he took out a warship and used its intelligence system to scan the entire layout of the estate. A complete set of data was generated and transferred to Jiangbai's computer. He then began communicating with Grey Wolf. Jiangbai, Grey Wolf, could you help me build some weapons to defend my manor? The more powerful, the better. Also, I'll need a small stealth-shielded spaceship. Grey Wolf, no problem. Send me your manor's layout. And don't forget the mutton. Jiangbai, of course, you'll get your mutton. I've also prepared gifts for Red Wolf and Little Grey. Once you finish, I'll trade everything to you together. Grey Wolf, all right, thank you. After settling the details with Grey Wolf, Jiangbai decided to prepare gifts for Red Wolf and Little Grey as well, hoping to quickly win Grey Wolf's full favor. After all, to earn Grey Wolf's goodwill, it was best to start with Red Wolf and Little Grey. Once the manor's layout was traded to Grey Wolf, Jiangbai got up and went downstairs. Soon, he and Lorna drove out of the estate. Before long, they arrived at a large shopping mall in Manhattan. He first bought her all kinds of clothes, shoes, and daily necessities. Next, they visited the toy section and picked out a variety of toys for children. In the cosmetics department, he bought a selection of luxury makeup and perfumes. Finally, in the food section, he stocked up on all sorts of cooked meats before taking Lorna back to the manor. After returning to the manor, he had Martin prepare a whole roasted lamb, then promptly stored it in the system space. This was a treat reserved for Grey Wolf. With these tasks done, he settled in to wait for the security features Grey Wolf would soon set up for the estate. Meanwhile, Grey Wolf had been playing with Little Grey when he received Jiangbai's message. He handed Little Grey over to Red Wolf, then entered his laboratory to begin designing and researching according to the estate layout Jiangbei had provided. As for Tony Stark, once he arrived back at his villa, he led Ensign down to his underground workshop, ready to begin work on his Iron Man suit. With the assistance of Jarvis, his artificial intelligence, and Ensign's help, they quickly drafted the Mark II design. Okay, Jarvis, start production based on the complete design. Understood, sir. Ensign, I've already arranged for funding to be sent to your hometown. Stay and help me here. You'll do more good for them this way than if you return, don't you think? Thank you, Tony. All right, I'll stay. Hey, I promise you won't regret it. I think this calls for a bottle of champagne to celebrate. Once the design for the Iron Man suit was complete, Tony set Jarvis to operate the manufacturing machines throughout the villa, beginning production immediately. At the same time, he told Insun about the funding he'd sent to his hometown, encouraging him to remain in New York. When Insun had first arrived at Tony's villa, he'd expressed a desire to return home and help his own people. But Tony insisted they revisit the idea after the suit was finished, and now, with renewed persuasion, convinced Insun to stay. After all, Insun held several doctorates. Back in his impoverished hometown, his talents might only be put to use teaching children or practicing medicine. Yet, if he remained here, he'd be a true asset, while Tony could continue to support Insun's hometown from afar. By helping Tony, Insun could earn rewards that would do far more for his people than anything he could accomplish by going back himself. In the end, persuaded by Tony, Insun agreed to stay in New York. The two toasted with champagne as, in the basement, the machines, guided by Jarvis, busily assembled the various parts and components of the Iron Man suit. What they didn't know was that Obadiah had already returned to New York, carrying Tony's original Iron Man design blueprints to the Stark Industries factory. Without delay, he ordered his own team of scientists and engineers to begin modifying and constructing their own suit. He demanded a larger frame, heavier firepower, and every possible enhancement. Only the core designs and key technologies from Tony's plans would be preserved, such as the compact arc reactor. While the suit was under construction, Obadiah began contacting the board, preparing to oust Tony from the company altogether. Although he owned 45% of Stark Industries shares, as long as the other board members agreed, Tony could easily lose his position as president. His decision to shut down the weapons manufacturing division had already left many board members dissatisfied. So Obadiah's proposal faced almost no resistance. Tony was unceremoniously kicked out by the others, stripped even of his role as president of Stark Industries. Obadiah became the new president. When Tony received the news, he was still asleep. It was Pepper who brought the news to Tony. He took it in stride, saying he needed a break, then headed straight back to his underground workshop to continue working on his armor. By now, he had also begun to suspect someone within Stark Industries. As president, Tony's trip to Afghanistan to negotiate with the military was known to very few people. Yet the terrorists had managed to ambush him on his exact route, which meant someone had leaked his travel plans. He had considered the military as suspects, but his relationship with them was as close as could be. There was simply no reason. The military was counting on him to develop even more powerful weapons. They had nothing to gain by betraying him. Besides, Rhodey had gone with him. Rhodey would never betray him, and not everyone in the military was aware of his travel plans, so the chances of a leak coming from the military were slim. Only a handful of people at Stark Industries knew his itinerary, and Tony already had a few suspects in mind. But he couldn't bring himself to face the truth. Sitting in his chair in the underground workshop, he gave a slight shake of his head. Just then, the suit was finally finished. Tony's eyes lit up, and he got up, stepping into the assembly platform he had designed. Mechanical arms began to fit the suit onto his body. Under the precise movements of the robotic arms, a gleaming silver suit of armor quickly encased Tony. Jarvis, connected through the suit, began running diagnostics and tests. At that moment, Insun entered the underground workshop, just in time to see Tony suited up in gleaming silver. So you finally built it. Looks pretty good. How are the numbers? Honestly, I'm not sure yet. I think it's time for a trial run. With a thunderous roar. Hey no, the suit hasn't even been tested. You'll get yourself into trouble doing that. No, you have to trust me, Insun. I'm Tony Stark. Insun, grinning as he looked at Tony in the silver suit, asked the question he'd been eager to ask. He was just as excited to see how the armor he'd helped design would perform. But as soon as Tony activated the suit's flight mode, Insun felt a surge of worry. He had already sensed what Tony was about to do. Right at the moment, he told Tony not to test the suit on himself. But Tony was already suited up, bursting through the villa's ceiling and shooting skyward. Soaring through the sky in the Iron Man armor, Tony was filled with exhilaration. He immediately began running a series of tests on the suit, starting with speed, responsiveness, and energy consumption, and finally preparing to test just how high the suit could go. With that, he shot straight up, climbing higher and higher, moving faster with every second. As he ascended, the air grew colder, and soon a layer of frost began to form on the surface of the Iron Man armor. Sensing this, Tony realized something was wrong. In the next instant, the suit's engine shut down completely, and the thrusters on his feet powered off as well. Tony, clad in his Iron Man suit, began to plummet rapidly. Feeling his speed increase as he fell, he scrambled to manually reboot the suit systems. Just as he was about to crash into the ground, the reboot completed. The thrusters roared back to life, pulling Tony back from the very brink of death. Surviving by a hair's breadth, Tony broke out in a cold sweat, but the thrill was undeniable. He soared freely through the sky, reveling in the adrenaline rush. Only after he'd had his fill did he return to the villa, where Insun anxiously awaited him in the underground workshop. Testing the suit himself was far too risky. If anything went wrong, death would be almost certain. Surviving with an injury would practically be considered lucky. When Tony finally flew over his underground workshop, he issued the shutdown command. The suit crashed straight through the ceiling and landed on top of his prized sports cars below. After all, the Iron Man suit was no lightweight. The impact crushed the hoods of 2 of his beloved cars. At that moment, a nearby robotic arm sprayed Tony with a fire extinguisher, dousing the armored suit. Tony could only lie there helplessly, while Insun, seeing Tony's safe return, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Judging from his suit's condition, Tony seemed to be unharmed. Tony activated the suit again, moving to where the robotic arms were stationed. Once he stood in place, the arms began to help him remove the Iron Man armor. How was it? Did anything go wrong? To be honest, I almost bought it just now. Jarvis, order some aerospace-grade metal for me. If the engine freezes up at high altitude again, I really might not survive the next time. Understood, sir. What? Engine freeze at high altitude? Just how high did you fly? My God, you really are insane. Well, I'm back. He had already sensed what Tony was planning to do, especially when he tried to stop Tony from personally experimenting. But before he could finish, Tony, already clad in his armor, blasted through the villa's ceiling, rocketing upwards. Soaring through the sky in his Iron Man suit, Tony's heart raced with exhilaration. He then began a series of tests on the suit. First speed, then response time, followed by energy consumption, and finally, he wanted to push the Iron Man armor to its limit. Just how high could it go? Without hesitation, he shot upwards, climbing higher and higher, his speed increasing with every second. As Tony ascended, the temperature dropped rapidly, and frost began to form along the armor's surface. Sensing this, Tony muttered inwardly that things were taking a turn for the worse. The next moment, the suit's engines sputtered and died, and both thrusters on his feet powered down completely. Tony, still inside the Iron Man suit, began to plummet straight down. As he felt himself falling faster and faster, he desperately tried to reboot the suit's systems manually. Just before he crashed into the ground, the suit powered back up. The thrusters roared to life, yanking Tony away from the jaws of death at the very last second. Escaping death by a hair's breadth, Tony broke out in a cold sweat. Yet the thrill of it all left him exhilarated, and he continued to soar and loop recklessly through the sky. Only after he'd had his fill did he return to the villa, where, in the basement workshop, Insun waited anxiously for his return. Testing the armor this way was just too risky. One wrong move would mean certain death. To escape with only a disability would be considered lucky. As Tony hovered above his underground workshop, he issued the shutdown command. The entire suit crashed through the ceiling, landing directly atop his prized collection of luxury cars. The weight of the Iron Man suit was no joke. The impact crushed the hoods of 2 of his beloved vehicles. In the very next instant, a robotic arm nearby sprang to life, dousing Tony with a fire extinguisher. Tony could only lie there helplessly, but Insun, seeing Tony safely back, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Judging by the intact state of the armor, it seemed Tony had dodged any major mishaps. Tony then reactivated the suit, walked over to where the robotic arms stood, and after striking a pose, allowed them to remove the armor for him. How did it go? Nothing went wrong, right? To be honest, I almost bought it just now. Jarvis, order me some aerospace-grade metal. If we don't, high-altitude freezing will keep killing the engines. I nearly crashed to my death this time. Understood, sir. What? High-altitude freezing? How high were you flying, my God? You really are insane. Hey, I'm fine, aren't I? By the way, Jarvis, after Stain became president of Stark Industries, did the stock go up? No, the stock is still at a low point. I found 2 identical sets of data in the Stark Industries stock records. After you were kidnapped, the stock price hit rock bottom, and someone bought $1.3 billion worth. During your press conference, they sold it all. Then, when the stock dropped again, they bought another $2.5 billion. Oh, look into the person behind these transactions. Yes, sir. The account belongs to someone named Jiang by Horst, 22 years old. His parents passed away 3 months ago, and he inherited shares of their investment company, which he later sold entirely. He also traveled to Sokovia 3 months ago and adopted a pair of siblings. I see. Could he be connected to my kidnapping? Pull up more detailed information. Photos, languages, everything. Understood, sir. But you should know this is illegal. Hey, Jarvis, I created you, so let's just call it borrowing his information. It doesn't really count as a crime. This voice sounds so familiar. Ethan, what do you think? It definitely does. Isn't this the mysterious man in the silver-white armor who saved us in Afghanistan? That's right, it's this guy. Finally, I found you. Curious, Ethan turned to Tony with a question. Remembering his own near-death fall, his expression darkened as he asked Jarvis to order some aerospace-grade medals for him. Then Tony told Ethan about his recent ordeal, which left Ethan startled and worried for Tony, though he was at a loss for words. Being able to cause icing at high altitude. Just how high had Tony flown? Ethan called him a madman, but Tony just shrugged off the comment and pressed Jarvis for the latest on the stock market. To his surprise, he learned that someone had bought up large amounts of Stark Industries stock during his disappearance, then sold it all off during his press conference. After Tony announced the closure of Stark Industries' weapons division, the same person bought up even more stock at a bargain price. All these moves seemed to indicate that the person had known Tony would return and that the press conference would send the stock soaring. Whoever it was managed to sell off all their shares at the peak and then swooped in to buy more when the stock plunged again. This made Tony start to suspect that the person might be connected to his kidnapping, so he told Jarvis to dig up everything on them. Thanks to Jarvis's artificial intelligence, the dossier on Jiang Bai was quickly retrieved. Since it was Martin who operated Jiang Bai's account to buy and sell stocks, the records naturally pointed to his identity, but this was information only available within the U.S. government's databases. Very quickly, at Tony's request, Jarvis pulled up both Jiang Bai's photo and voice recording. Seeing Jiang Bai's handsome face, Tony couldn't help but purse his lips, though he didn't say anything. Even he had to admit Jiang Bai was indeed good-looking. But when he heard the voice recording, a wave of familiarity washed over Tony, as if he'd heard it somewhere before. When he turned to ask Ethan beside him, Ethan, after a moment's recollection, immediately remembered the silver suit of armor that had saved his life back in Afghanistan. Suddenly, everything clicked for Tony. He broke into a mischievous grin as he stared at the information Jarvis had just displayed. On the other side, Jiang Bai had no idea Tony had already figured out that he was the one who'd gone to Afghanistan to save him. Right now, Jiang Bai was poring over the files of Peter Parker, May Parker, Norman Osborn, Harry Osborn, Kurt Connors, Otto Octavius, and Max Dillon. In other words, Spider-Man, Spider-Man's aunt, the Green Goblin, the Hobgoblin, the Lizard, Dr. Octopus, and Electro. Using his intelligence system to collect and search through the information, Jiang Bai noted that Norman Osborn seemed to be researching his own family's genetic disorder. Meanwhile, Kurt Connors was conducting biological experiments in a lab under Osborn's company. Norman Osborn hadn't turned evil yet, likely because Peter Parker hadn't been bitten by the spider. This world, after all, included Gwen Stacy, the real name of Spider-Woman. He couldn't help but wonder, in this world, would Spider-Man be male or female? If it was Spider-Woman, could Peter end up becoming the Lizard instead? After carefully reviewing everyone's files, Jiang Bai was actually preparing to intervene in the events that would happen along these timelines. For example, the Lizard and Electro. If he could get the Lizard to work for him, perhaps he could make good use of his talents. As for Electro, someone who could be deeply moved by the smallest bit of kindness, winning him over shouldn't be too difficult. There was also William Baker, the Sandman. His bank and armored car robberies after becoming Sandman seemed to be for his daughter's medical expenses. If Jiang Bai could help him with the money after he became Sandman, there was a good chance he could win him over, but only after the transformation. Grey Wolf. The item you requested is finished. A perfect defense and attack system. Once activated, it will constantly scan the entire estate. If any unknown intruder enters, it will automatically send an alert to the main system. If a confirmed threat is detected, the laser weapons will activate and engage the intruder. It can also connect to 4 mini-missile launchers, and you can enable the energy shield as well. Grey Wolf. Every part of the manor is protected by an energy defense shield, especially the villa itself. There's also a separate shield that covers the entire estate. On top of that, you'll get a high-speed invisible shuttle, which you can use to escape in critical moments. It even has short-range spatial jump capability. There are some special functions too. You'll discover them as you install the system. Jiang Bai. Impressive. This system is exactly what I was looking for. Thank you. Let's make the deal. Grey Wolf. Deal. So Jiang Bai traded 5 plump sheep, a whole roasted lamb, an assortment of seafood, and various canned meats in exchange. He also included gifts he had prepared for Little Grey and Red Wolf, handing everything over to Grey Wolf. Once both parties agreed, a comprehensive attack and defense system appeared in Jiang Bai's system inventory. Right in front of Grey Wolf, 5 plump sheep and a whole roasted lamb appeared, along with piles of seafood and meat packaged in all sorts of containers. There was also a mountain of exquisite children's toys, cosmetics, and perfumes. Grey Wolf was overjoyed and dashed off to find Red Wolf in the bedroom. Honey, I traded with that person again. He sent lots of gifts for you and Little Grey. Come and see. What? Gifts for me and Little Grey? Out of the way, quick. Red Wolf. who was playing with Little Gray in the bedroom, sprang to her feet the moment she heard Gray Wolf shout. She scooped up Little Gray, rushed out of the room, and pulled Gray Wolf aside. The moment she stepped out, she saw 5 lively sheep trotting around, heaps of seafood, and a pile of toys and sparkling trinkets nearby. Without hesitation, Red Wolf tore open the packaging and handed a toy to Little Gray. She picked up the cosmetics, examining each one with delight. The perfume in a transparent pink bottle especially caught her fancy. It was love at first sight. She hummed a cheerful tune as she explored her new treasures. Seeing Red Wolf's happiness, Gray Wolf couldn't help but smile. He got up and herded the sheep into the kitchen, bringing the roasted lamb and seafood along. The canned goods he neatly stacked in the cupboard overhead. Meanwhile, after the trade, Jiangbai noticed that Gray Wolf's friendliness toward him had grown considerably. Clearly, his approach was working. If he wanted to win Gray Wolf's favor, he needed to start with Red Wolf and Little Gray. He took the silvery magnetic battle armor from his system inventory and, following the manual provided by Gray Wolf, began installing the system throughout the manor. With the intelligent system inside the battle armor assisting him, the installation was soon complete. Beyond what Gray Wolf described, the system could also project holograms across the entire manor, creating illusions to deceive intruders. The laser weapons that Gray Wolf had invented were astonishingly powerful. At maximum output, they could obliterate an entire village in an instant. There are 4 of these laser weapons installed as part of the entire system, and the setup is assisted by a simple artificial intelligence. Communication with the AI can be done through a watch invented by Gray Wolf, and the AI also uses the watch to relay information. Uncle Martin, Wanda, Pietro, Lorna, our manor is now equipped with a weapons defense system. From now on, you must wear this kind of watch. Otherwise, without my permission, if you enter the manor, the laser weapons will target you instantly. Go ahead and put them on. Wow, that's amazing. Laser weapons. Did you invent this? That's so cool. No, it wasn't me. It was the work of a great inventor from the green grasslands. After handing the 4 watches to Martin, Wanda, and the others, he took the opportunity to explain some of the weapon placements and defensive measures around the manor. At the same time, he used his own watch to transfer part of the system's permissions to Martin. If anything unexpected happened, Martin could activate the weapon's defense system himself. Pietro, clearly excited, fiddled with the watch and looked at Jiangbai with curiosity, asking if he was the mastermind behind the invention. Jiangbai just smiled, choosing not to mention Gray Wolf, and simply said it was the work of a legendary inventor from the green grasslands. Then he began checking various aspects of the defense system. Wanda, Pietro, and Lorna were soon taken upstairs by Martin, leaving Jiangbai alone in the house, continuing to gather information on the people he knew well. But just then, alert! Unknown intruder detected entering high above the manor. The intruder is descending. Should weapons be deployed to destroy the target? Bring up the camera feed first. Why is he here? Stand down. No need to attack. The artificial intelligence promptly sent Jiangbai an alert, informing him that an unidentified intruder was descending above the manor. Jiangbai, puzzled by this, refrained from ordering an immediate attack and instead asked the AI to display the camera footage. Even if the visitor turned out to be hostile, Jiangbai could activate the laser weapons at any moment. With 4 laser units covering the manor, there was no blind spot. Anyone who entered wouldn't escape their reach. This gave Jiangbai peace of mind. Besides, he still had his magnetic armor on. When the AI brought up the video feed, Jiangbai instantly recognized the red and gold humanoid armor. It was Tony Stark. He was surprised to see Tony appear at his door. Since Tony had come, it probably meant that the incident in Afghanistan, where Jiangbai had saved him, was no longer secret. With that thought, Jiangbai got up and headed outside the villa. Tony Stark, piloting his suit, also approached, landing right in front of Jiangbai and lifting his faceplate. I didn't expect you to be just a little brat. Still, I found you in the end, didn't I? Smelly old man. What are you trying to say? I'm actually quite curious how you managed to track me down. I don't think I left any clues. Well, it was your voice, of course. But mainly, it was your bizarre buying and selling of Stark Industries stock that caught my attention. Once I got your voice sample, I realized you were the one who saved me back in Afghanistan. I see. So what now? Did you come all this way just to show off your big toy? What? Big toy? Are you kidding me? My Iron Man suit isn't any worse than yours. Buffed, come back and say that when you figured out how to make your suit immune to magnets. The first thing Tony said after lifting his faceplate made Jiangbai want to punch him right then and there. He finally got to experience Tony's legendary sharp tongue in person. Jiangbai shot back without hesitation, but couldn't help being curious about how Tony had tracked him down. When he discovered it was because of his stock market moves, he felt a bit helpless. There was nothing he could do. He needed that money, or he'd have no other source of income. Besides, this windfall would probably be even bigger than the last one. Although he was a little frustrated about exposing himself, there was no other choice. Jiangbai stared at Tony with open curiosity, one eyebrow raised as he glanced at the suit with clear disdain, outright calling it a big toy. Hearing that, Tony's composure cracked, and he couldn't help but raise his voice to defend his armor. But Jiangbai's last remark left Tony speechless. After all, his suit really wasn't immune to magnets. Remembering how Jiangbai had used magnetism before, Tony turned away in annoyance, refusing to look at him. Well, since you're already here, come on in and have a seat. I don't have any good liquor, but you can make do. Or not. Suit yourself. I'm not that picky. By the way, how did you find me? Do you know something about my kidnapping? Tell me, and I'll owe you one. It was just a bit of tech, that's all. I know a little. But honestly, you must have guessed by now. It was Obadiah Stane. He bribed the terrorists in Afghanistan to have you killed. Don't look at me like that. From the very beginning, he wanted you dead in Afghanistan. The terrorists only kept you alive so you'd build them missiles, which is how you managed to survive long enough to create your suit. I still can't believe it was him. He's my only family. Money makes people do terrible things. If you died, all of Stark Industries would be his. He'd have endless wealth and countless connections with the U.S. military and government. There's even evidence on his computer. With your skills, getting it shouldn't be too much trouble. Understand, thank you. I owe you 4 favors now. Here's my number. Call me if you ever need anything. Let's meet again next time. Watching Tony's prideful expression, Jiangbai could only smile helplessly, then led Tony into his own living room. He poured Tony a glass of ordinary liquor, joking as he did so. Tony rolled his eyes at Jiangbai, picked up the glass, and started drinking, before turning to ask about his own kidnapping and the identity of the mastermind. Offering yet another favor as a bargaining chip, Tony pressed for answers. Jiangbai smiled and went straight to the point, naming the person Tony already suspected. He plainly revealed that Obadiah was the culprit, the one who had bribed Afghan terrorists to have Tony killed. Hearing this from Jiangbai's own mouth, Tony's hand trembled as he held his glass. Tony had always regarded Obadiah as family, yet now realized the man wanted him dead. Witnessing Tony's distress, Jiangbai sighed with emotion and spoke to him sincerely. After sitting on the sofa in silence for a while to regain his composure, Tony stood up, left his own number behind, and walked out. The moment he left the villa, Tony activated his suit and soared into the sky, rocketing back home in no time at all. Once there, he shed the armor and walked into the living room, just in time to see Insun watching news of their homeland under attack by terrorists. Insun's entire body was visibly trembling with emotion as he watched the devastating broadcast. Let's go. We're going to destroy them. Without hesitation, Tony spoke to Insun. Together, they descended into the underground workshop. With help from the mechanical arms, Tony once again donned the red and gold Iron Man suit. Insun, too, put on a suit of steel gray armor. Thanks to Jarvis's assistance, controlling the suit was not difficult, and Insun quickly became accustomed to it. The two of them blasted into the sky, racing toward Insun's hometown, Gulmira. The armored duo accelerated through the air, swiftly reaching their destination. Guided by Jarvis and Stark Industries satellites, it didn't take long to pinpoint the terrorist location. A thunderous boom echoed. Another explosion followed. After 2 deafening blasts, Tony and Insun landed in the middle of a small town clad in their iron suits. All around them, townspeople were fleeing in terror, while armed terrorists prowled the streets. Some of the terrorists were even separating the men from the women, and if any men dared to resist, the terrorists fired without hesitation, gunning them down on the spot. Witnessing this brutality, Insun and Tony immediately launched their assault, their armored fists sending the nearest terrorist flying. The suit's power was immense, and the terrorist, after crashing into a wall, coughed up blood and slumped to the ground, immobilized by pain. But Tony and Insun weren't about to show any mercy. With a slight lift of their palms, the reactors in their hands began to glow. In the next instant, they fired an energy blast that obliterated a terrorist's head in a flash. Don't move. One more step, and I'll kill them. What should we do, Tony? Just leave the navigation to me. At that moment, a terrorist, surrounded by his men and holding hostages, shouted at Ethan and Tony. Seeing the large number of hostages in the enemy's grip, Ethan anxiously turned to Tony for advice. After all, his own suit was only equipped with a repulsor and a flight mode, lacking any other weapons. A sharp series of beeps pierced the tension, followed by a thunderous explosion. Right beside him, Tony, operating from inside his suit, switched to target lock mode, pinpointing every terrorist's head. Without hesitation, he unleashed a volley of mini-rocket rounds. In the blink of an eye, every single terrorist was struck down by Tony's weapons, leaving not a single hostage harmed. With the hostages safe, Ethan and Tony made their way to the outskirts of the town to confront the remaining terrorists. But outside, the enemy's firepower was fierce. Several machine guns unleashed a relentless hail of bullets at them. Protected by their armor, neither Tony nor Ethan was truly hurt, but closing the distance proved difficult. Complicating matters, a few terrorists had armed themselves with rocket launchers, firing volley after volley in their direction. Forced to take cover behind rubble, Tony and Ethan waited for the right moment rather than risking a direct hit. As soon as an opening appeared, Tony immediately activated his flight mode, soaring straight toward the enemy. With a single repulsor blast, he took down one terrorist, then spun around and floored another with a powerful punch. Spotting a third, trying to make a run for it, Tony finished him with another repulsor shot. The rest of the terrorists were swiftly dealt with by Ethan, who had just arrived. Once Jarvis's scans confirmed the entire town was clear of hostiles, the two prepared to move on. Taking to the skies, they set out for other regions to root out more terrorists. But right as they lifted off, Tony was struck by an artillery shell and sent hurtling through the air, crashing down amidst the ruins of a collapsed building. The impact sent him flying more than a dozen meters, leaving Ethan startled and alarmed. Tony, are you all right? Are you hurt? I'm fine. The suit took a bit of damage, that's all. Leave this to me. Ethan breathed a sigh of relief at Tony's response. Gritting his teeth, Tony glared at the tank that had just fired at him. He got his feet and marched straight toward it. Inside the tank, the gunner spotted Tony and frantically adjusted the barrel, trying to line up a shot. A tremendous boom echoed across the field. Tony raised his right arm, aimed at the tank, and in a flash, a mini-missile deployed from his gauntlet. Before the tank could lock onto him, Tony fired. A split second later, an earth-shattering explosion tore through the air. The tank was obliterated by Tony's missile. Switching back to flight mode, Tony joined Ethan as they headed off to eliminate more terrorists. Wherever they encountered enemies, they destroyed them, even after every single weapon on Tony's suit had been depleted. When nothing else remained, they relied solely on the repulsors built into Tony's palms. In just one day, the two of them wiped out more than 20 terrorist strongholds. 10,000 words a day, you can catch up. Keep urging for more updates. Thank you. They had nearly wiped out most of the terrorist strongholds within Gemera, mainly because Gemera's territory wasn't particularly vast. That's why Tony and Ethan managed to destroy almost every terrorist base in the country. Otherwise, even with their iron suits, it would have taken a lot more effort. After dealing with the terrorists in Gemera, Tony and Ethan switched to flight mode and set out toward New York in the United States. With Jarvis providing navigational assistance, the two only needed to fly at full speed toward their destination. Just as they were crossing into U.S. airspace. At the U.S. Air Force headquarters, Rhodes received a report from his subordinate. Two unidentified flying objects were entering the country at incredible speed. Hearing this, Rhodes rushed into the command room, eyes fixed on the two markers blinking on the radar. He immediately prepared to scramble fighter jets to intercept. But then, he suddenly remembered how secretive Tony had been lately, tinkering with something at home. Rhodes decided to call Tony first and check. Hold on a second, let me make a call. Yes, Lieutenant Colonel. After instructing the nearby soldiers to hold off on launching the jets, Rhodes stepped outside the command room, pulled out his phone, and dialed Tony's number. Meanwhile, high in the sky, Jarvis alerted Tony. Rhodes was calling. Hey, what's up, man? Listen, Tony, Air Force Command has detected two unidentified flying objects entering U.S. airspace. If that's one of your giant toys, you'd better tell me now. Otherwise, fighters are about to scramble and intercept. No, not at all. I've been home the whole time. Then what's going on over there? Why is it so loud on your end? Where are you? What's happening? I'm behind my house at the villa. That's just the ocean breeze, you know? My place is by the sea, so it's totally normal to hear the wind. All right, man, gotta go. Seeing Rhodes call, Tony hesitated for a moment before picking up. With a tone full of uncertainty, he responded, while Rhodes wasted no time, bluntly telling Tony about the two unidentified objects and directly asking if they were some new toys of his. If they were, Tony needed to say so immediately. Otherwise, the fighter jets would be launched and those things would be shot down without hesitation. Hearing Rhodes mention unidentified flying objects, Tony's heart skipped a beat. He thought about it for a moment, then firmly denied that they were his. Although Rhodey was his close friend, Tony didn't mind if Rhodey knew about his Iron Man suit. However, since Rhodey was currently at the Air Force Base, Tony decided not to tell him for now, in order to avoid drawing the military's attention and the trouble that would inevitably follow. Inside the Air Force Base, Rhodey finally breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that the mysterious object wasn't Tony's doing. Still, when he heard Tony's voice distorted by heavy static and roaring winds, Rhodey asked in confusion where Tony actually was. Tony could only come up with a random excuse to brush him off. After hanging up, Tony immediately told Jarvis to urge Insan to hurry up. Rhodey, left staring at the abruptly ended call, could only give a helpless smile before heading into the command center. There, he watched on the radar as two unidentified flying objects rapidly entered the country's airspace. Turning to a nearby soldier, he gave the order. Send up 2 fighter jets to check out what those things are. If they pose any threat, you have permission to engage. Yes, Lieutenant Colonel. At Rhodey's command, the hangar doors at the Air Force Base slowly opened, revealing the sleek black fighter jets inside. In no time, the pilots guided the jets out of the hangar. After coordinating with the control tower, both jets quickly moved into position on the runway. The pilots accelerated, and with a roar, the black fighters thundered down the runway and soared into the sky, heading straight toward Tony and Insan's location. At their current speed, they would reach the target's rear in no time. Watching from the command center as the 2 fighters drew ever closer to the unidentified objects, Rhodey felt a growing sense of urgency. If those objects turned out to be probes sent by another country, and he failed to intercept them, he could very well find himself facing a military tribunal. Oh crap, how did they get here so fast? Insan, we've got to speed up, or those jets will catch us in no time. Are you sure you don't want to contact the military and explain? Aside from the repulsor, we've got no weapons left. Those jets will outgun and outrun us in a heartbeat. No way. If the military finds out I have the Iron Man suit, that'll be real trouble. All right, if you say so. Thanks to Jarvis, who tapped into Stark Industries satellites, Tony learned that the 2 jets were closing in at an alarming rate. They were almost right behind him, and Insan, muttering a curse, he told Insan to accelerate again and updated him on the fighter's pursuit. Insan, however, doubted they could stand a chance against military aircraft. After all, they'd used up all their weapons back in Golmira, and the suit's flight speed was no match for fighter jets. He urged Tony to contact the military and explain, hoping to avoid an even worse situation down the line. As soon as he heard Ethan's suggestion, Tony immediately dismissed it. He understood all too well the formidable power of the Iron Man suit. If the military ever found out about it, they'd stop at nothing to get their hands on it. There was no way he could let the military know. His only option was to evade the fighter jets on his own. Tony was already prepared to call Jiangbai for help at any moment. The last thing he wanted was to be shot down by a fighter jet. If things became truly desperate, he would have no choice but to call Jiangbai for rescue. With Jiangbai's suit, those 2 fighter jets should pose no problem at all. We've spotted those 2 unidentified flying objects. They kind of look like people. What? People? Are you kidding me? Yes, actual people, but it looks like they're wearing something. Hey, damn, where did they go? The fighter jet pilots closest to Tony and Ethan had caught sight of a silver suit of armor and a red and gold one, and immediately reported their discovery to the base command center. Hearing their description, Rhodey couldn't believe his ears and questioned them in disbelief. But the very next moment, the pilots realized both human-like flying figures had vanished from sight. They immediately began searching for any trace of the 2 figures. Just moments before, when Tony and Ethan had spotted the fighter jets, they both instantly dropped their speed, swooping beneath the jets and using the mechanical grip of their suits to latch tightly onto the undersides of the planes. The jets twisted and turned through the air, but even their onboard radars failed to detect the location of the 2 figures. The pilots were left baffled, until, out of the corner of his eye, one spotted a figure clinging to the underside of the other jet. Hey, Jim, he's under your jet. Shake him off. Oh, hell, there's one under your plane, too. That's why we couldn't find them. With a deafening roar, the fighter jets, having finally spotted Tony and Ethan, accelerated and spun through the sky, flinging them from their hiding spots. With no other choice, Tony and Ethan activated the flight mode on their suits and sped away. But the fighter jets weren't about to let them escape so easily. In no time, they caught up to Tony and Ethan once more. This time, as soon as the pilots had them in sight, machine guns emerged from beneath the jets, and both aircraft unleashed a hail of bullets at their armored targets. The machine guns mounted on military jets were in a completely different league from those used by the Gemera terrorists. Within moments, dents appeared on the surface of Tony and Ethan's suits where the bullet struck. Realizing how dire the situation was, the 2 could only rely on the agility of their armor to dodge the relentless attack from the fighter jets. Each of them took on a fighter jet, using the agility of their suits to quickly make themselves impossible targets. The jets simply couldn't land a shot. But in the next instant, Tony and Ethan were struck by terror. The fighter jets fired 2 missiles each directly at them. With 2 missiles locked onto each of them, Tony and Ethan had no choice but to dive downward. Assisted by Jarvis's calculations, they began searching for opportunities to blast the 4 missiles out of the sky. But with only their repulsors at hand, hitting fast-moving missiles was no easy feat, even with Jarvis able to predict the missile trajectories. The speed of flight and the wind made the suits hard to control. Even with Jarvis's targeting assistance, landing a hit on the missiles was nearly impossible. Worse still, the missiles were homing in from right behind them. If they turned to fire their repulsors, they'd be struck instantly. So, Tony and Ethan had to rely on nimble, unpredictable maneuvers, constantly changing direction to evade the relentless pursuit of the 4 missiles. Then Tony spotted a massive canyon up ahead. An idea sparked in his mind. He lured the missiles after him, accelerating toward the canyon wall at full speed. At the last possible moment, just before crashing, he pulled up with all his might, barely managing to change direction, but still clipped a boulder. Fortunately, the suit absorbed the impact, sparing him any harm. The missiles chasing Tony, however, smashed straight into the canyon wall and exploded. Boom! Boom! With the missiles on his tail dealt with, Tony turned his attention to helping Ethan. But a moment later, he was attacked by another fighter jet, forcing him to dodge and weave while keeping an eye on Ethan's position. Still, Ethan wasn't just anyone. He had multiple PhDs to his name. He quickly devised a solution. Up ahead in the canyon, there was a narrow gap just wide enough for the Iron Man's suit to squeeze through. The missiles, even with tracking systems, couldn't possibly navigate such a tight space. Realizing this, Ethan sped up, aiming straight for the gap. Guided by Jarvis's calculations, he shot through the crevice without so much as grazing the canyon walls. The missiles in hot pursuit weren't so lucky. They slammed into the rock, detonating with a thunderous explosion. The blast ripped apart the canyon walls, sending torrents of earth and stone cascading down. Boom! Boom! While Ethan dealt with his missiles, Tony was locked in a fierce dogfight with the 2 fighter jets, dodging and darting through the air to evade their attacks. Suddenly, one fighter clipped him with its wing, sending him tumbling backwards through the sky. Thanks to the suit, Tony was unharmed and quickly stabilized himself using the flight controls. The fighter jet, however, was not so fortunate. Tony's impact had destroyed the engine near its wing. The crippled jet lost control and began spiraling toward the ground. Tony didn't seem particularly concerned about the situation. Instead, he spent a good while observing and was puzzled. Why hadn't the pilot ejected and opened his parachute yet? If he waited any longer, he'd be in grave danger. Even the other fighter pilot sounded frantic as he called out to his comrade. "Jim, get out of there, eject now. What's going on? Why aren't you opening your parachute?" "I can't, I'm stuck. The parachute's jammed." "Damn it, Walter. How could this happen?" No. After the other fighter pilot radioed his companion, the troubled pilot eventually managed to eject from his jet, but his parachute still didn't open. From their conversation, it was clear the parachute had malfunctioned. Back at the Air Force Base, in the command center, Rhodey's face was twisted in fury. He'd never imagined that, at such a critical moment, the parachute would fail. Now, in his frustration, he was cursing out the entire inspection department and their ancestors. If the parachute couldn't open, he was about to lose not just an elite pilot, but also a valuable Air Force asset. Tony quickly realized something was wrong. Without hesitation, he maneuvered his suit into a steep dive toward the falling pilot, accelerating as he went. He reached the pilot just in time, tore the stuck parachute free, and saved the man's life. Without missing a beat, Tony switched into flight mode and sped off in the direction of Ethan. Knowing that more fighter jets might come after him if he didn't act fast, Tony had no choice but to call Rhodey. "All right, Rhodey, that was me out there. Please, don't send any more jets." "What? That was you?" "Yeah, I was the one your jets were chasing." "Look, I'll explain everything later, but right now, get someone out there to rescue that pilot." "Are you kidding me? Do you realize we just lost one of our most advanced jets and almost lost the top pilot? Because of you. Tony, you better believe I'm coming after you for this." Once Rhodey picked up, Tony laid out the truth. The moment Rhodey realized the jets had been chasing Tony, he broke into a cold sweat and lashed out in frustration. But for now, he had to deal with the immediate crisis. He'd settle the score with Tony later. Fortunately, the pilot escaped without injury, and only the jet was lost. That was the best possible outcome. If Tony had been hurt, Rhodey knew for certain that every general and senator with ties to Tony would have his head. After hearing back from Rhodey, Tony got in touch with Ethan. The two of them accelerated, heading straight for New York. Tony had faith Rhodey would handle everything from here. "All right, stand down. I'll take responsibility for this. Get a helicopter out there and bring that pilot back." "Yes, Lieutenant Colonel." After hanging up on Tony, Rhodey began issuing orders, telling everyone not to pursue. He would take full responsibility for everything. He instructed that a helicopter be dispatched to the scene to retrieve the fighter pilot, and started preparing a report for his superiors. This incident was not going to blow over so easily. Even as a lieutenant colonel, he wasn't the top authority at the entire airbase. It seemed he'd have to reach out to Tony and call in a few favors. Besides, his curiosity was piqued by that humanoid flying object. How could it possibly bring down one of the most advanced fighter jets? It looked like he'd have to pay Tony a visit. With no more fighter jets in pursuit, Tony and Insun quickly made their way back to Tony's villa. Once in the underground workshop, they headed over to the robotic arms to remove the suits. But the numerous bullet holes and scuffs had jammed several internal mechanisms, making it impossible to get the armor off smoothly. The robotic arms failed to help Tony and Insun remove their suits, and the awkward maneuvering left both men wincing in pain. At that moment, Pepper came downstairs from the first floor, only to be greeted by the sight of Tony and Insun clad in battle-worn armor, riddled with bullet holes. "Hey, what on earth are you two doing? Are those bullet holes?" "No. Tony, what have you gotten yourselves into?" "Bullet holes. This is way too dangerous." Pepper, let me explain. There are some things I have to do. I promise you, nothing will happen to me." "No, I can't take this. What if something does happen to you one day?" "I can't do this. I quit. This is terrifying. Do you realize that? If anything goes wrong, you could die." All right. Pepper, listen to me. Someone at Stark Industries has been secretly selling weapons. What I'm doing is trying to destroy those weapons. I already have a suspect, and I need your help. Will you help me?" "You? Fine. I'll help you. Thank you. All you need to do is plug this flash drive into Stain's computer. It'll automatically download the files from his system. Please, you're the only one I can trust with this." "What? Obadiah? This all right?" The moment Pepper entered the underground workshop, she was confronted by the sight of Tony and Insun in their battered suits, bullet holes scattered across the metal. In disbelief, she shouted at Tony. Seeing her reaction, Tony could only speak gently, explaining everything. How someone inside Stark Industries was illicitly selling arms and how he needed to destroy the weapons. He told her that he already had someone in mind as the culprit and asked for her help. Moved by Tony's sincerity, Pepper finally nodded and agreed to help him. Tony then walked over to his workbench, took out a special USB drive, and handed it to Pepper. He confided in her about whom he suspected. The moment she heard it was Obadiah, Pepper was visibly shocked, but after a moment's pause, she nodded and left with a USB drive, ready to head to the company and help Tony retrieve information from Obadiah's computer. The reason Tony asked Pepper to go was because if he went to the company himself, Obadiah would likely get suspicious and hide the incriminating data. But with Pepper, it wouldn't raise any alarms. Even though Tony had been ousted from the board, Pepper, as his assistant, still had every reason to be in the office. Entrusting this task to Pepper would draw far less attention. Tony had considered having Jarvis hack into Obadiah's computer, but ever since Tony returned, Obadiah's computer had been kept offline. With no network access, Jarvis couldn't break in. So the only way was to use the USB drive, plug it directly in, let its internal virus program infiltrate Obadiah's computer, and download his secret files and data from within. After Pepper left, Tony and Insun were left to dismantle the Iron Man suit by hand. They spent the whole night working on it before finally taking the suit apart. Then, they started repairing both sets of Iron Man armor. Only after a long, exhausting day did the two of them finally head back to their rooms to rest. By midday, inside Stark Industries' tower, Pepper, clutching her bag a little nervously, made her way toward Obadiah's office. According to her observations, Obadiah hadn't arrived at the company yet. This was her only window to slip into his office and steal the files Tony needed. Once inside Obadiah's office, Pepper walked straight to the computer and plugged in Tony's USB drive. The virus program launched immediately, beginning its silent infiltration. In a matter of moments, all of Obadiah's private files were cracked open, and the downloads began. But as Pepper glanced through the files and documents, her composure wavered. These were records of Obadiah's secret arms deals with terrorists. There was even a video of Tony's kidnapping in Afghanistan. As she pieced it all together, Pepper realized it was Obadiah who had leaked Tony's route to the military in Afghanistan. A surge of anger welled up inside her, but she knew she couldn't take on Obadiah alone. She had to get this evidence to Tony as quickly as possible. Just as the download reached 80%, Obadiah suddenly appeared in the doorway of his office. "Hey, Pepper, I didn't expect to find you here. Actually, we should have a talk." "Yes, of course. I'd be happy to," Pepper replied, trying to keep her voice steady. As Tony's assistant, you really should try to persuade him more, like getting him to use his research results to drive Stark Industries forward. I can't just kick him off the board, but this time he's been far too reckless. If I don't take action, the other board members will never let this go. All right, I'll try to talk to him. Honestly, his sudden announcement about shutting down the weapons division caught everyone off guard. It's no wonder the board is upset. Thank you for always supporting Tony. I promise I'll do my best to reason with him. Yes, after all, I'm his uncle. Why would I want to harm him? Everything I do is to protect him. If he can present a promising research project, something with real potential, I'll propose to the board that we restore him as the CEO of Stark Industries. For example, that miniature reactor in his chest. That's an impressive energy source. If we could leverage that technology to enter the energy market, Stark Industries could reach new heights. Do your best to talk to him. No matter what, he shouldn't make an enemy out of the beautiful Franklin. Of course, I'll do everything I can to persuade him, but I can't guarantee the outcome. Okay, Tony is still waiting for me. I'd better get going. When Obadiah burst in unexpectedly, Pepper's heart skipped a beat. There's some water ahead. Just ignore it for now. Putting on a calm front, Pepper faced Obadiah. Since this office originally belonged to Tony, Obadiah wasn't surprised to see her there. With a polite smile, he began making conversation, his main goal being to nudge Pepper into convincing Tony to present new research or inventions. Now that Pepper knew Obadiah's true nature, she felt a wave of disgust, but kept her composure and spoke to him with apparent calm, assuring him she would talk to Tony. Obadiah, noticing her response, brought up the board, insisting that kicking Tony out wasn't his idea. He explained that Tony's sudden decision to shut down the weapons division had angered the board, leaving him no choice but to remove Tony. He insisted it was all to protect Tony, but his real motive soon surfaced. He wanted Tony's miniature reactor technology. He went on to describe a glowing future for Stark Industries, but Pepper, no fool, quickly picked up on his real intentions. Still, she played along, all the while keeping an eye on the progress bar as files downloaded from the USB drive on her computer. When Obadiah approached her desk, she swiftly switched the screen back to the homepage. Obadiah glanced at her monitor, satisfied, before continuing the conversation, while Pepper maintained her serious facade. The moment the progress bar hit 100%, she quietly removed the USB drive. After standing up and giving Obadiah a perfunctory reply, she left without another word. As soon as she stepped out of Obadiah's office, Pepper broke into a run. She quickly notified Happy to pick her up at the front entrance of the building, then took the elevator down to the first floor as fast as she could. Damn it, that witch. Pack up. We're leaving now. After Pepper left, Obadiah rushed to his computer. He clicked the mouse absent-mindedly, only to see a notification pop up. His hidden files had all been downloaded successfully. Now he knew exactly what Pepper had been up to just moments before. Cursing under his breath, he ordered his men to catch her. But it was already too late. Even if she didn't have Tony's clearance, Stark Industries was so vast that finding Pepper would be no easy task. So, without wasting any more time, Obadiah ordered his entire team to withdraw. He hadn't expected Tony to uncover his plan so quickly. Though Tony had been ousted from the board, he still held 45% of Stark Industries shares. Within the Stark Industries building, his authority was nearly as great as the CEO's. That was precisely how Pepper had been able to access Obadiah's office with her clearance. As Obadiah made his retreat, he shot a venomous glare at the departing Rolls-Royce. He knew at a glance that it was Tony's personal car. At that moment, he burned with the urge to strike back, but remembered that his ironmonger suit wasn't ready yet. Gritting his teeth, he left with his men. As long as he could use the suit to kill Tony, Stark Industries would be his sooner or later. With that thought, he climbed into his luxury car and sped toward a Stark Industries factory in New York. Meanwhile, inside the Rolls-Royce, Pepper immediately urged Happy to take her Tony. She clutched the USB drive that held all the evidence of Obadiah's crimes, as if her life depended on it. Seeing how anxious she was, Happy stepped on the gas, and the Rolls-Royce surged forward, racing toward Tony's villa. Tony, Obadiah was the one who had you attacked. He's also the one secretly selling Stark Industries weapons and arms. All right, I understand. Take a breather. I'll handle this. When Pepper arrived at Tony's villa, she handed him the USB drive, explaining that everything had been orchestrated by Obadiah. Taking the drive, Tony listened to her in silence, his expression darkening. He headed straight to his underground workshop with the evidence in hand. Plugging the drive into the computer, he began reviewing its contents. There was a video of himself, filmed after being kidnapped by terrorists in Afghanistan, along with a file detailing a transaction with the terrorists. Tony's emotions churned, shame, anger, betrayal, all at once. Sir, Obadiah Stane has left Stark Tower. His whereabouts are unknown. I know. Turn all this evidence over to the authorities and reclaim all his shares in Stark Industries. Yes, sir. When he learned that Obadiah had left Stark Tower, he immediately understood that Obadiah must have discovered Pepper downloading files from his computer. Realizing that his actions had been exposed, Obadiah would never just sit and wait to be caught. Unsure of where Obadiah might go, he decided to reclaim control over Stark Industries first. Today, the former CEO of Stark Industries, Tony Stark, submitted evidence of Obadiah Stane's crimes to the police and the government. The evidence includes information on how Obadiah leaked Tony Stark's travel route to Afghanistan and his dealings with the military, which led to Tony Stark being ambushed by terrorists. There's also proof that Obadiah secretly sold Stark Industries weapons and arms to terrorist organizations around the world. Obadiah Stane's whereabouts are currently unknown, but the New York police have already issued a warrant for his arrest. At the same time, Tony Stark has regained control over Stark Industries. With Obadiah Stane's shares added to his own, Tony Stark now holds the largest stake in the company, leaving the board powerless to take any action against him. Inside Jiang Bai's manor, he sat on the sofa in black and white striped pajamas, watching the news unfold on the television screen. The headlines were all about Tony retaking control of Stark Industries and Obadiah's escape, which had caught Jiang Bai by surprise. It seems that my presence really has changed the timeline. Tony discovered Obadiah's true colors much earlier and managed to reclaim control of Stark Industries. Even Obadiah has gone on the run. The only thing I don't know is whether he's still working on the Ironmonger suit. Muttering to himself as he lounged on the sofa, Jiang Bai shook his head and let the thought drift away. He knew Obadiah was never one to give up on Stark Industries so easily. Even if he wasn't building the Ironmonger, he was certainly plotting something else. But none of that mattered to him. He was more concerned with building a laboratory under his manor, though he was a bit short on funds. If he wanted the best, $500 million probably wouldn't even cover a fraction of the cost. The thought left Jiang Bai feeling a bit troubled. At first, he considered asking Grey Wolf to build the lab for him, but the gap between Green Grassland and the Marvel Universe was just too wide, so he dismissed the idea. It seemed he'd have to call in a favor from Tony after all. Many of the high-end equipment and machines needed for the lab simply weren't available for purchase. No matter how much money you had, some things were simply out of reach without the right connections, just like in his previous life in China, where even the wealthiest people couldn't buy a top-tier lithography machine. So in the end, he'd have to use Tony's connections and ask for his help in acquiring everything he needed. Given Tony Stark's status and wealth, buying those things would be no trouble at all. Of course, that would have to wait until Tony Stark publicly announced himself as Iron Man. Otherwise, Jiang Bai simply couldn't afford them. While he could just ask Tony Stark to foot the bill, that would waste a valuable favor. So, Jiang Bai had no intention of using up a favor that way. At most, he'd just have to wait a little longer. What puzzled him, though, was when he'd finally get a second trading partner. For months had passed, and he still only had Grey Wolf. The system hadn't given him any hint on how to unlock a second trading partner, and it ignored even his direct questions. Thinking about his own physical capabilities, Jiang Bai decided it was time to talk to Grey Wolf and see if they could figure out how to make something like the Super Soldier Serum to enhance his body. As powerful as the magnetic armor was, it was still just equipment. Real strength was something you had to hold in your own hands. Jiang Bai, Grey Wolf, do you have any inventions that can enhance physical abilities? Préférablement something permanent. Grey Wolf, not at the moment, but if you want, I could try to invent one. Though it might take some time. Jiang Bai, all right, thank you. No rush, just give it a shot. After finishing his conversation with Grey Wolf, Jiang Bai's thoughts turned to Peter Parker's spider. But the timeline hadn't reached that point yet. If he remembered correctly, in an abandoned subway station, Peter Parker's father had left behind his experiment records, a formula for creating the spider serum. Jiang Bai couldn't help but feel exasperated with Peter Parker's father, Richard Parker. He had managed to develop the spider serum in Oscorp's labs, but instead of sharing it, he took the data and ran. He'd even been Norman Osborn's classmate, and he knew that Norman wanted the serum to cure his family's inherited disease. But just because Oscorp was working with the military, Richard Parker took the completed serum formula and disappeared. He even went so far as to modify the formula so that only someone with his DNA could use it, meaning only his own descendants could ever benefit from the serum. He was so worried the serum would fall into military hands and trigger future wars or invasions of other countries that he didn't stop to consider his own son's fate. He simply handed Peter Parker over to Aunt May and vanished with his wife. Jiang Bai had nothing but contempt for this kind of self-serving heroism and betrayal. Never mind the spider serum. Just leaving his own son to be raised by Aunt May, did he really think Norman Osborn wouldn't eventually figure out Peter Parker's true identity? If Norman Osborn had been just a bit more ruthless, there might never have been a Spider-Man at all. And to think, Richard Parker used another man's laboratory, enjoyed the highest privileges, and after completing his research, audaciously added his own DNA into the spider serum formula. Simply shameless. It was the height of irresponsibility, a mind completely dazzled by American individualist heroism. Even his wife died along with him during their escape. So while Jiang Bai respected Richard Parker's scientific abilities, he found the man himself utterly despicable. Meanwhile, a month slipped by. Tony Stark had now fully taken control of Stark Industries and systematically rooted out most of Obadiah's men. During this period, Obadiah himself hadn't shown up in New York, which left Jiang Bai quite puzzled. he began to wonder if the man had already left the city. Tony, on the other hand, organized a charity gala at a five-star hotel, inviting Jiangbai to attend. Though the invitation was gracious, Jiangbai had no intention of going. He'd much rather spend quality time with Wanda and Lorna. Though both girls were still young, they were irresistibly cute and beautiful, always eager to stay close to Jiangbai. He adored them in return. As for Pietro, he was thoroughly obsessed with the game console Jiangbai had bought him. Driven by his hunger for victory, he sometimes even used his powers to get an edge in his games. As a result, he was practically undefeated in every match. Soon enough, the charity gala Tony had planned began. He arrived with Pepper and Ethan at his side. Numerous executives and socialites from across New York were in attendance, some hoping to establish a connection with Tony and win his investment, others simply seeking to rub elbows with the powerful. This event wasn't just a charity gathering. It was also a golden opportunity to forge relationships across many circles. But to Tony, none of that really mattered. As the music drifted through the hall, executives and socialites led their partners into the dance floor, swaying to the rhythm. Tony's face lit up when he saw Pepper in her blue backless gown, while Pepper responded with a gentle smile. "You look wonderful tonight." "Thank you. Don't you realize today's my birthday?" "Wow, well, you can use my money to buy yourself a lovely birthday present." "Of course, I already have. I'm wearing it right now." Tony slipped an arm around Pepper's slender waist, showering her with compliments. Pepper simply smiled in response, then raised an eyebrow and reminded Tony that it was her birthday. Tony, caught off guard, quickly quipped that she was welcome to use his money to buy herself a gift. Pepper took no offense. She explained that the blue dress she wore was, in fact, purchased with Tony's money. Together, they stepped onto the dance floor and began to dance to the music. Before long, the air indoors grew stifling, and the two of them slipped out to the balcony for some fresh air. "I'm feeling a bit thirsty. How about you? Want something to drink?" Anything's fine." With that, Tony stepped into the hotel and headed for the bar, ordering 2 cocktails. What he didn't notice was a man dressed in a waiter's uniform quietly approaching Pepper from behind. The man aimed a subsonic weapon, one Tony himself had once designed, at Pepper and activated it. In an instant, Pepper was completely immobilized. The man quickly pressed a white cloth over her nose and mouth, and before long, she slumped unconscious. Without hesitation, the waiter carried her away. When Tony returned to the balcony, he found that Pepper was nowhere to be seen. He looked around in confusion, unsure what to make of Pepper's absence. Assuming she had simply left, Tony finished his drink and left with Ethan. Not far away, Cole watched Tony and Ethan with a puzzled expression. After a moment's thought, he decided to follow them. As Tony and Ethan returned to their villa, a sudden wave of subsonic energy swept over them. From the shadows emerged a figure Tony recognized all too well. Obadiah. His face was dark with malice, yet a smug grin curled at his lips. Tony and Ethan stared at him in utter disbelief. He told Tony what he had done to Pepper, threatening that once he had completely ruined her, he would toss her away in Africa. At this moment, Tony's veins were bulging with rage, but he was utterly powerless, unable to move even an inch. If looks could kill, Obadiah would have died 1,000 deaths by now. When Obadiah removed the miniature arc reactor from Tony's chest, Tony's face turned deathly pale in an instant. The next moment, Obadiah drew a pistol from his waist and, right before Tony's eyes, pulled the trigger at Eanson's head. Obadiah murdered Eanson right then and there, and Eanson collapsed lifelessly to the floor. With a sinister grin cast in Tony's direction, Obadiah left the room. Tony slumped to the ground, staring in disbelief at Eanson's corpse. Now, without the arc reactor, the shrapnel in his body began to flow toward his heart along with his blood, and he grew weaker by the second. Remembering that there was a spare arc reactor in his underground workshop, he began crawling toward it with great difficulty. At this very moment, as soon as Obadiah left, Jarvis managed to reboot and, following Tony's earlier instructions, started reaching out to Jiangbai. Tony had long ago designated Jiangbai as the person to call if he ever found himself in mortal danger. This was because after Jiangbai saved him in the past and only asked for a favor in return, Tony felt willing to pay any price to have Jiangbai's help. "Sir, I'm contacting Mr. Jiangbai now. Please hold on." "All right." Meanwhile, Jiangbai was helping Wanda and Lorna train their abilities when his phone suddenly rang. Seeing an unfamiliar number, Jiangbai was puzzled. He had no idea who could be calling, but still picked up the phone. "Hello, Mr. Jiangbai. I am Jarvis, the artificial intelligence created by Mr. Tony Stark. According to Mr. Stark's preset instructions, I am to contact you should his life be in grave danger. Please come at once to save Mr. Stark." "Understood. I'll be right there. You two keep practicing on your own. I've got something to take care of." "Okay," they both replied. After hearing it was Jarvis and realizing Tony's life was at risk, Jeongbai was startled. He ended the call and immediately decided to check things out. After saying goodbye to Wanda and Lorna, he retrieved his magnetic battle armor from the system's storage, suited up, and activated stealth mode. He then launched himself into the sky at full speed. Using the smart system's locator, he quickly found Tony Stark's villa and raced toward it at maximum velocity. Upon landing and entering the villa, the first thing he saw was Inson's lifeless body. Jeongbai paused for a moment, then disengaged his stealth shield and began searching for Tony. Mr. Jeongbai, sir is in the underground workshop. Head down to the left. Jarvis suddenly spoke up to alert Jeongbai. As Jeongbai entered the underground workshop, he caught sight of Tony lying on the ground, his face as pale as a sheet. Hurrying to Tony's side, Jeongbai turned him over and saw that his chest was bare. Nothing was there. Jeongbai's gaze shifted to the nearby Iron Man's suit, where the miniature arc reactor was mounted. Harnessing his magnetic power, Jeongbai ripped the small arc reactor from the suit and carefully placed it into Tony's chest using the same force. 20 seconds after the reactor settled into Tony's chest, color finally began to return to Tony's face, and he started to stir. With a weak cough, Tony managed, "Thank you. If it weren't for you, I'd probably be dead by now." "What happened? Where's the reactor from your chest?" "And just now I saw Inson's body. It was Obadiah. He captured Pepper, then broke into my house, stole my reactor, and killed Inson. I have to save Pepper and avenge Inson. Jarvis, find Obadiah's location." "Sir, he's in a Stark Industries facility. Surveillance shows he entered just moments ago. Also, Colonel Rhodes has arrived." "Hey, Tony, what's going on? Who's that body at the door? What happened here?" "Rhodey, there's no time to explain. Obadiah just tried to kill me. He's got Pepper. I'll explain everything later, but I have to go." Once Tony had recovered, he thanked Jeongbai and told him what Obadiah had done. He asked Jarvis if he'd found Obadiah's location. Tony hadn't stopped searching for him all month, and yet, Obadiah had managed to come right into his own home. And now he'd kidnapped Pepper and killed Inson right before Tony's eyes. Fury boiled inside Tony as he strode to the mechanical arm. With a gesture, he signaled the arm to begin suiting him up in the Iron Man armor. Meanwhile, Jarvis kept Tony updated on Obadiah's location and Rhodes' arrival. Of course, Jarvis had called Rhodes. After Jeongbai, Rhodes, Inson, Pepper, and Happy were all on Jarvis's emergency contact list. When Rhodes arrived in the underground workshop, he saw Tony suiting up in the armor and Jeongbai nearby in his own magnet-powered suit. Stunned by the sight, Rhodes blurted out his questions, bewildered. Tony explained the situation to Rhodes as quickly as he could, then launched himself skyward in flight mode, smashing through the ceiling and heading straight for the factory where Obadiah was hiding. Rhodes and Jeongbai were left staring at each other, but Jeongbai paid him no mind. Activating his invisibility shield, he vanished right before Rhodes' eyes, then rocketed out through the same hole Tony had made. He followed Tony's trail toward the factory, eager to witness the showdown. After learning Tony's destination from Jarvis, Rhodes jumped into one of Tony's luxury cars and sped out of the garage, racing after them as fast as he could. On the other side, Obadiah stepped into the factory and was greeted by the sight of the giant ironmonger suit that the engineers had built for him. He took the reactor that had been removed from Tony's chest and fitted it into the chest of the massive armor. Then, climbing inside, he began the startup sequence. Soon, the suit roared to life. At this time, Tony also arrived at the factory, only to run straight into Agent Coulson and his SHIELD team. Thanks to SHELD's intelligence, they had tracked Obadiah's location and were here to arrest him. But none of them expected a sudden appearance, a gleaming suit of red and gold armor. Just as Coulson was about to question Tony, the factory doors exploded open with a deafening crash. A colossal black mechanical suit stepped out, towering as high as a one-story building and several times the size of Tony's own armor. The moment Tony saw the familiar reactor glowing in the giant's chest, he knew at once. Obadiah was inside. "Obadiah, where's Pepper?" While little Tony is still alive, impressive, but it won't be for long. As for Pepper, you'll never see her again. Recognizing his opponent, Tony demanded to know Pepper's whereabouts. Obadiah, surprised to hear Tony's voice, hadn't expected him to survive. But with his monstrous suit, he didn't see Tony as a threat. With a hint of madness in his tone, he shouted back at Tony. Without another word, Obadiah launched his attack, swinging a fist bigger than Tony's head and sending him flying. Tony crashed hard into a wall on the far side. The impact sent cracks, spiderwebbing across the concrete, and as Tony struggled to his feet, the wall collapsed in a heap behind him. Not far off, Coulson listened to their exchange and quickly pieced together that these two were indeed Obadiah Stane and Tony Stark. Seeing both men in armored suits, he was taken aback and immediately radioed in to his boss. Nick Fury, the so-called Egghead Avenger. Director Obadiah Stane and Tony Stark have both built giant suits of armor and are fighting right now. We can't even get close. What? Armored suits? Keep recording, but stay back and observe for now. Nick Fury, back at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, was left momentarily speechless by Coulson's report. S.H.I.E.L.D. had investigated powered armor before, but they'd never cracked the energy problem. He hadn't expected Obadiah Stane and Tony Stark to actually pull it off. Still, he guessed it must have been Tony Stark who developed the technology. Obadiah simply didn't have the brains for it. As for the scientists at Stark Industries, if even S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't solve the energy issue, there was little chance anyone but Tony could have made it happen. On a distant skyscraper, Jiangbai landed gently on the rooftop. He didn't turn off his invisibility shield, keeping it activated at all times. Using his intelligence system, he watched the battle unfolding far below between Tony and Obadiah. To call it a battle was generous. It was more like Tony getting ruthlessly beaten without a chance to fight back. With a thunderous crash, Tony was sent flying by Obadiah yet again, the difference in size and power between their suits all too obvious. Tony's armor was light and agile, while Obadiah's was bulky, heavily armored, and packed with overwhelming firepower on his arms and back. Even at a distance, Obadiah's attacks showed no weakness. After being knocked away once more, Tony crashed into the roadside. Just as he tried to get up, a truck barreled into him and hurled him even further. Obadiah, indifferent to the safety of anyone nearby, followed Tony onto the street, grabbed a nearby sedan, and hurled it at him. Seeing the car coming at him, Tony grabbed hold of the front bumper. But the driver, a woman, panicked and stomped on the gas pedal. When Tony set the car down, she hit him full force, screaming wildly as she sped away, crushing him beneath the wheels. The children in the back seat shrieked in terror, their faces pale with fright. After running him over, the car sped off, leaving a clear opening for Obadiah. He seized Tony by the ankle and slammed him viciously into the pavement. The once smooth road split open, leaving a human-shaped crater. Even with the armor's protection, Tony was rattled and in pain. Obadiah wasn't finished. He smashed Tony into the ground twice more before flinging him toward a nearby building. Tony crashed into the wall, but managed to struggle to his feet. He raised his palm and fired a repulsor blast at Obadiah. The shot struck Obadiah's heavy armor, but didn't even leave a scratch. With another deafening roar, Tony launched micro-rocket from the back of his suit, sending them streaking toward Obadiah. But Obadiah didn't bother to dodge. He took the hit head-on. The armor dented slightly, but Obadiah, safe inside, remained unharmed. Seeing this, Obadiah activated the machine guns mounted on his arms, unleashing a relentless barrage at Tony. These were Stark Industries guns, packing serious firepower. Within seconds, Tony was pinned behind cover, unable to return fire. Obadiah then deployed another weapon, a small missile launched straight at Tony's position. The resulting explosion hurled Tony several meters through the air. Nearby cars were caught in the blast, and the shockwave killed several bystanders instantly. Some were crushed beneath overturned vehicles. From the rooftop, Jiangbai watched it all impassively. Not a trace of emotion crossed his face at the sight of so many deaths. Even if everyone in America were to perish, it wouldn't matter to him in the slightest. Although he felt a twinge of discomfort at the sight of the corpses and remains, he quickly brushed it aside. He had no intention of saving them. In this world, people die every day, every hour, every minute. Is he supposed to save every single one? He only cared about those connected to him. He wasn't some saint, after all. If these people died, so be it. Even Coulson beside him wasn't anxious. Why should he be? From the moment he arrived, Jiangbai had already noticed a man known for his receding hairline. Coulson, the forehead warrior. With S.H.I.E.L.D. present, there was even less reason for him to reveal himself to save strangers who had nothing to do with him. The real reason he stayed was to watch Iron Man showdown with Ironmonger. Maybe he could even score a favor from Tony. After all, in this timeline, he had nearly been killed by Ironmonger himself. In the original timeline, it was only through teaming up with Pepper to activate the large arc reactor that they managed to kill Obadiah. Now, with Pepper kidnapped by Obadiah and her whereabouts unknown, could Tony still defeat him? Besides, this Ironmonger seemed even larger than the one in the original timeline. A thunderous crash erupted. Damn it, how can he be this strong? A manic laugh echoed. Ha 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 ha. Tony, today is the day you die. At this moment, Tony's armor was already showing signs of serious damage, while Obadiah seemed barely scratched. Suddenly, Tony remembered the icing problem at high altitudes and immediately engaged flight mode, soaring straight up into the sky. Seeing Tony try to escape, Obadiah activated his own suit's flight mode and gave chase. Though Tony took off first, Obadiah's relentless acceleration quickly closed the gap. Now, both of their suits were frosting over. The arc reactor Jiangbai had given Tony was one he'd ripped directly from Inson's old suit. It wasn't the one Tony had built in that Afghan cave in the original timeline, so there was no danger of running out of power. As the two suits climbed higher, a layer of ice covered both armors, and Tony was about to be caught by Obadiah. "How did you solve the icing problem at high altitudes?" Tony suddenly asked. "What? Ah." Obadiah was bewildered by the question, but before he could react, his suit's systems and engines abruptly shut down. The massive ironmonger suit plummeted straight toward the ground, falling so fast that flames flared along the armor from the friction with the air. Watching Obadiah's suit stall and fall, Tony finally breathed a sigh of relief. Still, to be sure there were no surprises, he dove after Obadiah, determined to confirm the man's fate. Another deafening crash shook the air. With a tremendous crash, Obadiah came plummeting down beside the Stark Industries factory, smashing a deep crater into the ground. Tony landed nearby moments later, shrouded by clouds of dust and debris. He couldn't be sure if Obadiah had survived the fall, but in the very next instant, a massive steel fist sent Tony hurtling through the air. He crashed hard against the factory wall, landing right beside Coulson and his fellow agents. Seeing the situation, Coulson immediately led his team away to a safer spot, all the while shouting for his agents to keep recording every moment of the battle. After sending Tony flying, Obadiah, encased in his armored suit, slowly climbed out of the crater. The impact from the fall had left him with a head injury, and blood was streaming down his face. Yet Obadiah seemed oblivious to the pain, raising his weapon and launching a wild assault on Tony. Machine gun fire rattled across Tony's suit, riddling the armor with bullet holes. At this rate, it wouldn't take long for Obadiah to punch right through. Relying on the agility of his suit, Tony managed to dive behind cover once again, but this time Obadiah was clearly determined not to let him escape. A deafening blast tore through the air. Another missile shot out, striking Tony squarely. The explosion sent him flying over a dozen meters, ripping away the entire front layer of his armor. Even with the suit's protection, Tony suffered serious injuries, and the damage made controlling the armor increasingly difficult. Every movement became a struggle. Obadiah looked down on Tony with disdain, striding toward him as Tony fought to his feet. Realizing Tony was nearly out of the fight, Coulson and the other agents opened fire on Obadiah, though their bullets had little effect. But Nick Fury had given them an absolute order. Tony Stark must not die. The agents had no choice but to do everything possible to protect him. At that moment, two figures burst out of the factory's main entrance. It was Rhodey and Pepper. Pepper was still in her deep blue backless evening gown from earlier, now draped in a men's jacket, clearly Rhodey's. The moment Rhodey arrived, he'd begun searching for Pepper, eventually finding her deep inside the factory. After taking down several of Obadiah's men, he got her to safety. As a lieutenant colonel in the Air Force, Rhodey was no stranger to combat. Even Tony, without his armor, might not be a match for him. Watching Tony beaten to the ground by Obadiah, Pepper couldn't help but cover her mouth, her eyes brimming with concern. Rhodey, meanwhile, scanned the scene intently. He distinctly remembered seeing someone else in a suit of armor back at Tony's house, but that person was nowhere to be found here. Whatever the reason, it was clear Tony was now completely outmatched. Their only hope was to find that silver suit of armor. Only then might they be able to save Tony. The gunfire from Coulson and the others only made Obadiah even more irritated. He stopped in his tracks, raised his machine gun, and fired directly at them. As soon as they realized they were being targeted, Coulson and his team dove behind cover without hesitation. "Damn it, move!" Coulson shouted. Not far away, Tony was still struggling to control his suit, trying to force it to stand and keep fighting, but the damage was far beyond what he had imagined. The armor simply couldn't support him any longer. Exhausted, Tony collapsed to the ground, and Jarvis's report echoed in his ear. "Sir, the suit has sustained 80% damage and is no longer combat ready. Additionally, your internal organs have been compromised due to the recent attack. I recommend immediate medical attention. The best course of action is to seek Mr. Jiangbai's help. Shall I call Mr. Jiangbai for you?" "Do it." Cough. "Understood, sir." Realizing he could no longer continue the fight, Tony accepted Jarvis's advice after the brief exchange. In the next instant, Jarvis put the call through to Jiangbai. From his vantage point atop a distant high-rise, Jiangbai immediately received the call. This time, he recognized Tony's number and answered right away. "Jiangbai, come save me, or you can forget about cashing in all those favors." Tony's voice was weak but urgent. "I'll be right there," Jiangbai replied. Tony's feeble voice came through as soon as the line connected. Jiangbai answered with a promise and ended the call, then activated his suit's flight mode and launched himself toward Tony's location. Once Coulson and his team had taken cover, Obadiah ignored them, his priority now to kill Tony. He couldn't rest easy until Tony was dead. He marched his armored suit relentlessly toward Tony, and seeing this, Rhodes was filled with dread. He drew his handgun and fired at Obadiah, but Obadiah paid him no mind, determined to finish Tony first. He reached Tony, raised his machine gun, and unleashed a hail of bullets straight at Tony's head. No! Pepper's scream rang out, her voice breaking as she watched the scene unfold. Even Rhodes couldn't believe his best friend was about to die here. Coulson, too, had lost hope. Obadiah's suit was simply too powerful, and their weapons couldn't even scratch it. Tony! Ha ha ha! Obadiah laughed maniacally, his eyes wild as he kept squeezing the trigger, pouring bullets at Tony's head. But in the very next instant, Obadiah was sent flying backward. The hail of bullets from his machine gun all stopped right in front of Tony, as if an invisible barrier was blocking their path, leaving the bullets suspended in midair. Pepper, Rhodey, and Coulson were all left bewildered by what they had just witnessed. None of them could figure out how Obadiah had been sent flying backward, nor could they understand why the bullets had frozen in midair right in front of Tony, unable to move an inch closer. It was Rhodey who recovered first, quickly realizing that it must have been the silver-white armor that intervened. "I almost died, by a hair's breadth. You maniac!" Tony shouted, his voice trembling with lingering fear. "But you're fine, aren't you? Young people should toughen up a little," came the calm, almost dismissive reply. I cough. Tony sputtered, still shaken from his brush with death. When he saw that the bullets hadn't struck him, he instantly knew Jiangbai had arrived, and he couldn't help but let loose a torrent of curses in his direction. Jiangbai, however, paid Tony's words no mind, returning his outrage with a cool and biting retort. Suddenly, a gleaming figure appeared by Tony's side, a suit of armor, shining silver from head to toe, its contours sleek and beautifully curved, forged from an unknown metal. It hovered 20 centimeters above the ground, exuding a silent, overwhelming presence. Phew, finally, he showed up just in time. Rhodey exhaled, wiping cold sweat from his brow. "Do you know who that is?" Pepper asked, her face a picture of confusion. "No, I don't," Rhodey replied, shaking his head. "But I saw him in Tony's underground workshop after I went to Tony's house." Pepper still looked puzzled, but Rhodey just shrugged, recounting his earlier encounter with the mysterious figure. "No matter who you are, you're dead today," Obadiah roared. "Is that so? Why don't you try?" Jiangbai replied, his tone almost taunting. Obadiah, having just picked himself up after being hurled backward, was seething with rage. He had been so close to finishing Tony, only to have this stranger ruin everything. Without hesitation, he unleashed every weapon in his arsenal. 2 miniature missiles and a hail of machine gun fire erupted toward Jiangbai and Tony. But with a casual wave of Jiangbai's hand, all the missiles and bullets froze in the air. Then, with another flick of his wrist, they spun around and darted straight back toward Obadiah. In the next instant, one after another, the missiles and bullets struck home. A deafening explosion thundered through the room. Obadiah was blasted off his feet, and even his high-defense armor began to malfunction after taking 2 direct missile hits. Nevertheless, he managed to get up, determined, and charged straight at Jiangbai. The enormous suit of armor thundered forward with each step, the ground trembling under its weight. But Jiangbai had no intention of letting Obadiah build up any speed. Raising his right hand, fingers slightly spread, he summoned an invisible magnetic force that instantly enveloped Obadiah's armor. Under Jiangbai's control, Obadiah's suit hovered helplessly in the air. Even as he struggled and ran, it was all in vain. With a sharp downward sweep of Jiangbai's right hand, Obadiah was violently slammed to the ground by an invisible force of magnetism. Noticing that Coulson and the others were filming, Jiangbai immediately extended his magnetic field over them. In the blink of an eye, all their handguns and weapons turned back on themselves, and both the miniature camera and a handheld camcorder flew straight into Jiangbai's grasp. Just as Coulson was about to speak, a bullet zipped past his scalp, sending a cold sweat down his back in terror. All right, do as you wish." Seeing Jiangbai's silent gaze fixed on them, Coulson surrendered at once, allowing Jiangbai to confiscate their cameras. With a wave of magnetic force, Jiangbai crushed every camera and recording device, erasing the footage stored on their memory cards. He even used the suit's AI to wipe all nearby surveillance data that might have captured his image, then turned his attention back to Obadiah, who lay half buried in the ground from the earlier impact. At that moment, Obadiah was in agony, new wounds opening inside the battered suit. But in the next instant, Obadiah activated his flight mode and hurtled toward Jiangbai, determined to destroy him. Despite the size and power of his armor, Obadiah was no match for the magnetic field generated by Jiangbai's suit. He couldn't get within 2 meters of his opponent. With a thunderous crash, Jiangbai summoned several steel rods from beneath the earth, yanking Obadiah from the air and pinning him to the ground. The rods wound around his limbs like heavy iron cables, binding him so tightly he couldn't move an inch. Jiangbai then used his magnetic powers to extract the arc reactor from Obadiah's armor. Once it was removed, the suit lost all power, trapping Obadiah inside, unable to escape. Jiangbai glanced at the compact palladium arc reactor in his hand, showing no hesitation as he tucked it away into his system storage. He turned with a sweeping gesture, releasing Tony from his own suit. The crowd visibly relaxed as Obadiah's armor powered down, but Jiangbai kept his weapons trained on Coulson and the others, not letting his guard down. All Coulson and his team could do was raise their hands and watch Jiangbai warily. 6 favors owed, Jiangbai declared. All right, help me get him out of there, Tony replied. Tony slowly emerged from his battered suit, expressing his gratitude to Jiangbai. Jiangbai responded by reminding Tony that he now owed him 6 favors. Tony nodded in agreement, making no objection, and instead asked Jiangbai to help extract Obadiah from the immobilized armor. Jiangbai nodded, and with a small gesture, tore the entire front of Obadiah's suit away with magnetic force. Obadiah was exposed, and as Tony walked steadily toward him, Jiangbai retrieved a handgun from the system space and, using magnetism, sent it right to Tony. After a brief hesitation, Tony picked up the gun. Pepper and Rhodey hurried to Tony's side. Tears streamed down Pepper's face as she looked at Tony's wounds, her emotions overflowing. Rhodey said nothing, but supported Tony as they approached Obadiah. Tony's expression was tangled with complex emotions as he gazed at Obadiah. Not only was this man his uncle, he had once been a trusted family member. Yet now, this person had tried to take his life, and had even murdered a friend who had once saved him, right before his eyes. Just moments ago, he had almost died at his uncle's hands. Tony, don't. I'm your uncle. Your uncle. I'm done fighting you for Stark Industries. Please, let me go. Tony. Obadiah pleaded desperately, clinging to his identity as Tony's uncle, hoping for mercy as Tony continued his approach. But memories of Afghanistan, thoughts of Ian's son, of Pepper, and the near miss with death at his uncle's hands flashed through Tony's mind. He raised a handgun and fired without hesitation. A single bullet marked its fatal path. A small wound appeared in the center of Obadiah's forehead. As Tony killed Obadiah, Jiangbai quietly activated his cloaking mode and vanished from the scene, immediately switching to flight mode and heading back to his own estate. The guns aimed at Coulson and his team clattered to the ground as soon as Jiangbai left. Coulson wasted no time contacting his director, quickly reporting Jiangbai's appearance, and relaying that all cameras and surveillance devices had been destroyed by this mysterious figure. Tony instructed Jarvis to contact Stark Industries security team, ordering them to retrieve both suits of armor and deliver them to his villa. Obadiah's body was disposed of, tossed directly into a furnace inside the Stark Industries factory, where it was incinerated. Without further delay, Tony climbed into a car and headed back to his villa. Several medical staff were already waiting for him at the villa. Because the events of the previous night had been captured by many onlookers, the internet was now buzzing with countless nicknames for Tony and Jiangbai. But the title that resonated most loudly was Iron Man. Under Jiangbai's deliberate manipulation, his own presence in the news began to fade, while the legend of Iron Man continued to grow. Given that everything had unfolded inside Stark Industries, speculation was rampant. Many people now believed Tony Stark himself was Iron Man. After all, it suited his persona, playboy, billionaire, but undeniably a super genius. To address the rumors, Rhodey and Coulson urged Tony to hold a press conference, even preparing a speech for him. Everything else would be handled. S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military would suppress the online frenzy. Even Jiangbai, with a mischievous sense of anticipation, sat in front of his television, waiting to hear Tony utter that fateful phrase. He couldn't help feeling a bit nervous. If his presence caused Tony to skip the iconic "I am Iron Man" line at the press conference, he worried it might throw the entire timeline into chaos. Even just the ironmonger getting stronger would already be a problem. This, he figured, was the effect of the butterfly effect. So, Jiangbai couldn't shake a sense of unease. Last night, after he got home, Wanda and Lorna started questioning him about where he'd been. At first, the call with Jarvis hadn't been kept secret from them. So both Wanda and Lorna knew Jiangbai had gone to rescue Tony Stark. But because Wanda harbored such deep hatred for Tony, seeing Jiangbai step in to save him left her conflicted. Not that she thought Jiangbai couldn't do as he pleased, but she was unsure how she'd face him in the future. Wanda knew she had no right to dictate what Jiangbai should or shouldn't do. She was certain she'd seek vengeance against Tony Stark someday. From the recent call, it was clear Jiangbai and Tony Stark were on good terms, so she truly didn't know how she'd face Jiangbai down the road. Jiangbai, for his part, simply told Wanda to do whatever she felt she needed to. His relationship with Tony Stark wasn't as close as she imagined. He also explained that the terrorist weapons used back then weren't actually sold by Tony himself. Still, he didn't object if they wanted to go after Tony. After all, Tony did create those weapons, and he only owed Tony 6 favors, nothing more. Naturally, he took Wanda and Lorna's side, which finally put them at ease and let Jianbai off the hook. All right, just stick to the script when it's your turn to speak. Don't mess anything up. Yeah, okay. Honestly, this is a little ridiculous. Don't worry about whether it's ridiculous or not. Just read what's on the page, man. Inside Stark Tower, Rhodey handed Tony a speech, instructing him to read it word for word and not make any mistakes. Tony raised an eyebrow and tossed out a sarcastic comment, to which Rhodey rolled his eyes and replied helplessly. Soon, as Tony entered the room, reporters turned eagerly toward him, ready with their questions. Mr. Tony Stark, is it true what they say online? Are you really Iron Man? Mr. Stark, was the armor seen near the Stark Industries plant last night your company's latest research project? Do you know anything about that silver suit of armor from last night? A swarm of reporters crowded around Tony, firing off questions nonstop. Tony ignored them all, striding straight to the podium. Not far away, Rhodey and Coulson looked on anxiously, hoping Tony would stick to the script. Otherwise, there would be a whole new mess to deal with. Just thinking about Tony's restless nature gave Rhodey a headache. He wasn't even sure if Tony would stick to the script when he took the stage. Sure enough, when Tony walked up to the podium and aimed himself at the microphone, he started reading the speech, but it was so dull and perfunctory that the reporters had absolutely no interest in it. Mr. Tony Stark, please bring out the real Iron Man. All those rumors online are just nonsense. There's no way you could be Iron Man. I don't see an ounce of responsibility or heroism in you. You're just a playboy, so stop wasting everyone's time. Bring out the real Iron Man. A striking blonde reporter stood up and challenged Tony Stark with sharp words. When she finished speaking, the reporters around her all stared in shock. This was Tony Stark after all. Even if Stark Industries had shut down its weapons division, it remained a giant that most reporters could never hope to touch. Everyone was amazed that this reporter had the nerve to openly mock Tony Stark at a press conference. With a single word from Stark, this woman could find herself blacklisted in both New York and Washington. Many of her colleagues looked at her with a mix of sympathy and scorn. Tony Stark was a billionaire, and here she was taunting him right to his face during a press conference. How reckless could she be? Only someone truly ignorant would dare pull a stunt like that. Reporters nearby quietly edged away from her, worried about getting caught in the fallout. Oh, well, okay. I admit I don't have the responsibility or sense of duty of a superhero. All right, I'm Iron Man. A gasp swept through the crowd. Shouts of surprise and excitement erupted. I knew this guy wouldn't stick to the script. They're really going to have their hands full now. Daily updates. Feel free to urge for more chapters if you like the story. Thank you. I guess so. I'll head out first. On stage, Tony looked straight at the reporter who had mocked him. He suddenly set the script aside, turned to face every camera in the room, and boldly declared that he was Iron Man. In the next instant, chaos erupted. The reporters went wild, bombarding Tony with questions and interview requests. Not far away, Rhodey watched the scene unfold with a weary expression. Trying to keep things light, he turned to Coulson and spoke, but Coulson just gave a helpless smile, then quietly slipped out of the room. At home, Jianbai saw Tony declare, "I am Iron Man," and smiled faintly. He picked up his laptop and began checking Stark Industries' stock in the market. As expected, the stock was soaring. Thinking about the $2.5 billion worth of shares he had bought, he couldn't help but feel elated at the prospect of selling them for another massive windfall. This thought brightened his mood considerably. Rhodey watched Tony being interviewed and shook his head slightly before standing up to leave the scene. The military had already learned about Tony's armor last night, so he needed to handle the officials. He figured the government would take action soon, too, and it would fall to him to help Tony navigate all that. Before long, Tony finished answering a few reporters' questions and left straight away. He rode in a Rolls-Royce to a cemetery, taking 2 bottles of fine wine from the car and approaching a brand-new headstone. It was Eanson's grave. Tony's face no longer bore the smile he'd worn during the interviews. Instead, it was heavy with grief as he looked at the tombstone. He uncorked 1 bottle and poured it all out in front of the grave, keeping the other bottle for himself and taking a drink. "Eanson, I'm truly sorry for dragging you into all of this, even though I've avenged you. But it was all because of me. You died because of me, and I couldn't save you. But I promise, I'll help rebuild your hometown. You can rest easy. There will be no more war where you come from. I'll do everything to help it flourish and make sure it's safe from terrorists and foreign threats. I never imagined that just last night, we were still sharing a drink, and now, after just a single night, after pouring out the entire bottle, worth a fortune." At Eanson's grave, Tony spoke in a low voice, his words heavy with remorse and guilt over Eanson's death. He vowed to help rebuild Insan's hometown, Gulmira, and keep it safe. The memory of Insan dying before his eyes brought fresh waves of sorrow to Tony's heart. It seems Tony declaring himself as Iron Man was inevitable. Does that mean Tony's announcement really marks the start of the Marvel era? Staring at the television, watching Tony announce he was Iron Man at the Stark Industries press conference, Jiangbai mused aloud to himself. He wondered if there was another reason behind Tony's revelation and suspected this was something that had to happen. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've earned a chance to draw a new trading partner. Would you like to proceed? Right now? Go ahead, draw. Ding! Drawing complete. Trading partner, Tom. Tom? Which Tom? Hiss! Don't tell me. It's actually Tom Cat? Oh my god! Jiangbai stared at the system screen, where a familiar blue and white cat appeared. In utter disbelief, he rose from the sofa. If Grey Wolf was considered a top-notch scientist and inventor, then Tom Cat was something else entirely, a truly metaphysical being. If Tom wished, he could accomplish absolutely anything. Feats that defied all logic and reason, deeds that flew in the face of every law of nature. If Tom Cat ever showed up in this world, even Newton would be spinning in his grave. This fellow could float in midair, walking as if gravity simply didn't apply, so long as he willed it. He was an enigma with no solution. However powerful he imagined himself to be, that's exactly how powerful he would become. Whether it was machinery, equipment, biology, or energy, nothing was out of his reach. Compared to him, Grey Wolf's abilities seemed downright ordinary. Tom, born February 10th, 1940, is one of the main characters in the world of Tom and Jerry, and together with the clever little mouse Jerry, they form a pair of hilarious frenemies. Sometimes they're rivals, sometimes allies. They play tricks on each other, lend each other a hand, quarrel endlessly, or unite in perfect harmony. Every day, Tom busies himself with the endless task of trying to catch Jerry, his mischievous roommate, but things never seem to go his way. He's always outsmarted, his bumbling antics somehow endearing. Their lives are full of comedy and slapstick, yet every so often, there's a touch of sentiment, a hint of sorrow. Their owner is usually depicted as the mysterious and stern Mrs. Two Shoes. Tom also harbors a crush on the lovely, high society cat Toodles Galore. He's occasionally bullied by other characters as well, like Spike the Bulldog, Butch, Lightning, and Topsy. He's a comic figure living out a tragic fate. Just then, Jiangbai realized that Tom, under normal circumstances, didn't speak. How was he supposed to communicate with Tom? Even though Tom was a metaphysical being, he was still bound by feline logic. In his mind, cats simply didn't talk, so he didn't either. If he wished, Tom could certainly speak, but unless something special happened, he would stick to the usual meows and purrs. This left Jiangbai scratching his head. If Tom didn't speak, how were they supposed to communicate or make deals? But as soon as Jiangbai clicked on the chat window with Tom, the expected message screen abruptly switched to a video call. On the other side of the screen was the unmistakable blue and white cat he knew so well. Tom. Hello, Tom. Nice to meet you. I've got a gift for you. Only then did Jiangbai realize that he'd be communicating with Tom directly through video. The sudden appearance of Tom on the video call caught him off guard. He hesitated for a split second, then greeted Tom and prepared to offer him a gift. On screen, Tom looked back at Jiangbai, curiosity and confusion shimmering in his eyes. Upon hearing that Jiangbai wanted to give it a gift, Tom broke into a smile and sat obediently in place, nodding his head toward Jiangbai. Seeing this, Jiangbai retrieved the seafood he had previously stored in the system space and used the trading system to make a deal with Tom. As long as Tom agreed instinctively, Jiangbai's offering would be delivered. A moment later, a plump, fat fish appeared in front of Tom. Staring at the fish that materialized out of thin air, Tom couldn't help but drool. Yet, instead of diving in right away, he looked up at Jiangbai on the screen. Only after Jiangbai nodded did Tom devour the fish with ravenous enthusiasm. In less than 5 seconds, the 6 or 7-pound fish was gone, swallowed whole by Tom, whose belly showed no sign of change. This further convinced Jiangbai that Tom was no ordinary cat. He also noticed that Tom's favorability toward him soared instantly to 50%. With just a single fish, the favorability reached halfway. This made Jiangbai seriously consider inviting Tom into his own world. If Tom were to come to this world, he'd surely be a tremendous help. But first, Jiangbai needed to raise that favorability to 100%. After finishing the fish, Tom gazed at Jiangbai on the screen with big, watery eyes, clearly hinting for more. Not far away, near a hole at the base of the wall, Jerry watched Tom's pitiful act with confusion, unsure what was going on. The fish bones nearby hinted that something unusual was happening, so Jerry refrained from provoking Tom and instead hid quietly by the entrance, waiting to see how things would unfold. All right, I'll give you a piece of cheese, But if you want more fish, you'll have to help me make something. How does that sound? Watching Tom play the sympathy card, Jiangbai pulled a piece of cheese from his system space and sent it to Tom through the trading system. He took the opportunity to make his request. Tom could earn more food by helping him craft an item. The fish Jiangbai had just given Tom was a rare delicacy from the sea, worth tens of thousands of dollars for just that one. Its flavor was leagues above ordinary carp or sea fish. Hearing there was cheese to be had, Tom nodded eagerly and agreed at once. In the next instant, a wedge of golden cheese appeared before him. Tom picked it up without hesitation and popped it into his mouth. Jerry, still hiding by the hole, was dumbstruck at the sight. A piece of cheese appearing out of nowhere. Since only Tom could see the system screen, Jerry was left wondering as he watched Tom's pitiful display, only to see a chunk of cheese materialize in front of him. All right, Tom, help me make something that can strengthen the body, and I'll give you 3 more of those fish you just ate. Deal. After Tom finished eating the cheese, Jiangbai spoke up and laid out his terms. He wanted Tom to help him research and create something that could enhance the body. Jiangbai firmly believed Tom was more than capable of this. As long as Tom set his mind to it, he could even conjure things out of thin air, though it might take a bit more effort. All right, deal. What's for then? Contact me when you're ready, Tom replied. Upon hearing Jiangbai's conditions, Tom put on a thoughtful expression and extended his right hand. Jiangbai immediately understood what Tom meant. He hadn't expected Tom to haggle. Since Tom only had 4 fingers, Jiangbai agreed to exchange 4 fish with Tom as payment. Once Jiangbai agreed, Tom smiled and nodded eagerly, clearly satisfied as he ended the call. In the next second, his feet spun rapidly and he dashed out of the house in a flash, heading straight for the warehouse out back. Naturally, he was off to create the body-enhancing items for Jiangbai. As soon as Tom left, Jerry cautiously poked his head out from the hole and crept over to the very spot where Tom had been standing. Imitating Tom, Jerry gazed up at the ceiling with a pitiful look, waiting hopefully for a while, but nothing happened. Not a sliver of cheese came his way, unlike what Tom received just moments ago. Frustrated, Jerry stormed off in the direction Tom had gone, determined to get to the bottom of this. Why was Tom rewarded with cheese, while he got nothing at all? After hanging up with Tom, Jiangbai revealed a satisfied smile, took out his phone, and began placing orders with major seafood suppliers for some of the finest and most expensive seafood, along with a generous selection of premium cheeses. He also ordered a good amount of goat cheese, famed as the king of cheeses. Parmigiano Reggiano is a traditional hard cheese, one of Italy's most renowned, originating from the northern region of Enzo. Made from goat's milk, it boasts a rich aroma and a firm texture. The history of Parmigiano Reggiano production can be traced back to the Middle Ages, when it was first made as a way to preserve milk for long periods. Back then, the cheese was known as grana, or grana padano. By the 14th century, the production of this cheese began to flourish in the cities of Reggio Emilia and Parma, where more modern methods started to take shape. In the 18th century, cheese-making techniques were further refined, improving both the quality and flavor of the cheese. Since then, the methods of making Parmigiano Reggiano have been preserved and passed down to this day. The process of making Parmigiano Reggiano is incredibly strict. First and foremost, only fresh cream and milk fat may be used, and the traditional methods of cheese making must be meticulously followed. During production, a technique known as stretching is employed. This method refines the cheese's fibers, making them exceptionally delicate. Parmigiano Reggiano must be aged for at least 12 months, with some wheels maturing for over 3 years to achieve the perfect flavor and texture. Originally, Parmigiano Reggiano was widely used in Italian cuisine, especially in sauces and pasta dishes. Today, it has become a favorite among gourmet enthusiasts all over the world. Its flavor is rich, carrying a subtle nuttiness, and it can be enjoyed on its own or incorporated into a variety of recipes. Beyond its remarkable taste, Parmigiano Reggiano also offers numerous health benefits. It is rich in calcium, protein, and essential vitamins. In short, Parmigiano Reggiano is a truly extraordinary cheese, embodying the culinary heritage and history of Italy. With Tony Stark's public revelation of his identity as Iron Man, the newspapers raced to break the news, and Stark Industries' stock price skyrocketed, quickly reaching a staggering new high, far surpassing its value during the weapons manufacturing era. Even Wall Street was astonished. After Tony Stark's return, many of Wall Street's elite, eager for huge profits, began frantically buying up shares of Stark Industries. But when Tony Stark announced the closure of the weapons division, everything changed. Stark Industries' stock price plummeted in an instant, causing many of those Wall Street elites to go bankrupt overnight. In fact, during this period, there was no shortage of people who, devastated by their losses, chose to end their lives. Meanwhile, every share and investment they had made had been expertly harvested by Jiangbai, who walked away with tremendous profits. Even many powerful American financial groups and old money families were caught off guard by Tony Stark's bold move. Yet for them, this kind of money was barely worth mentioning. They had already accepted the risk of losing everything the moment they decided to invest. That's the nature of the stock market. Since the very birth of the stock market, countless people have been ruined by it, and stories of investors losing everything are all too common. When ordinary people enter the market, they are often nothing more than easy prey for the big players. In the world of stocks, even a giant like Stark Industries is hardly considered a true predator. In the presence of truly wealthy tycoons, Stark Industries doesn't even make the list. There are far more people richer than Tony Stark, whether it's the oil industry, new energy, the mobile phone sector, and so on. All these industries have produced countless magnates, not to mention those financial dynasties that have existed since the First World War. Their financial resources could easily crush Stark Industries without breaking a sweat. It's just like the American billionaire rankings. They don't hold much weight. They simply list those whose wealth is public knowledge, while the families and conglomerates with truly terrifying power never appear on such lists. So Tony isn't the richest man on Earth by any stretch. And let's not forget Wakanda. Just a single gram of vibranium fetches tens of thousands of dollars, and in Wakanda's Vibranium City, they measure it by the ton. The hidden wealth Wakanda possesses already far surpasses Tony Stark. Not to mention their technology is centuries ahead of the rest of the world. Ding! Iron Man, Tony Stark detected entering the upper airspace above the manor, descending toward the estate. Do you wish to initiate attack and destroy the target? No need to attack. The AI control watch on Jeong Bai's wrist suddenly projected a holographic image, reporting that Iron Man, Tony Stark, was descending over the manor. With a casual wave of his hand, Jeong Bai indicated there was no need for an attack, then got up and headed downstairs. Just in time, he saw Tony, armored up, step into the living room. You're certainly not shy. So what brings you here? To be honest, you really ought to update your wine cabinet. The taste leaves much to be desired. I'm here to thank you. You saved me again, and I appreciate it. No need for thanks. You still owe me 6 favors. That won't do. No matter what, you saved my life. Here, this is 5% of Stark Industries. Given how things stand, that'll net you billions of dollars every year. And I've transferred another $10 billion to your account. My life isn't just worth this much, of course, but money is what I can offer for now. All right, I'll admit, no one's ever flaunted their wealth like this in front of me. By the way, could you help me acquire some top-tier lab equipment and advanced machinery? I need gear for mechanics, biology, chemistry, botany, you name it. Just tell me the price, and I'll wire it to you. Lab equipment? Sure, but don't worry about the money. That's pocket change. I won't even notice it. By the way, what powers your suit? As Tony, armored and all, made himself at home in Jeong Bai's living room and helped himself to the liquor cabinet, Jeong Bai raised an eyebrow in mild annoyance. Tony, however, seemed completely unfazed by Jeong Bai's attitude. After all, the wine really wasn't that great. He then revealed his true purpose. He had come to thank Jeong Bai. From within his armor, he produced a share transfer agreement. The document showed he was transferring 5% of Stark Industries' shares to Jeong Bai. Don't underestimate that 5%. Ever since Tony had announced to the world that he was Iron Man, Stark Industries' stock had skyrocketed. And with the new clean energy Tony was soon to unveil, that mere 5% of shares would bring in nearly $1 billion in annual dividends. At the same time, he told Jeong Bai that he had already wired $100 billion into his account, showing off his wealth with a smug grin as if to flaunt it in front of Jeong Bai. Jeong Bai rolled his eyes at Tony, his tone tinged with exasperation, and then requested that Tony purchase every top-tier piece of equipment for his laboratory, not just mechanical, but also biological, botanical, and anything else he might need. Hearing Jeong Bai's request, Tony didn't hesitate. He agreed on the spot. After a moment's contemplation, Tony asked Jeong Bai what energy source powered his armor. With that single question, Jeong Bai immediately realized Tony had noticed the problem of palladium poisoning. Perhaps he had even started drinking chlorophyll by now. It's a form of energy not found on Earth. I don't really understand the principle behind it myself. Why? Are you suffering from palladium poisoning? How did you know? That's right. I've discovered that the palladium is poisoning me, and as time passes, it's only getting worse. I've started experimenting with all sorts of elements, trying to synthesize a new source of energy, but it's not looking promising. The energy in your armor, could I possibly? No, don't even think about it. The energy in my suit is contained within a very specific vessel, running in a precise pattern. If it's disrupted, it could very well explode. If that happens, all of New York might get wiped off the map. If you don't want to die right now, I suggest you drop the idea. Tony let out a long sigh. All right, looks like I'll have to find another way. I'll head back and continue my experiments. The equipment you asked for will be delivered in the next few days. Jeong Bai didn't hide anything from Tony's inquiry. He told him directly that the energy source he used didn't exist on Earth, then gave Tony a playful look and asked if he was already suffering from palladium poisoning. As expected, Tony confessed he'd already discovered the problem and was now experimenting with every known element on Earth. Based on his intuition, Tony doubted he could synthesize a new element to counteract the poisoning. He wanted Jiangbai to let him study the energy source in his armor. But Jiangbai refused him outright, telling him there was no way to study the energy source. If anything went wrong, it could destroy all of New York. Tony had better abandon those thoughts. Seeing Jiangbai's resolute expression, Tony could only give up. He finished his drink, stood up, and told Jiangbai that the equipment he needed would be delivered soon. Even though Jiangbai knew that Tony's father had left him a gift hidden within the new city module at Stark Industries, a brand new element, he had no intention of revealing this to Tony so soon. After all, a helping hand in times of need is always more appreciated than a gift when things are already going well. So, Jiangbai decided to wait until Tony was truly at his wit's end before sharing the secret about the new element. Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. A kindly, bald old man sat in a wheelchair, basking in the sunlight, not far from where a group of children played and laughed. The only thing out of place was that every one of these children possessed extraordinary abilities. One could control fire, another could conjure ice, some could pass through solid walls, while others could enhance their physical strength. Suddenly, with a deep, roaring sound, a sleek black jet descended vertically onto the open ground nearby. This was the Blackbird, a jet engineered and built by the Beast at Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. It allowed mutants to travel across the globe and respond to emergencies involving their kind. It also served as a means to rescue fellow mutants who had been imprisoned and experimented on by various organizations. The rear hatch of the Blackbird opened, and several figures in yellow and black combat uniforms stepped out. Among them was a man sporting a distinctive pair of black and red glasses. "Professor, we've destroyed the base, but most of our people are barely alive after enduring all those experiments. Many didn't even make it back." The professor sighed heavily. "Take the others to the infirmary for treatment first." "Yes, Professor, but I think it's time we taught those who experiment on our kind of lesson. Things are getting worse for us." "I'll consider it. Go now." The gentle, bald man in the wheelchair was none other than Professor X, Charles Francis Xavier. Born into a wealthy family in New York, he possessed powerful telepathy and mind control abilities. He graduated from Harvard at 16, studied at Oxford and Columbia, and earned multiple doctorates in biology, psychology, and related fields. For years, Professor X had dedicated himself to fostering peace and balance between humans and mutants. Using his vast resources, he founded Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, guiding mutants to use their powers for the greater good. He also assembled the X-Men, a team of mutant superheroes comprised mostly of his own students. Professor X was a formidable telepath. With his abilities, he could read people's thoughts and memories without physical contact, and could control others' minds and actions at will. The person who had just spoken up and made a proposal to Charles was Scott, better known by his codename, Cyclops. His full name is Scott Summers, a mutant born with the ability to emit powerful red optic blasts from his eyes. Later, he was recruited by Professor X to join the X-Men. Thanks to his exceptional leadership skills, Scott served as the longtime field leader of the X-Men, eventually succeeding Professor X as headmaster of Xavier's School and becoming the leader of all mutants. After giving Professor X a general report on the intelligence regarding this operation, Scott proposed that they take action to teach a lesson to those organizations that were capturing and experimenting on their fellow mutants. If they didn't, those groups would only become more brazen in their cruel and inhumane experiments on mutants. However, upon hearing Scott's words, Charles did not immediately agree. He simply replied that he would consider it. Currently, the situation for mutants was dire, both in America and internationally. Quite a few American senators were even calling for the complete eradication of all mutants. Some were pushing for a Mutant Registration Act, which would require every mutant's personal information and powers to be fully documented. Although this was only a proposal for now and had not been approved by the President or the Supreme Court, it still reflected the growing hostility of America's leadership toward mutants. To make matters worse, a high-ranking military official, William Stryker, was relentlessly studying mutants. Stryker was one of the X-Men's main adversaries and a sworn enemy of all mutants. After losing his wife to his mutant son, Mastermind, Stryker's hatred for mutants grew boundless. He dedicated himself to researching mutant abilities, seeking to extract and weaponize them for his own use, and developed mutant-based weapons in his crusade against them. Driven by his wife's death, Stryker even used his own son for experimentation, seeming to wish for nothing less than the extinction of all mutants on Earth. Yet Charles was committed to the peaceful coexistence of humans and mutants. His beliefs meant he would never resort to controlling the upper echelons of humanity. At the same time, he couldn't bear to see his fellow mutants suffer. The conflict tore at him. Scott, Aurora, Jean, the three of you should head to New York first. There are 3 youngsters there who have just recently awakened their mutant abilities. Go and see if they'd be willing to come to the school. Yes, Professor, the 3 responded in unison. Lost in his dilemma, Charles suddenly recalled something. He maneuvered his wheelchair to the infirmary and addressed Scott, Aurora, and Jean, instructing them to make the trip to New York first. The issue of confronting those organizations could be discussed further once they returned. Hearing Charles's words, the 3 nodded in agreement. They left the infirmary and headed toward the Blackbird jet, ready to fly to New York in search of the 3 mutants. As for their exact location, the professor would communicate it to them directly through his psychic powers. Among them, Aurora and Jean were better known by their code names, Storm and Phoenix. Storm, whose real name is Aurora Monroe, was born in Manhattan, New York. Her mother was a Kenyan immigrant, and her family has possessed the power to control the weather for thousands of years. From birth, Aurora could summon lightning, conjure tornadoes, and call down torrential rain. Because of these abilities, her family was revered as deities by local people. After being discovered by Professor X, she accepted his invitation to join the X-Men and eventually became their deputy leader. She once married T'Challa, the king of Wakanda, and became the queen of Wakanda, though they later divorced. Phoenix's real name is Jean Grey, a member of the X-Men. Jean is an Omega-level mutant with powerful telekinetic and telepathic abilities. She also possesses a second personality known as the Dark Phoenix. Jean Grey can read others' thoughts and influence them at will, capable of simultaneously perceiving multiple minds. In her alternate persona, she can use her psychic powers to render her opponents unconscious. She has telekinesis, allowing her to levitate and manipulate objects effortlessly, create force fields, fly, and even generate devastating shockwaves by exciting molecules to intense heat. Jean also possesses the greatest fragment of the Phoenix Force in history. With it, she can fly unaided, unleash Phoenix-shaped energy blasts, and even resurrect the dead. When a Phoenix Force grows powerful enough, she can manipulate timelines themselves. She can travel freely across any time, space, dimension, or universe, using her mind to link with all living beings, across single universes, parallel universes, or even the multiverse, enabling her to influence their lives, emotions, and minds. She can open wormholes at will, fold and jump through space, and manipulate matter at the subatomic level. For instance, transforming wood into gold or stone into crystal. These are among the most formidable powers in the Marvel Universe. However, Jean cannot fully control the immense power of the Phoenix Force fragment. Because of this, Charles used his psychic abilities to seal her Phoenix powers within a mental cage. Yet, due to the unique nature of the Phoenix Force, it gradually gained its own consciousness, eventually evolving into Jean's future second persona, the Dark Phoenix. The 3 who boarded the Blackbird jet started up the engines and flew straight toward New York. At the same time, Charles used his abilities to inform Scott and the others of the locations of the 3 mutants. As for himself, he returned to his office, pondering whether or not to agree to Scott's suggestion. If he agreed and took action, what consequences might follow? Would the upper echelons of America become even more wary of them? These were all things Charles needed to consider. Under normal circumstances, he preferred to avoid conflict with certain human organizations. However, since the other side was intent on researching his fellow mutants, he had no choice but to face this issue. Meanwhile, Jiang Bai, who was at the Manhattan estate in New York, had no idea that Wanda and the others had already been sent an invitation by Charles. At that moment, he was busy receiving the seafood and cheese he had ordered, all delivered by truck and carried by workers into the villa within the estate. After the workers departed, Jiang Bai stored all the seafood and cheese into his system space, where everything remained perfectly preserved. Even if he put in a steaming bowl of fried rice, several days later it would come out exactly as it had gone in. He looked up at the sky. Dusk was settling in, and the heavens were gradually tinged with a warm orange yellow, as if bathed in gentle sunlight, radiating a soft glow. The setting sun, alongside the fading sky, draped the earth in a gauzy, golden veil. Wanda, Lorna, and Pietro, escorted by Martin, also returned to the estate. After a short rest, they began working out on the grounds, strapping on weighted backpacks Martin had purchased and running laps around the estate to build their strength. Martin, meanwhile, headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. At first, Martin wanted Jiang Bai to join their training, but Jiang Bai refused outright. If he could enhance his physique through genetics or technology, he had no desire to sweat and toil just for minimal results. It was exhausting and wouldn't meet his expectations. He'd much rather have Grey Wolf and Tom work on something to boost his physical abilities. Just then, he suddenly received a call request from Tom. Jiangbai, now back in the second-floor lounge, sat on the sofa and accepted the call. On the screen appeared a blue and white cat, grinning as it held up 2 red candies and pointed at them with its paw. Tom, are these the things that can enhance physical abilities? There are only 2. How effective are they? Jiangbai asked, curiosity lighting up his face as he eyed the 2 red candies in Tom's paw. Upon hearing the question, Tom nodded eagerly, then ducked his head behind himself, retrieved a sheet of paper and a pen, and quickly scribbled something down. In no time, he held it up for Jiangbai to see. Yes, eating this will boost your physical strength. There were 4 to begin with, but thanks to Jerry's mischief, only 2 are left. It'll make you really powerful, but you can only lick it. You can't bite it. All right, thank you, Tom. Let's make a trade. I'll give you 4 big fish for the 2 candies in your hand, and I'll throw in some delicious cheese as a bonus. After reading what Tom had written on the paper, Jiangbai finally understood. He felt a little helpless that Jerry's antics had cost them 2 candies, but having 2 was already a stroke of luck. He opened his mouth to propose the exchange. Tom, of course, was delighted and nodded vigorously at Jiangbai on the screen. With a flash of white light, the 2 red candies in Tom's hands vanished. The next moment, 4 big fish and a palm-sized block of cheese appeared. Eyes wide with excitement, Tom scooped up the fish and cheese and hurried off toward the sofa, not giving Jiangbai a chance to say another word before the call was abruptly cut off. As Tom hugged his haul of fish and cheese, Jerry sat near the leg of a nearby chair, watching the whole scene with envious eyes. He looked down at the 2 red candies in his own hands, walked over to where Tom had just been, but nothing happened. The candies were still in his grasp. This left him feeling frustrated. Jerry wanted fish and cheese too, especially cheese. It was his absolute favorite. Before long, his gaze drifted to Tom, who was now sprawled on the sofa, munching on fish while watching TV, and a plan began to form in his mind. Meanwhile, Jiangbai looked down at the 2 red candies in his hand. He took one and popped it into his mouth, following Tom's instructions to lick it instead of biting. At first, he didn't notice anything unusual. It tasted just like an ordinary candy. But as the sweetness melted down his throat, a subtle heat began to spread through his body. It wasn't long before he finished the entire candy. He clenched his fist and realized his strength had noticeably increased. A quick check with his smartwatch confirmed it. His physical stats had reached the peak of human potential. By Jiangbai's own reckoning, his physique now matched that of Captain America. He glanced at the remaining red candy in his hand, hesitated for a moment, then decided not to eat it. Instead, he headed downstairs. Uncle Martin, eat this candy. Just lick it, don't bite. It can enhance your physical strength. A piece of candy? Are you kidding me? I'm serious, I'm not lying. After you finish it, you'll be on par with Captain America. Boom! Down in the kitchen, Jiangbai handed the red candy to Martin and explained its effects. Martin looked at the candy in his hand, then shot Jiangbai a bewildered look, as if to say, "Are you joking?" Seeing Martin's expression, he could only sigh and begin to explain. Then, without warning, he swung his fist at the kitchen door, punching straight through it with a resounding crash. Witnessing this, Martin wasted no time. He tossed the red candy into his mouth and started licking it. Of course, he wasn't about to pass up something so valuable. Still, the appearance and method were a bit strange. If it had been a gene injection or something similar, it might have seemed more convincing, but soon, he felt his body heat up. After finishing the candy, he gave the spoon in his hand a light squeeze, and it bent out of shape under his grip. Ding! Unknown fighter jet has entered the airspace above the manor, possibly attempting to land within the grounds. Should we engage? For now, hold your fire, but stay ready to attack at any moment. At that moment, both Jiangbai and Martin received an alert from the manor's artificial intelligence. Hearing that it was a fighter jet, Jiangbai couldn't be sure who it belonged to. So he didn't order an immediate strike, but instructed the AI to be ready at all times. Martin quickly grabbed his weapons case from the cabinet below. He pulled out the M200 sniper rifle and dashed up to the villa's rooftop. Meanwhile, Jiangbai retrieved his magnetic battle armor from his system space and suited up in an instant, heading straight toward the spot where the fighter jet was landing. By now, the jet had disengaged its cloaking mode. The black aircraft descended boldly onto the manor's open grounds. Not far away, Wanda, Lorna, and Pietro, who were exercising, all looked on with curiosity at the jet's dramatic arrival. One look at the black jet and Jiangbai recognized it as the X-Men's Blackbird. He could pretty much guess they were here for Wanda and the others. Still, barging into his manor without so much as a word left him deeply annoyed. Before long, Scott, Aurora, and Jean stepped down from the Blackbird, making their way toward Wanda, Lorna, and Pietro step by step. "So is this how Charles taught you?" Trespassing on private property and approaching 3 kids? I have every right to kill you on the spot. Go ahead. Try me. Daily updates. Keep reading and urge for more. If you enjoy the story, don't forget to support it. Thank you. Jiang Bai, clearly irritated by their disrespect, addressed Scott and the others bluntly, stating outright that he had the authority to kill them. His words instantly ignited the already simmering anger in Scott, who showed no fear as he shot back with a threat of his own. Aurora and Jean, standing nearby, made no move to intervene, but their eyes were fixed on Jiang Bai in his magnetic battle armor. Scott's challenge made Jiang Bai seriously consider taking action. He spoke calmly. Attack. Destroy them. Boom. Boom. After Jiang Bai issued the command, a beam of violet laser instantly shot toward the Blackbird jet, destroying it in a single strike. The surrounding laser weapons also began to fire relentlessly at Scott, Aurora, and Jean, their power now precisely controlled by the artificial intelligence. Despite the terrifying force of these weapons, the entire mansion was spared from destruction. Instead, the attacks focused sharply on Scott and his companions, raining down lasers upon their positions. Scott fought back, repeatedly unleashing the power of his optic blast to intercept the incoming lasers, but their speed far surpassed his own reactions. In the blink of an eye, Scott was struck by a laser and sent hurtling through the air. Jiang Bai was quite surprised to see that. After taking a direct hit, Scott was merely knocked back rather than suffering the gruesome injuries he had imagined. It seemed Scott's physical resilience was far greater than expected. Aurora and Jean, realizing now that their group had truly stirred up trouble, felt a chill in their hearts as the lasers rained down from every direction. At first, they'd assumed Jiang Bai's threats were nothing more than empty bravado. Seeing her and the others exit the jet, he'd shown some hesitation. Moreover, Scott's anger at the bloody experiments he'd witnessed during the rescue of their mutant kin had left him seething, so the women hadn't interrupted him. Yet, had Scott tried to attack Jiang Bai, they would have stepped in to stop him. None of them had expected the other side to open fire so ruthlessly or to wield such terrifying weaponry. Sir, stop this. We're not here to cause trouble. Boom. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, Aurora and Jean shouted up at Jiang Bai, who hovered in the air above them. But their pleas were met only by another surge of laser fire. The weapon's energy output increased yet again. Jean was forced to use her telekinesis to shield them from the relentless beams, while Scott, having recovered from being blasted away, unleashed the full force of his optic blasts at Jiang Bai. Just as Scott's attack was about to strike Jiang Bai, both Aurora and Jean felt a surge of dread. This was it. Even Wanda, Lorna, and Pietro, not far away, tensed in anxious anticipation. But Jiang Bai remained calm and composed, activating the magnetic defenses of his suit to block Scott's laser. At the same time, he lifted his right hand, and with a surge of magnetic force, the wreckage of the Blackbird jet rose into the air. Jiang Bai hurled the debris straight at Scott with blinding speed, sending him flying once more. Even then, Jiang Bai did not relent. He continued to manipulate the jet's wreckage, battering Scott again and again. Watching this brutal display, Aurora and Jean finally unleashed the full extent of their powers. Aurora summoned a bank of storm clouds, hurling lightning bolts at Jiang Bai in a desperate attempt to frighten him off. But Jiang Bai dodged to the side with effortless agility. Jean, too, began to use her telekinetic powers, hurling objects from around the mansion at Jiang Bai. Move Wanda, Lorna, and Pietro to the location of the small spacecraft. Increase the power of the laser weapons even further. After destroying the device that Jean was controlling with her powers over metal, he quickly used the intelligence system to issue commands to the artificial intelligence within the Manor's weapon defense system. Then, a purple energy shield appeared around Wanda, Lorna, Pietro, and their watches, followed by the clear voice of the AI chiming from the watches, instructing the three to proceed to the location of the spacecraft. Meanwhile, the power of the laser weapons attacking Aurora and Jean was being ramped up. The assault became so fierce that even Jean's telekinesis could no longer hold it back. In an instant, her psychic shield was shattered, and a near-fatal beam narrowly missed her head. Aurora, still hovering in the air, became an even easier target for the lasers. Bang! A sharp gunshot rang out. A bullet struck Aurora in the abdomen in a heartbeat. Though her body was far stronger than that of an ordinary human, she was still not immune to injury or bleeding. The sniper's bullet tore into her midsection, the pain forcing her to plummet from the sky and crash to the ground. Boom! Scott, struggling out from the wreckage of the Blackbird jet, was blasted away by the newly intensified laser weapon before he could even regain his footing. He crashed to the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood. evidence that even his impressive resilience was no match for such overwhelming force. After landing, Ororo fought back by hurling lightning at Jiangbai while desperately dodging both the lasers and Martin sniper shots. Jean, for her part, was faring no better. Jiangbai, clad in his silver magnetic armor, was struck several times by Storm's lightning. Though the armor began to show black scorch marks, he remained relatively unscathed compared to his opponents. The silver battle suit bore clear signs of damage, its sheen marred by dark burns, but thanks to its protection, Jiangbai himself was almost unharmed. This fierce battle did not go unnoticed by S.H.I.E.L.D. Not only were they alerted by Jiangbai's laser weapons, but the fight involving Ororo and others in New York made it impossible for S.H.I.E.L.D. to ignore. With a quick satellite sweep, they immediately identified the same silver-white armor that had once appeared near Stark Industries. Before long, Nick Fury had pieced together Jiangbai's identity based on the Manor's ownership records, as well as Tony Stark's repeated visits to the Manor in his Iron Man suit. As he watched the battle unfold, Fury also ordered his S.H.I.E.L.D. science team to analyze the capabilities and combat performance of Jiangbai's armor. Meanwhile, in the underground workshop of his own mansion, Tony Stark received an urgent update from Jarvis. Learning that a battle had erupted at Jiangbai's manor, and that mutants were involved, Tony rushed to his mechanical gauntlet, suiting up in his Iron Man armor. In moments, he soared into the sky, heading straight for Jiangbai's estate. Whatever the case, Jiangbai had saved his life twice. Though there wasn't much personal connection between them, Tony already considered Jiangbai as something of a friend. Now that his friend's home was under attack by mutants, there was no way he'd stand by and do nothing. In Tony's mind, this was nothing less than a mutant assault on Jiangbai, and he was determined to intervene. But what he said wasn't wrong. Under American law, if someone trespasses on your property, you have the right to use lethal force against them, and you won't be held administratively or criminally responsible. The law allows it, and since Scott and the others had indeed trespassed, Jiangbai's attack was an act of legitimate self-defense. Boom! Hey man, why didn't you call me in a situation like this? They actually dared to attack you. Call you? I was afraid you'd get yourself killed even faster. You'd better just stay put and rest. I can handle them myself. Not long after, a suit of red and gold armor appeared in the sky. It was Iron Man, Tony Stark. After landing next to Jiangbai, Tony started speaking, but Jiangbai just gave a dismissive shrug and replied with a hint of exasperation. Hearing this, Tony fell silent, because what Jiangbai said was true. If he kept using the suit, the palladium poisoning would only get worse. Another thunderous explosion echoed through the manor. Jiangbai then ignored Tony completely. Without hesitation, he fully activated his magnetic armor, taking control of all the metal in the manor. The metal surged at Ororo, Scott, and Jean, attacking relentlessly. Combined with the surrounding laser turrets, the situation for the three of them grew increasingly desperate. Except for Jean, both Scott and Ororo were already wounded, but they kept fighting back. Scott continued to use his optic blasts, destroying the metal projectiles Jiangbai sent at them. Meanwhile, Ororo summoned lightning from the sky, striking at both Jiangbai and the metal under his control. Tony, finding himself with no other choice, also joined the fight against Scott and Ororo. Every weapon in his suit was brought to bear. Micro-missiles fired without restraint, adding to the chaos. Scott and his allies were pushed to their limits, but thanks to Jean's telekinesis, none of Tony's missiles could get close to them. The missiles would detonate in mid-air, intercepted by Jean's psychic force, but this quickly drained her mental strength. Jiangbai, on the other hand, didn't need to rely on mental energy to control the metal. His armor took care of that. As long as he had power, he could keep fighting. As the battle raged on, Jean grew paler by the minute. She was not only fending off Jiangbai's metal assault, but also keeping an eye out for distant snipers. With both Jiangbai and Tony Stark opposing her, there was no way she could deal with the snipers as well. Scott's optic blasts had barely paused since the fight began. Aside from his initial attack on Jiangbai, he was constantly adjusting his aim to intercept laser attacks. Sometimes he couldn't react in time and would get hit, and in the chaos, a moment of distraction allowed Jiangbai to control a piece of metal and shatter one of Scott's legs. Because she had been shot in the abdomen by Martin, Ororo's wound was still bleeding. Her face was deathly pale, and as Jiangbai watched the three of them barely managing to stand, his eyes remained cold and indifferent. He began to consider whether he should just leave Scott and Ororo here. Now that he had already made enemies of the X-Academy, he was naturally prepared to kill Scott and Ororo outright. As for Jean, she possessed a shard of the Phoenix Force within her. On Earth, there were few who could actually kill her. Not even the Sorcerer Supreme of Kamar Taj could manage it. In the timeline, Jean had died once before, and in that moment, her second personality, the Dark Phoenix, had taken over her body and main consciousness. She also wielded a fragment of the Phoenix Force. The entire mutant community had been left powerless before her. If it hadn't been for Jean's primary personality interfering with the Dark Phoenix, there was no guarantee Logan could have killed her at all. But even that wasn't true death. The Phoenix Force never truly disappears. Even if the Dark Phoenix is slain by Logan with Jean's interference, the Phoenix Force can always be reborn from its ashes. It's simply impossible to kill her. In fact, the one with the best chance of killing Jean is the Dark Phoenix herself. If the Dark Phoenix could eliminate Jean's primary personality, then Jean would naturally die, and the Dark Phoenix would take full control. At that point, she would become the true master of the Phoenix Force. Her power might even surpass that of the Ancient One, even with the Time Stone. That was why Jiangbai was still debating whether to kill Scott and Aurora. Normally, he wouldn't want to make an enemy of Charles Xavier, mostly because Xavier's abilities were just too overwhelming, especially with Cerebro to amplify his powers. With Cerebro enhancing his telepathy, Charles could wipe out all of humanity or all mutants in an instant. Although Jiangbai wasn't afraid of Charles's psychic attacks, thanks to his own trading system, the people around him weren't so lucky. But now, since he'd already crossed that line, Jiangbai decided for the sake of the future to leave Scott and Aurora here, and he would kill Jean once, just to bring out her second personality. Given the Dark Phoenix's hatred of Charles, she would probably head straight to the Mutant Academy and tear Charles apart. Boom! Having made up his mind, Jiangbai unleashed a far more savage assault on the trio. Metal of every shape and size swirled into deadly weapons, striking at Scott and the others. While Scott and his companions struggled to fend off Jiangbai's onslaught, a hidden mechanism suddenly opened in the wall behind them. Miniature missiles shot toward the backs of Scott, Aurora, and Jean. Boom! Boom! Jean was the first to react. The moment the mini-missiles exploded, she wrapped all three of them in a telekinetic shield. She poured an immense amount of psychic energy into the barrier, desperate to withstand the force of the blasts. After the explosion subsided, Scott, Aurora, and Jean lay sprawled on the ground. Jean, exhausted from overextending her mental powers, had already fainted. Scott and Aurora struggled to their feet, casting wary glances at Jiangbai and Tony. Wait, Mr. Jiangbai, Mr. Tony Stark, please stop fighting. I apologize for the recklessness of these three. Do you really think that's possible, Charles? I'm willing to make reparations. Whatever you want, just say it. I only sent them here to invite those three mutants to join the Academy. I had no intention of clashing with you, Mr. Jiangbai. Phoenix. Then I want the genetic profiles of all the mutants at your Academy, and $10 billion. This? All right, I agree. I'll have it delivered immediately. At that moment, Scott suddenly spoke up to Jiangbai and Tony. Seeing the pale, white glow in Scott's eyes, Jiangbai realized Charles was using his powers to enter Scott's mind and communicate with the group telepathically. Without delay, Charles explained the real reason for Scott and the others being there. Tony, standing nearby, glanced at Jiangbai in surprise when he heard mention of the three mutants. Jiangbai, however, remained impassive. Since Charles had agreed to compensate them, Jiangbai seized the opportunity to state his own price. Above all, he wanted the genetic data of every mutant at the Academy. The $10 billion was secondary. Given Charles's wealth, that amount was barely a drop in the ocean. Compared to losing Scott, Aurora, or Jean, it meant nothing. After all, Scott was the leader of the X-Men, Aurora the vice-captain, and Jean herself possessed terrifying power within her. Any harm to one of them would be a tremendous loss for the Academy. After a brief hesitation, Charles agreed to Jiangbai's terms. He cautioned Scott and Aurora not to act rashly, then withdrew from Scott's mind. Jiangbai, for his part, made no move against the now-recovered Scott. He simply observed them in silence, while Tony looked on, thoroughly confused. Buddy, those three kids you adopted, they're mutants. So what if they are? And, as it happens, that's got quite a bit to do with you. With me? How so? Two of them. I rescued them from the battlefield in Sokovia. They're siblings, and I took them in. And as for how it's related to you, when I found them, they were hiding under a table in the ruins of a house, and right in front of them was a missile with the Stark Industries logo. So you tell me, do you think it has anything to do with you? I'd better start preparing myself for a punch then. When the time comes, you can be sure I won't be taking your side. Those kids stared at Stark Industries' missile for 3 days, trapped there, and they were just teenagers. Seeing that Scott and Aurora had stopped their attacks and stood still, Tony moved next to Jiangbai, voicing the question that lingered in his mind. Jiangbai replied to Tony in his usual calm manner. Thinking of Wanda and Pietro, a hint of interest flickered in his eyes as he recounted the events in Sokovia to Tony. After hearing the story, Tony was left completely stunned. Silence fell over him, and he didn't respond to Jiangbai again. He had never sold his company's weapons to Sokovia, But that didn't mean Obadiah hadn't. The image of two teenagers staring helplessly at a missile for 3 whole days crept into his mind. To live in constant fear, never knowing if the missile would explode in the next moment. Tony knew all too well how unbearable that feeling was, let alone for 2 kids barely in their teens. Seeing Tony lost for words, Jeongbai glanced at him and said nothing more, quietly waiting for Charles to deliver the compensation. Suddenly, another blackbird jet appeared in the sky. Watching it descend, Jeongbai couldn't help but marvel at Charles's wealth. Blackbird jets were anything but cheap. He'd just destroyed one, and yet there was another. He almost regretted not asking for more compensation. Charles had come from a wealthy family to begin with, and the Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters was originally his family's castle. With the help of his psychic abilities, some of his investments had flourished. Now, he didn't need to lift a finger, and his yearly dividends alone amounted to billions of dollars. Without such resources, he could never sustain the expenses of the Xavier Institute, not to mention funding research into things like the Blackbird jet and other advanced technologies. The Blackbird soon landed in front of Jeongbai and the others. The hatch slowly opened. Hank wheeled Charles out of the jet, with Colossus following close behind. Beast, whose real name is Henry Philip McCoy and often called Hank, is a mutant blessed with beast-like senses and formidable strength. He's also one of the brightest minds on Earth. Among the original team, Hank was both the physically strongest and the most intelligent. To outsiders, he appeared as a hulking scholar, glasses perched on his nose. But among friends, he let loose, barefoot and hunched, moving with the loping grace of a gorilla. In battle, he could lift objects weighing a ton and possessed astonishing speed and agility. His acrobatic feats could leave even circus performers breathless, climbing atop flying missiles, scaling near vertical walls, or fighting deftly atop a slender cable. Colossus, whose real name is Pyotr Nikolaevich Rasputin, also known as Peter Rasputin, is a mutant with the soul of an artist. He is exceptionally kind-hearted, and among the X-Men, he is considered their Picasso. Rather than fighting, he much prefers painting portraits of his teammates. He is noble as well as wise. Body of living steel. Colossus possesses a unique mutant ability that allows him to transform all of his bodily tissues into a steel-like substance, granting him extraordinary strength and formidable defense. This substance isn't actually steel, but a carbon steel alloy resembling osmium, with a hardness second only to adamantium and vibranium. Colossus is extremely difficult to injure. Whenever he senses danger, his body instinctively shifts into its armored form. He can control this transformation at will and maintain his armored state for extended periods. However, he cannot partially transform. His body is either entirely armored or not at all. He can shift into his steel form in an instant and remain that way for a considerable length of time. The longest recorded period so far is 5 days. This transformation doesn't alter his internal structure. Unless he consciously chooses to revert, he stays armored, although if he loses consciousness, he will return to his normal state. The precise mechanism of his transformation is still a mystery, perhaps even to himself. Extraordinary resilience. In his armored form, Colossus can withstand the blast of a 110mm howitzer, endure the impact of a 1-ton truck loaded with 450 pounds of TNT crashing into him at 100 miles per hour, and survive temperatures ranging from absolute 0 to 9,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Any hotter, and his body would begin to melt. Additionally, under any known conditions on Earth, he does not rust. Hello, Mr. Jeongbai. I sincerely apologize for the actions of Scott and the others. I never expected things to turn out this way. Here is the genetic material you requested, and I've already transferred $1 billion to your account. All right, you may take them away now. Very well. If those 3 youngsters are willing, they're welcome to attend Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. I promise they'll be treated with absolute fairness, and quite a few relevant people are already gathering nearby. Thank you for the reminder. I'll ask them about it. Hank pushed Charles over to Jeongbai and set a silver briefcase down on the ground. Once again, Charles apologized to Jeongbai on behalf of Scott and the others. He had already learned everything that had happened from Scott's mind, and he admitted that the fault for this incident lay entirely with them. Jeongbai merely gave a slight nod in response to Charles's apology. Using his magnetic powers, he drew the briefcase to himself. When he opened it, he found inside a set of gene samples labeled with names. Nodding to Charles, he spoke, indicating that they could now take Scott and the others and leave. Colossus, who stood beside Hank, went over to help Scott, Ororo, and the others to their feet, guiding them into the Blackbird jet. Then, he gently carried Jean aboard as well. As they were leaving, Charles once again mentioned the possibility of Wanda and the others attending Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. He also informed Jeongbai that there were now quite a few suspicious personnel around the estate, People who could easily be agents of the FBI or some special government organization. Jiangbai thanked Charles for the warning, understanding that this was a gesture of goodwill. Soon after, the Blackbird jet lifted off and disappeared above the manor. Once Charles and his group had departed, Jiangbai used the estate's defensive weapons system to spot a number of unfamiliar vehicles parked not far away. He could even see several people surveilling the property with cameras and binoculars. Since they made no move to approach, Jiangbai decided to ignore them. Jiang, I'd like to see those two children, if possible. You know, Obadiah sold a lot of weapons under the table, so I'm not trying to shirk responsibility. I just want to make amends. I can ask them for you, but I can't promise they'll want to see you. Tony spoke with a heavy heart, asking Jiangbai if he could meet Wanda and Pietro, hoping to offer them some kind of restitution. Jiangbai, for his part, only agreed to pass along Tony's message. Whether Wanda and Pietro would agree to meet him was out of his hands. The only reason Jiangbai told Tony about Wanda and Pietro was because Tony had come to support him. Otherwise, he'd planned to wait until Tony inevitably crossed paths with Wanda and Pietro and suffered for it before telling him anything. Still, Tony's return was a bit of a surprise. Every time Jiangbai had helped Tony, he'd had his own reasons. Tony, on the other hand, seemed unconcerned by motives. Regardless, since Tony had come to help him now, Jiangbai decided to tell him, just to spare him a beating in the future. Activate the energy shield. Initiate the holographic illusion. Affirmative. Energy shield engaged. Holographic illusion activated. Then Jiangbai gave the order to activate the manor's energy shield and the full holographic illusion. This ensured that no one outside could attack or spy on what was happening within, and he suspected that S.H.I.E.L.D. had probably already figured out he was the owner of the silver-white armor. That made it all the more necessary to cloak the entire manor. From the outside, it would appear as if Jiangbai and Tony had simply vanished, while the scene inside remained unchanged. The damaged areas were still there, but their actions and whereabouts were now hidden from view. All of this was masked by the holographic illusion. Once he reached the underground control room of the villa, he found Wanda, Lorna, and Pietro anxiously waiting. As soon as Jiangbai descended, Wanda and Lorna rushed over to embrace him, while Pietro, seeing no space left, hugged him from behind. All right, calm down, it's over now," Jiangbai said, smiling helplessly as he tried to untangle himself. "By the way, Tony Stark wants to see you. He wants to make it up to you. Do you want to meet him?" "No, we don't want to see him for now, and I don't want his apology," Wanda replied firmly. "Okay, if you don't want to, that's fine. Head back to the villa for now. I'll take care of the rest." 3 charms instantly appeared on his person as Jiangbai tried, with a mix of amusement and resignation, to get Wanda, Lorna, and Pietro to let go. He explained Tony's wish to meet them, but Wanda and Pietro immediately turned him down. Jiangbai didn't press the issue, instead sending the 3 of them back to the villa. He still needed to deal with the aftermath of the battle. After all, a fight in Manhattan's wealthy district was bound to cause a lot of trouble, and with his armor now exposed, complications would only multiply. He knew he didn't yet have the connections to resolve all these problems on his own. He would have to ask Tony for help. Leaving the underground control room, Jiangbai went to see Tony. Without a word, he simply shook his head, and Tony, understanding, felt even more remorseful. "Tony, could you deal with those organizations for me?" Jiangbai said, "I don't have the connections to handle it myself, and if I have to do it, I'll solve it the hard way." "I'll take care of it," Tony replied. "I'll head back first." At this moment, Jiangbai made it clear he needed Tony's help managing these troublesome organizations. If the American groups insisted on making trouble, he wouldn't mind helping them meet their end. If it came to it, he could just leave New York in his spaceship. With its stealth capabilities and short-range space jumps, not even Tony would be able to track him. Leaving here would be almost effortless. Once he finished his trades with Grey Wolf and Tom for even more powerful items, he'd even have the nerve to drop a Tsar Bomba on the White House if he wanted. He felt no sense of belonging to America or, truthfully, to any part of the world. He had always felt as if he existed outside the world, never fitting in, always out of sync with everyone else. With his keen foresight and insight, he could easily obtain whatever he desired. That's why, even if the entire United States were destroyed, it wouldn't cause the slightest ripple in his heart. After Tony agreed, he immediately activated flight mode and departed. The artificial intelligence opened an invisible gap in the energy shield, allowing Tony to leave. Up to now, Tony hadn't noticed anything unusual inside the manor, not even the fact that the energy shield was already activated. "Uncle Martin, contact a construction company and have them repair the manor. There will probably be quite a few people trying to sneak in. Just ignore them. As long as the manor is restored, that's all that matters." "Understood, young master." Jiangbai, having come over to Martin, spoke to him. Right now, The manor was in ruins from the fierce battle just moments before. There was no trace left of its former beauty. The trees, the gardens, the buildings, everything had been utterly destroyed. For the time being, Jiangbai didn't want to move out, so he simply asked Martin to arrange for the repairs. As for the agents and members of other organizations who might try to disguise themselves as construction workers to infiltrate, Jiangbai wasn't concerned at all. Seeing this, Martin began contacting the construction company. Jiangbai, meanwhile, took the case containing the mutant genes and headed back to his room on the second floor of the villa. After watching the battle at Jiangbai's manor, Nick Fury's expression turned grim. As director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he was only now learning the identity of the man in the silver-white armor. What's more, the opponent's combat abilities were nothing short of extraordinary. He glanced at the analysis report from the scientific research team. This only made his already dark mood even worse. The report clearly stated the subject could manipulate magnetism and metal. He wasn't sure whether this was a power Jiangbai himself possessed or a function of the armor. Also on Fury's desk were Martin's files, including his history of service with the SEALs. Next came the dossiers on Wanda, Pietro, and Lorna. Even information on Jiangbai's parents was included. After some careful thought, Nick Fury decided to send an agent to make contact first, planning to judge the appropriate course of action based on the target's personality and conduct. Anyone capable of creating a suit of armor that could rival Iron Man's was formidable, to say the least. Without delay, Nick Fury pressed a button on his desk. Soon, a beautiful woman in a black tactical suit, with a striking figure and flowing red hair, entered his office. Natasha, here's the target's file. I want you to get close to him. Find out the capabilities of his armor, his own strength, and whatever you can about his personality and background. Yes, Director. After receiving her assignment from Nick Fury in the office, Natasha left with the documents in hand. These files contained information about Jiangbai and his associates from the American government's database. With the information at her fingertips, Natasha began plotting her approach to get close to Jiangbai and fulfill her mission. Her real name was Natasha Romanoff, better known by her codename, Black Widow. Once a Russian agent for the covert organization S.H.I.E.L.D., Natasha was renowned for her graceful poise, striking beauty, sharp mind, and swift reflexes. She was formidable, unyielding, and ruthless, a true elite among S.H.I.E.L.D.'s agents. Later, she joined the Avengers, where she was the only female member of the team. Black Widow was a master martial artist, skilled in karate, judo, kempo, ninjutsu, aikido, savate, and a myriad of kung fu techniques. She was also an expert marksman and weapons specialist. Her espionage training was extensive. Natasha, like Captain America, possessed the ability to process multiple streams of information, such as threat assessments, at lightning speed, adapting instantly to ever-changing tactical situations. She was not only an expert tactician, but also a highly efficient strategist and commander, having even led S.H.I.E.L.D. operations on occasion. The variety of weapons she used were originally developed by Soviet scientists and technicians, and later upgraded by S.H.I.E.L.D.'s own tech team. Most notably, she wore a pair of distinctive bracelets known as the Widow's Bite. This weapon could fire bullets, miniature bombs, tear gas pellets, deliver electric shocks of up to 30,000 volts, and launch the Widow's line, a grappling hook and cable. When Natasha noticed that her target was only 22 years old, a plan quickly formed in her mind. Seduction would be her method. With her looks and charm, she was confident she could leave this young man utterly captivated. After Martin contacted the construction company, workers soon arrived at the estate to repair the damaged gardens and other structures. With a sharp eye, Martin could easily tell that many of the construction workers were actually agents or spies in disguise. But remembering what Jiangbai had said, he decided not to interfere. Meanwhile, Jiangbai was upstairs in his bedroom, reaching out to Tom. The call quickly connected, and Tom appeared on screen, his head covered in bandages. Tom, I have some genetic material here. Can you help me extract the abilities encoded in these genes? I want to gain those powers. If you can do it, I'll give you 50 fish and a giant piece of cheese, plus lots of other delicious treats. Tom lowered his head in silence when he heard Jiangbai's request. But as soon as he caught the promise of 50 fish, a giant piece of cheese, and delicious treats, his ears perked up. After a shake of his head, the bump on top instantly vanished, and he returned to his normal appearance. Staring at Jiangbai, he nodded eagerly and repeatedly. To further assure Jiangbai, Tom patted his own chest in a gesture of confidence, guaranteeing he could get the job done. In his mind, he was already picturing himself savoring those fish and cheese. Seeing Tom's utterly besotted look, Jiangbai couldn't help but cover his own face in exasperation, then handed Tom the boxes filled with various genetic samples that Charles had delivered. It wasn't until the boxes suddenly appeared before him that Tom snapped back to reality. Clutching the boxes, he darted off towards the back door, ready to concoct whatever Jiangbai wanted in exchange for those plump fish and rich cheese. The connection between them cut off abruptly, just as Grey Wolf sent Jiangbai a message. Grey Wolf, the items you wanted are ready, but they can only double your physical strength. And there are only 2 doses. Jiangbai, that's perfect, thank you. What would you like in return? Grey Wolf, I still have some sheep left from our last trade, but my wedding anniversary with my wife is coming up soon. Do you have anything special I could give her as a gift? Jiangbai, understood, give me a little time. I guarantee Red Wolf will be delighted. Grey Wolf, all right, thank you so much. Jiangbai was genuinely surprised to learn that Grey Wolf had managed to create something that could enhance physical abilities, especially since Grey Wolf was known as a master inventor in the field of mechanics. He never expected Grey Wolf would actually pull it off, though the enhancement only doubled one's original strength, and there were just 2 vials. Jiangbai wasn't fussy and immediately prepared to trade with Grey Wolf. When he asked what Grey Wolf wanted in exchange, he learned about the anniversary gift for Red Wolf. After giving his promise to find the perfect present, Jiangbai stood up to go shop for Grey Wolf's anniversary surprise. To his astonishment, Grey Wolf had already sent over the items, complete with an instruction manual. All he needed to do was drink the potion to double his physical strength. No side effects whatsoever. Gazing at the 2 green vials in his hand, which looked remarkably like some kind of plant extract, Jiangbai didn't hesitate for a second. He poured 1 dose straight into his mouth. In the next moment, it felt as if his entire body was engulfed in blazing flames. The sensation lasted for 3 long minutes. Jiangbai gritted his teeth and endured, not making a single sound, but by the end his clothes were drenched through with sweat. Yet, he could feel a surge of raw power coursing through his body. Lifting his soaked shirt, the sunlight played across his broad waistline, revealing the faint outline of 8 sharply defined abs. Each muscle as exquisitely sculpted as marble. After taking a shower, he went down to the first floor, called Martin up to the second floor, handed him the last vial of the potion, and watched as Martin drank it. When Martin heard about the effects of the potion, he gave Jiangbai a long, searching look. Yesterday, it had been the red candy. Today, the potion. As a former Navy SEAL commander, Martin knew all too well how something like this would drive people mad if word got out. Even a military would stop at nothing to seize it. Yet now, Jiangbai was giving it to him without hesitation. Feeling deeply moved, Martin swallowed the potion. Jiangbai watched Martin grit his teeth and endure the pain, a mischievous glint of satisfaction flickering across his face. Martin immediately understood that Jiangbai had left out some details on purpose, but he simply didn't have the strength to complain. He could only bear the pain in silence, jaw clenched. After exchanging a few words with Wanda and the others, Jiangbai headed to the garage, got into the car, and drove straight out of the estate. Having undergone the strengthening process twice, Jiangbai's senses and strength far surpassed those of ordinary people. He easily noticed that as soon as he pulled away, quite a few people from the construction companies were watching him intently. They began contacting their superiors through various channels. Jiangbai, however, paid them no mind. Once the repairs on the estate were complete, anything these people planted in the estate would be easily discovered by the AI. Besides, with his body further enhanced, he could handle them effortlessly even without the magnetic armor. 10,000 words a day. Rest easy and keep reading. Keep pushing for more updates, and if you like the book, a bit of support for those ads would be much appreciated. Thank you. Because yesterday's fierce battle took place in the evening, and with Tony pulling some strings to suppress the incident as soon as he returned, news of the fight between Jiangbai's estate and the mutants didn't make it into any major newspapers, nor did it appear anywhere online. On one hand, Tony's connections helped keep things quiet. On the other, Jiangbai used the smart system in his magnetic armor to sweep the internet, erasing any posts about what had happened at the estate. Organizations like Hydra were aware of the incident, but had no intention of letting it go public. The fewer people who knew, the better. In the eyes of these organizations, Jiangbai's background was unremarkable, but the sight of his silver-white armor and the laser attack launched from the estate was enough to mark him as a technological genius, one whose research capabilities were anything but ordinary. Of course, this was only what Jiangbai had shown so far. They didn't know exactly why the mutants had clashed with him, but that didn't stop them from wanting to get close. If Iron Man's armor was already terrifying, now there was an even more formidable suit on the scene. And this one belonged to someone with no apparent connections or backing. Naturally, these organizations weren't about to let such an opportunity slip by. They were all planning to make contact. Of course, they were prepared for the worst as well. If they couldn't have Jiangbai, they'd make sure no other group did either. In their eyes, Jiangbai, without his armor, was hardly a threat at all. Driving away from the manor alone, Jiangbai soon noticed several unfamiliar vehicles tailing him. With a dismissive smile, he turned and headed toward the shopping mall. By the time Jiangbai arrived at the mall, Black Widow, Natasha, had already received word and was preparing to approach him inside. Once inside, he made his way toward the jewelry store, gazing at the dazzling, exquisite gems on display. He selected a ruby necklace worth nearly $10 million to use as payment for Hui Tailang in their upcoming deal. The fiery red of the gem was a fitting nod to Hong Tailang's name. The necklace, with its exquisite craftsmanship, radiated like a blazing flame, brimming with vibrant life and irresistible allure. Its unique red hue made it impossible to look away. Thinking of Wanda and Lorna back home, he picked out 2 gemstone bracelets for them as well. He spent a total of $15 million. After the salesperson had carefully packaged his purchases, he left the jewelry store without delay. Next, he stopped in an electronics shop, buying game consoles and cartridges for Pietro before preparing to leave with all his items in tow. As he made his way toward the underground parking lot, he suddenly spotted a familiar face, a stunning woman with striking red hair, dressed in professional attire that perfectly accentuated her figure. Her long, shapely legs were elegantly wrapped in black stockings, and she walked confidently in a pair of sleek black heels, heading straight toward him. Jiang Bai's eyes narrowed slightly at the sight of that familiar face. There was no mistaking her. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff herself, an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. He had no doubt Natasha was here for him, but as he watched, she didn't so much as glance in his direction. Amused, Jiang Bai couldn't help but smile inwardly. This was Black Widow. After all, her acting was flawless. He was curious to see what she had planned, so he pretended not to notice her and continued forward. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, the heel of Natasha's shoe snapped. She stumbled, falling directly into Jiang Bai's arms. The suddenness of it caught him off guard, but he quickly reacted, steadying her while feeling, quite unmistakably, the soft curves of her figure pressed against him. "Are you all right, miss?" he asked. "I'm sorry, I think I twisted my ankle." "I really apologize," Natasha replied. "It's no trouble. It looks serious. Let me call 911 for you," Jiang Bai offered, feigning concern. No, that's not necessary. I just need a moment to rest. Don't trouble yourself. I still have to get to the office," she insisted. Feigning anxiety, Jiang Bai watched as Natasha played her part to perfection. He couldn't help but smile inwardly at her performance. Had he not known who Natasha truly was, he might have been fooled by her act. The sight of a beautiful woman looking so helpless would stir any man's protective instincts. Yet he, knowing Natasha's true identity, was simply playing along with her act. After all, she had been injected with the super soldier serum and was likely already in her 70s or 80s. If she were actually injured just because her high heel snapped, that would be nothing short of unbelievable. "Oh, I see. Don't worry, I've already called 911 for you. Let me help you over to that chair. Just wait here for the ambulance to arrive. It's just a twisted ankle. Put a little ointment on it and you'll be fine. It won't make you late for work. I have something urgent to attend to, so I'll be going now." "Huh? Oh, all right, thank you." At that moment, Jiang Bai suddenly spoke to her with a faint note of urgency in his voice. Without another word, he left her sitting on a chair and hurried off. Natasha was left bewildered by Jiang Bai's abrupt change of attitude. The reason, however, was that he had just received a notification from the artificial intelligence on his watch. There had been an attack on the manor. In a situation like this, how could he possibly continue the charade with Natasha? Without delay, he turned and left. Once in the underground parking lot, Jiang Bai slammed his foot on the gas and raced back to his estate. Thanks to the car's speed, he made it back in no time. What greeted him at the gate of the villa were 5 corpses. Martin was already making calls to his contacts, trying to get the bodies taken care of. In this world, where there was a Continental Hotel, there were also cleaners, specialists who dealt with corpses and cleaned up after battles. Of course, every time their services were needed, it cost a gold coin from the Continental Hotel. "Ding! Boss, there's a tracker and a bug in your car." "I see it." No sooner had he gotten out of the car than the artificial intelligence sent another message. Discovering that his car had been fitted with a tracker and a listening device did not surprise Jiang Bai in the least. He had spent quite some time at the mall, enough for S.H.I.E.L.D. or any other organization to plant such devices. Thinking back to Natasha's appearance, he suspected S.H.I.E.L.D. was behind it. With Nick Fury's controlling nature, wanting to keep everything in his own hands, Jiang Bai wasn't surprised in the slightest that Fury would do something like this. Following the AI's instructions, Jiang Bai swiftly removed 4 trackers and 2 bugs. He then strode over to Martin, his face dark with displeasure. "Young master, I'm not sure which organization they were from, but judging by their skills, these people were all systematically trained operatives, and they were all death warriors. Once I crippled them, they bit down on the poison hidden in their teeth without hesitation." "They were systematically trained? Any distinctive tattoos or marks on them?" "No, nothing at all. But their weapons, those are standard issue for the current army." "I understand. And what about Wanda and the others? Are they safe?" "It's fine. The moment they entered the manor, They were immediately discovered. As soon as my watch alerted me, I rushed out and took them all down. But it seemed their target wasn't Wanda or the others. It was more like they were searching for something. Could be they were looking for your laboratory, young master. Maybe they wanted to get their hands on your suit. That's possible. Offer the workers more money and have them speed up the manor's repairs. All right, I'll arrange it right away. As Jiang Bai's gaze turned to him, Martin began recounting everything he knew. From his understanding, he had no idea which organization these people belonged to, but they were systematically trained, and their weapons were the same as those currently used by the American military. Both clues pointed straight to the U.S. Armed Forces. However, if their goal was really the suit, they wouldn't need to break in a manner like this. They could simply mobilize troops and seize it openly. Besides, American soldiers don't keep poison capsules hidden in their teeth. After hearing everything Martin had to say, Jiang Bai already had his own suspicions. It had to be Hydra. Their men underwent systematic training. With their own bases, Hydra could easily train soldiers in an organized manner. Moreover, they had plenty of spies and agents planted within the American government and military. Acquiring the most advanced weapons would be no challenge for them. Even though these attackers bore no tattoos or identifying marks, Jiang Bai's understanding of Hydra told him they were almost certainly Hydra operatives. Not every soldier was qualified to bear the Hydra insignia. Otherwise, the death of a single soldier would expose everything. The Hydra leadership was not that foolish. Glancing around at the manor being hastily repaired, Jiang Bai instructed Martin to pay extra so the work could be finished sooner. The more people there were inside, the less secure the manor became. Once repairs were complete, he still needed to sweep for any hidden bugs or cameras the intruders might have left behind. He certainly didn't trust that none of them had installed covert surveillance devices. Meanwhile, after Jiang Bai left, Natasha heard from other agents that the manor had been attacked, and that was why Jiang Bai had rushed back. This incident had caused her latest attempt to make contact to fail. Though she was frustrated, there was little she could do but keep looking for another opportunity. Wanda, this ruby bracelet is for you. Lorna, here's an emerald one for you. Pietro, these aren't really your style, so I bought you a bunch of gaming consoles and cartridges instead. Wow, it's beautiful. Thank you, Jiang Bai. I love this color. New games to play? Really? Thank you, Jiang Bai. As soon as he entered the villa, Jiang Bai handed the ruby bracelet to Wanda and the emerald one to Lorna, then passed the pile of gaming consoles and cartridges to Pietro. Wanda and Lorna were delighted by their sparkling new bracelets, while Pietro was so excited he leapt up, grabbed his new games, and disappeared into the living room. Wanda and Lorna, on the other hand, leapt up and planted a kiss on Jiang Bai's cheek. Their faces instantly turned a deep shade of red, and neither dared meet his gaze as they dashed straight to their own bedrooms. Watching the two girls flee in embarrassment, Jiang Bai couldn't help but smile. He picked up the ruby necklace he had bought for Grey Wolf and entered his own room. Through the system, he initiated a trade with Grey Wolf. Inside Wolf Castle, Grey Wolf immediately accepted the transaction as soon as he saw it from Jiang Bai. In the next moment, a beautifully packaged gift box appeared in his hand. He opened it slowly, revealing a strand of ruby necklace. The central ruby was noticeably larger than the rest, radiant and vivid, blooming with a brilliance reminiscent of a blossoming flower. It shimmered with vibrant energy and carried a unique magnetic field, offering the wearer positive psychological cues and a sense of joy. On Valentine's Day or other special occasions, this ruby necklace will be the perfect token of love. Grey Wolf was thoroughly pleased with this exchange, a strong hunch telling him that his wife would absolutely adore it. Grey Wolf, thank you, I'm really satisfied. I have a feeling my wife is going to love this gift. Jiang Bai, you're welcome, as long as you're happy with it. Rubies, with their enchanting red hue, are widely regarded as symbols of love and passion. They stand for the beauty, eternity, and steadfastness of love, which is why they're called the Stone of Love. The fiery red represents burning passion, making rubies a classic token for couples to exchange their feelings. This necklace is more than enough to show your affection for Red Wolf. Grey Wolf, thank you. As Grey Wolf read about the ruby being known as the Stone of Love, he couldn't help but feel a surge of delight, thinking of the bond he shared with his wife. Unconsciously, a satisfied and blissful smile appeared on his face. Realizing what he was doing, he quickly picked up the gift box and hurried off to the bedroom, eager to present Red Wolf with this special present. After trading the ruby necklace to Grey Wolf, Jiang Bai noticed that Grey Wolf's friendliness level toward him had increased significantly, now reaching 90%. At this point, Grey Wolf already saw him as a confidant, and much of this was thanks to the ruby necklace. The final 10% would be the hardest to gain, but Jiang Bai wasn't worried. Eventually, he'd achieve Grey Wolf's complete trust, and when that time came, he'd be able to invite Grey Wolf here to lend him a hand. He might even visit the green pastures and revisit the memories of his childhood. Heading to the living room, he turned on the TV to catch up on these past few days' news. According to our station, Stark Industries' stock has once again hit a new high, soaring past all previous records. Yet another member of Congress has proposed a bill to sanction and register mutants, but the highest council has not passed it. At this moment, I am in Sakura country. Just now, an earthquake struck again. No, what is that thing? Oh my god. There's a gigantic monster inside the nuclear power plant. I swear, I've never seen a creature this enormous in my entire life. Oh my god. This monster is destroying the nuclear facility. If nuclear energy leaks into the ocean, countless marine creatures will die. Wait, no. It's absorbing the nuclear energy. My heavens, this monster is actually devouring nuclear power. This giant beast, looking like a colossal marine iguana, is relentlessly demolishing the nuclear plant. Yet Sakura country has made no move to respond. Will the monster come ashore? Let's get a little closer and see. Originally, several channels were still broadcasting news from America, mostly about Tony, either about Stark Industries or the topic of Iron Man. There were also stories about mutants. But just as Jeongbai was switching to the international channel, he saw it. Right next to a nuclear power plant in Sakura country, a monstrous creature had suddenly appeared, tearing into the nuclear facility and devouring its energy. Others might not recognize it, but Jeongbai knew exactly who this was. This was the one and only king of the monsters, Godzilla. For this creature, nuclear energy is nothing more than a meal, and even nuclear bombs can't threaten it. Height, 50 meters. Weight, 20,000 tons. And its signature move, the atomic breath. It can even evolve into Burning Godzilla, an utterly terrifying force. And it's not just Burning Godzilla. There are also Little Godzilla, Godzilla Jr., Sentinel Godzilla, Moth Godzilla, Space Godzilla, King Godzilla, and many other forms. Who would have thought it would appear just after Tony announced to the world that he was Iron Man? This only made Jeongbai more certain of his theory. Tony's declaration marked the true beginning of the Marvel World's superhero era. Yet, watching Godzilla lay waste to the nuclear plant in Sakura country, Jeongbai felt a strange and inexplicable satisfaction deep inside. SHIELD Triskelion headquarters. Nick Fury stared at the video playing on his tablet. The footage of Godzilla destroying Sakura country's nuclear plant and of the beast absorbing nuclear energy. Looking at this colossal monster, Nick Fury felt a chill run down his spine. He never imagined there could be such a terrifying creature on Earth. If it ever decided to attack a city, the devastation would be incalculable. A city wouldn't last long in the hands of a monster like that. Nick Fury began to consider possible countermeasures. As he pondered, two names surfaced in his mind. Only then did he gradually begin to relax. He pulled a file out of his drawer, his eyes filled with determination. Now, more than ever, it was necessary to assemble this extraordinary team. Bold letters on the cover of the file read, "The Avengers." Hill, keep monitoring that monster at all times. I want to know its every move. Yes, Director. William Bill Randa watched the enormous monster on the screen, his eyes alight with excitement and fervor. He was the founder of Monarch, a secretive organization known only to a select few. Monarch's mission was to seek out evidence of legendary ancient titans, to protect humanity, and to maintain global peace. For years, he had been searching for signs of these mythic creatures, ancient beasts and titans whispered about in legend. Clues convinced him of their existence, though he'd only deduced their presence through research and simulation. He had never actually seen one. Now, suddenly, a monster had appeared before his very eyes, attacking a nuclear power station in Sakura country. He was both thrilled and eager to study this colossal creature. Without delay, he ordered his subordinates to head to Sakura country and observe the monster's every move. He mobilized satellites to keep the monster under constant surveillance, determined to learn everything about its behavior, hoping this would lead him to the locations of other titans, and perhaps even to the legendary Hollow Earth. But it wasn't only SHIELD and Monarch who had their eyes on this beast. Hydra, Wakanda, the Inhumans, the Red Room, Mutants, SWRD, SPAR, and a host of other organizations were all paying close attention to this gigantic creature. Many biotech companies were watching too, especially Norman Osborn, who was desperate to cure his family's hereditary disease. Some of Hydra's more deranged members even dreamed of controlling the monster to achieve world domination. Just then, a monstrous tidal wave suddenly crashed into New York Harbor with a deafening roar. The waves battered the port mercilessly, destroying countless ships, cargo, and buildings, leaving devastation and countless casualties in their wake. New York Harbor, the largest seaport in America and among the busiest in the world, sits at the mouth of the Hudson River, bordering the Atlantic Ocean. Since 1980, its annual throughput had reached 160 million tons, with over 4,000 ships passing through each year. It is also the name of a river. From the depths, a massive titan emerged, coming ashore at New York Harbor, its size rivaling that of Godzilla himself. But this creature was a blend of scorpion and locust, and after landing at the harbor, the titan began its march toward the heart of New York City. All the buildings along the way had been reduced to rubble. The sudden appearance of a monster had thrown all of New York into chaos. Not even Nick Fury could have predicted that a creature like this would make landfall in New York. With nearly 15 million residents in the city, if this monster reached the city center, half of them could be killed or injured. Even Jiangbai was caught off guard by the arrival of a titan behemoth in New York. As he watched the creature, he recognized it at once. The titan monster, Abaddon, a grotesque fusion of scorpion and locust. Its size was not much smaller than Godzilla, but when it came to fighting power, it fell short of the Great Lizard. Still, that didn't mean New York could stand up to it. Jiangbai was already considering whether he should make a run for it. If they resorted to using a nuclear bomb, there was a chance Abaddon could be killed, but it would also mean the destruction of all New York. The only question was whether the government would be crazy enough to actually launch a nuke. Jiang, did you see that? What do we do now? The monster's heading straight for downtown New York. Obviously, we get out of here. Or are you thinking of stopping it yourself? Honestly, if you get hit even once by that tail, you're dead on the spot. Don't be reckless, Tony. But there's still so many people in New York. I want to save them. Don't be stupid, Tony. This is a titan behemoth we're talking about. Unless you want to go nuclear, there's almost no way to destroy it. For all you know, while you're trying to dance around the monster, the government and the military might just decide to drop a nuke right here. Trust me, running is your best bet. Knowing these politicians, you're probably right, but oh crap. Someone's charging in. They're stopping the monster. Just then, Tony suddenly called, wanting to know what Jiangbai thought they should do. After all, the giant monster was headed straight for the heart of New York, and at this rate, it would reach Manhattan in no time. Hearing Tony's question, Jiangbai told him without hesitation to run. But the hesitation in Tony's voice made him suspicious. Jiangbai was full of disbelief, suspecting that Tony actually wanted to stop Abaddon. He tried to talk Tony out of it, exasperated, though he had to admit Tony's Iron Man suit was formidable. Still, it was nowhere near enough to take on Abaddon. All it would take was a single blow from the monster, and Tony would be dead before he hit the ground. So Jiangbai urged Tony not to act rashly and to escape with him instead. He also warned Tony that the government might soon fire a nuclear missile at the city. In Jiangbai's memory, during the Chitauri invasion, even when there was hope to drive them back, the government still chose to launch a nuke. Now, with Abaddon attacking New York, he had no doubt that the American government would do the same. They never cared about the lives of ordinary people. As Tony listened to Jiangbai and thought back on his own impressions of the government, he had to admit that it sounded just like something they would do. But in the next moment, as he looked at the screen, he gasped in shock. On the screen, connected to their own satellite feed, they saw a man suddenly soar into the air and charge at the monster, landing a punch that forced the beast to halt its advance. When Jiangbai heard Tony's words, he too turned his attention to the live broadcast playing on the TV. As for where this live feed had come from, naturally, it was those fearless reporters from the New York newspapers broadcasting the whole thing live. Jiangbai also witnessed the very scene Tony had just described. His eyes narrowed slightly as he started to ponder. Who was this man, and why did he possess the power to drive back such a gargantuan beast? Just 10 minutes earlier, Nick Fury had personally boarded a Quinjet to fly to a special location and invite the man who had just stopped the monster. His name was Robert Reynolds, a name perhaps unfamiliar to many, but he had another code name, the Sentry. The Sentry, real name Robert Reynolds, was once an addict. In his desperation to find drugs, he broke into a professor's laboratory and, by accident, drank a secret formula the professor had invented. This gave him immense powers, but the energy also birthed a dark persona within him, known as the Void. The Sentry's strength is truly terrifying. He possesses the power of 1,000,000 exploding suns, the energy equivalent to 1,000,000 supernovas. Yet, because of the evil persona that arose within him, he is constantly locked in an internal battle with the Void, fighting every moment to keep himself from losing control. To Nick Fury, the Sentry is one of his trump cards for protecting the Earth. The Sentry's potential is said to have no upper limit, but the existence of the Void prevents him from growing stronger without end. The Void is always lurking, seeking to seize control of his body, and this is precisely why Nick Fury is so hesitant to call on him unless absolutely necessary. Only when the Sentry's mental state is stable can he unleash his true power. At full strength, he could even destroy the Earth in an instant. That is why Nick Fury helps him resist the Void's influence as much as possible. Even the Ancient One considers a situation extremely difficult to handle. After Abaddon landed in New York, a desperate Nick Fury had no choice but to call upon this powerful yet unstable being. For without him, the entire city would be destroyed by the monster. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the Sentry did not hesitate. Even while locked in conflict with the Void, he was able to display formidable combat prowess. So he agreed to help deal with the monster, appearing before it in a flash, the very scene Tony and Jiangbai had just witnessed. Watching the Sentry in action, Nick Fury finally allowed himself a sigh of relief. Yet his mind grew tense again with new suspicions. One monster appeared at the Sakura Nation's nuclear plant. Now another has surfaced here. There could very well be more of these creatures. This only strengthened Nick Fury's resolve to form the Avengers. On the other side, Jiangbai watched the white man on television relentlessly attacking the giant beast. A suspicion began to form in his mind. The man's abilities looked remarkably similar to Superman's. In the Marvel Universe, Sentry is the character most akin to Superman. So this man was likely the Sentry, the one who wields the power of 1,000,000 exploding suns. He hadn't expected even the Sentry to show up. Clearly, this world was not a straightforward blend of movies and comics. As Jiangbai watched Sentry land a punch directly onto Abaddon, sending the creature flying, a chill ran through him at the sheer force on display. No wonder Sentry was famed for his immeasurable power. A golden beam burst from Sentry's eyes, blasting Abaddon away once more. As Sentry's energy surged, he carved a deep wound into Abaddon's hulking form. Yet Abaddon did not perish. The cut wasn't deep enough to be fatal. Its horrifying regenerative powers kicked in, rapidly knitting its body back together as green blood spurted from the wound. While healing, Abaddon staggered backward, desperate to retreat and escape into the sea. But Sentry had no intention of letting it flee. A sudden, earth-shaking blast echoed out. Just as Sentry was about to strike again, a crimson surge of energy shot out from the ocean, slamming into him. Seizing the moment, Abaddon slipped away, vanishing beneath the waves. When the scarlet energy faded, Sentry had lost track of the titanic beast's position. Even his superhuman eyes couldn't penetrate the ocean's depths to find Abaddon. Sentry frowned slightly, but without dwelling on it, he simply vanished into the sky. For now, this was no longer his concern. Yet the blood Abaddon had left behind still stained the ground in abundance. S.H.I.E.L.D. arrived immediately, beginning to gather samples of the monster's blood. The government and the military weren't about to let S.H.I.E.L.D. take it all. Numerous biotech companies also joined the scramble. Another resounding boom. And again, the ground trembled with thunderous impact. A guttural roar tore through the chaos. Meanwhile, things were far less fortunate in Japan than in New York, which had been shielded by the power of 1,000,000 suns. The Japanese government scrambled fighter jets to attack Godzilla, while ground forces rolled out tanks, missile launchers, and an array of heavy artillery against the monster. Godzilla, under attack, retaliated at once. With a single sweep of its tail, it obliterated swathes of ground troops, flattening tanks into twisted metal. The soldiers inside were reduced to nothing but blood and gore. Fighter jets, though able to circle Godzilla at high speed and harry the beast, were still in grave danger. Godzilla's massive size let it anticipate the jet's flight patterns with its tail, swatting many out of the sky in a single blow. With a thunderous roar, Godzilla unleashed a unique magnetic field that rippled through the air, rendering countless electronic devices useless. One by one, the fighter jets lost power and plummeted earthward. The Navy of Sakura Country began launching attacks against Godzilla. Not far away, aboard an aircraft carrier, an urgent command arrived from both the Emperor and Prime Minister of Sakura. Authorization to use nuclear weapons was officially granted. Although they knew this monster could absorb and consume nuclear energy, the nation's top brass did not believe it could withstand a direct nuclear explosion. A thunderous blast echoed across the sea. Missiles of every kind streaked toward Godzilla. In a nearby city, chaos erupted. People of Sakura fled in a frenzy, though a few daring souls rushed toward the nuclear plant, eager to capture the spectacle on camera. Irritated by the barrage of missiles, Godzilla began to move toward the city. With every colossal step, the earth trembled beneath him. For this island nation, it seemed yet another piece of land would be lost to Godzilla's rampage. Sakura's territory, already sinking year after year, would shrink further after this devastation. As Godzilla left the nuclear plant and lumbered toward the nearest city, the Emperor and Prime Minister gave the final order. The naval carrier was to launch a nuclear strike and destroy the monster, regardless of the risk to the city. The nuclear missile silo on the carrier opened with deliberate precision. A massive warhead slowly rose into position. Once the missile locked onto its target, it shot toward Godzilla, accelerating relentlessly. 30 seconds later, it struck home. The world watched in stunned silence. No one had expected Sakura to detonate a nuclear bomb on its own soil. A blazing mushroom cloud billowed skyward, while Sakura's leaders and the world's powers stared anxiously at the monstrous silhouette within the cloud. Only Jianbai watched with a disdainful smile. He knew a nuclear blast could never kill Godzilla. If anything, it would only make the monster stronger. When the cloud finally dissipated, everyone saw the beast standing unharmed amid the ruins. Everything around it had been obliterated by the blast, but Godzilla, now visibly excited, began absorbing the nuclear energy from the explosion. As it drew in this power, Godzilla soon realized it needed to enter a period of dormancy to process the new energy and further strengthen itself. With that, Godzilla turned and lumbered back toward the nuclear plant. Before long, it slipped into the sea and vanished from the radar screens of the Sakura fleet. At that moment, nations around the world were still reeling from the sight of a monster surviving a direct nuclear strike without a scratch. This shocking display only fueled the determination of many organizations to capture and study the beast. Monarch, in particular, mobilized its forces to obtain samples of the monster's blood from S.H.I.E.L.D. Even Hydra began preparing equipment for its own research. With 80% of S.H.I.E.L.D. infiltrated by their agents, acquiring the monster's blood would be a trivial task. Meanwhile, numerous American conglomerates and powerful families began leveraging their influence, pressuring the government in hopes of obtaining the blood for their own experiments. You have to understand, the monster wounded by the Sentry had lost a considerable amount of blood. It was impossible for S.H.I.E.L.D. to keep it all to themselves. At the same time, the Sentry had drawn the attention of nations and major organizations around the world. Groups like Hydra began to investigate everything they could about him. If they could obtain his genetic material and unlock the secrets of his abilities, any plan or ambition could be within reach. So, organizations like Hydra were already moving into action. However, Nick Fury had long since deleted all records of the Sentry from America's databases. Not even S.H.I.E.L.D. itself retained any information about him. Given how powerful and unstable the Sentry was, Fury feared that any organization might try to interfere with or even control him by some means. He had told no one about the Sentry's existence, not even his closest aides, Hill and Coulson, nor his trusted agents Hawkeye and Black Widow. Whenever he went to meet the Sentry, he always went alone, maintaining a level of secrecy even more rigorous than the construction of his safe houses. Meanwhile, Jianbai was feeling a growing sense of danger. Now that the Sentry actually existed in this world, did that mean other figures from the comics might exist as well? Could they also possess even greater powers? The thought only deepened Jianbai's longing for strength. At Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, Charles was deep in thought after witnessing the monsters that had appeared in Sakura Country in New York. He saw an opportunity, a chance to improve the status of mutants. Inevitably, these monsters would become the primary targets of every nation. Their overwhelming power and reckless attacks on cities meant that governments would soon be desperate. Charles hoped to use the crisis these monsters brought to America to show that mutants could coexist peacefully with humans, if the government and the public realized that mutants would protect them. If mutants could be seen as heroes, just like Iron Man, then naturally their place in society would rise as well. At the very least, humanity might finally stop hating and rejecting them. But as for how to achieve this, further discussion was needed. Professor, Jean is awake. Scott and Aurora's conditions have stabilized. Scott will need some time for his leg to heal. That's good to hear. I should have warned them. But, Professor, are you sure it's safe to give them those genes? They contain Eric's genetic material. Don't worry. After all these years, has anyone ever managed to crack our genetics? Even you still haven't figured it out. Many organizations have obtained Eric's genes in the past, but nothing ever came of it. Even if they get their hands on them, they won't discover anything. Besides, this time was Scott who acted impulsively. The fault lies with us. Mutants can't afford to stir up trouble right now. If the government passes that new bill in the upcoming high-level meeting, our situation will become even more difficult. And let's not forget that Tony Stark is around. I don't need to tell you how influential he is. All right, what's your take on those monsters from today? I have no idea where they came from, but I suspect it has something to do with the ocean or with the Earth's core. Hank, I see this as an opportunity to improve the standing of mutants. I want us mutants to become superheroes, so that ordinary people will stop rejecting us. With Iron Man as an example, I think we have a real shot at success. You mean you want us to fight those monsters, Professor? But those creatures are incredibly powerful. It would be hard for us to defeat them. You saw the person who drove the monsters away today, didn't you? We don't actually need to defeat the monsters ourselves. There are stronger beings out there to handle that. Our job should be to rescue ordinary citizens during these attacks. When you put it that way, it actually does sound plausible. Charles, lost in thought in his office, was suddenly startled as the door swung open. Hank stepped in and reported to him about Jean, Scott, Aurora, and the others, updating Charles on their condition. Still, Hank couldn't help but worry about the mutant genes that had been sent out. Sensing Hank's concern, Charles offered a gentle smile, explaining without the slightest hint of worry. So many organizations had tried and failed to make any breakthroughs over the years. Even if those genes fell into someone else's hands now, there was little chance they'd figure anything out, so Charles wasn't worried in the slightest, not even with Eric's genes among them. After all, quite a few organizations had managed to get hold of his own genes before, yet none had ever managed to unlock their secrets. Charles reassured Hank, telling him not to worry, and shared his plan to turn mutants into superheroes. Even if they couldn't defeat the monsters directly right now, they could still save civilians caught in the chaos. With a little help steering public opinion, there was a good chance they could pull this off as long as the government didn't stand in their way. With Tony Stark as a precedent, Charles felt cautiously optimistic. Hank mulled over Charles's proposal, thinking it just might work. Of course, they'd have to wait until Scott and the others recovered before discussing the details. It wouldn't do to have just Charles and Hank carrying out the plan alone. Dear readers, rest assured and keep reading. If you're enjoying the story, don't forget to urge for more updates and support with a little ad click. Special thanks to Yui Jr. for the bubble tea gift. Thank you so much. A week passed quickly, and Jiangbai's manor was fully restored. After all the construction workers had left, he coordinated with the AI to dismantle a whole box full of cameras and listening devices. Each one of them was a piece of cutting-edge technology. Once these were removed, Jiangbai initiated a full holographic illusion over the estate, making it impossible for anyone to spy on what was happening inside. During that week, Jiangbai didn't run into Natasha at all, mainly because he rarely left the house, which meant Natasha never got the chance to approach him. Meanwhile, numerous organizations, conglomerates, families, and even nations, both through official and covert channels, managed to acquire Abaddon's blood and began frenzied research. The military also set their sights on the battle armors of Jiangbai and Tony, and some members of parliament even went so far as to serve them with court summons directly. Because of that parliamentarian's actions, Jiangbai's identity as Silver Knight was exposed. That was the codename the internet had given him, Silver Knight. Tony never missed a chance to tease Jiangbai about it. With Jiangbai's identity out in the open, Wanda, Lorna, and Pietro suddenly found it impossible to attend school as usual. This left Jiangbai deeply irritated with that particular parliamentarian. He even considered getting rid of him for a moment. As for the court summons, Jiangbai couldn't have cared less. He had no intention of going to court and didn't even bother to acknowledge it. Tony, on the other hand, had to go because of his connection to Rhodey. Tony dragged Jiangbai along, and after much persistent pestering, Jiangbai finally agreed to attend the so-called hearing. It was obvious what they wanted. They were trying to force the two of them to hand over the technology behind the iron armors. Of course, this was only the ambition of some government officials and top military brass. Thanks to Tony's powerful connections, many senators and generals stayed out of the hearing, but there were still a few stubborn officials and military types eager to get their hands on the iron armor technology. At this moment, Jiangbai sat on his sofa, contacting Tom, who had already finished making the item to trade with Jiangbai. But Jiangbai was baffled by the soda bottle Tom held in his hand. Tom, is this really the thing that can give someone those genetic abilities? He looked at Tom on the screen, curiosity written all over his face. Tom nodded, then turned around and, from who knows where, dug out a piece of paper and a pen. He began scribbling something, and when he was done, held it up for Jiangbai to see. The note read, "Yes, but thanks to Jerry's meddling, all the genes on the second layer of the box you gave me have been scrambled and are now unusable, so you only get the abilities from the first layer." Jerry again. Well, at least it was only the second layer. No big deal. Let's make the trade. After reading what Tom had written, Jiangbai could feel his blood pressure rising. Fortunately, the second floor only contained the genes of some ordinary students from the Xavier Institute for Gifted Youngsters, while the first floor held the genes of Charles, Eric, Logan, Scott, Aurora, Jean, John, and Bobby. These were genes with rather exceptional abilities. On hearing Jiangbai's words, Tom nodded repeatedly and promptly agreed to the trade. He took out 50 large fish, an entire block of cheese, and a heap of snacks from his system space. After clicking to confirm the deal, a bottle of red soda suddenly appeared in front of Jiangbai. Tom, too, found himself with 50 large fish packed neatly in boxes, a block of cheese even bigger than his own head, and a huge pile of snacks of every kind. This time, Tom was much wiser. He hid inside a small room in the warehouse to make the exchange with Jiangbai, successfully avoiding Jerry's notice. Clutching his fish, Tom glanced around, making sure Jerry was nowhere in sight. From who knows where, he pulled out a sofa, flopped onto it, and began to devour his fish. The cheese was nestled beside him, hugged close, leaving Tom deeply content. What Tom didn't notice was that, not far away, a small figure was eyeing the cheese with longing, practically drooling. Jiangbai took the soda in his hand and drank it all in one go. Almost immediately, he felt something strange happening in his body. He now possessed Professor X's telepathy, Magneto's control over magnetism, Wolverine's healing factor, Cyclops' optic blasts, Storm's command of lightning, Phoenix's telekinesis, Pyro's fire manipulation, and Iceman's ability to control ice. More than that, he suspected that he didn't actually have mutant genes in his body, because what he consumed wasn't a gene injection, it was Tom's special soda. Even without mutant genes, he now held the superpowers of mutants. This delighted Jiangbai. Thanks to having reinforced his body twice, his use of telepathy and magnetism was already on par with Eric and Charles. However, since he wasn't entirely familiar with these powers, his control wasn't quite as refined as theirs yet. At this point in time, both Charles and Eric hadn't been enhanced by Apocalypse. Currently, they'd only just reached the threshold of being level 4 mutants. If Charles put on the Cerebro amplifier, he could barely reach level 5. With these powers now his, Jiangbai rose and stepped into the manor, beginning to practice and acclimate himself to his new abilities and physical state. Previously, his lack of adaptation after enhancing his body had led to plenty of broken furniture. Jiangbai's efforts to get used to his body and test his powers were soon noticed by Wanda and the others. They watched in amazement as Jiangbai wielded one incredible ability after another. Even Martin was a little surprised. Recalling that he'd already strengthened his body twice, Jiangbai felt at ease with it all. The next day, Tony strode into Jiangbai's estate clad in his Iron Man suit. Today was the day the hearing would begin. According to the timeline, Tony shouldn't have been in his armor, but here he was, making himself at home as he walked into the living room and helped himself to a drink from the bar. He grinned and greeted Wanda and the others cheerfully. Tony had been coming by a lot lately, always bringing heaps of gifts to make amends to Wanda and her friends. He had even set up a billion-dollar fund to help the children of Sokovia who had suffered, just to earn himself a chance to explain. In the end, thanks to Tony's explanations and apologies, Wanda and Pietro forgave him, though they still weren't exactly warm to him. Tony didn't mind. Unfazed, he kept showing up day after day, shamelessly persistent. Before long, Jiangbai appeared, coming down the stairs in a crisp white suit. "Jiang, suit up. Let's go. I'm curious to see how those damn politicians plan to take our suits away. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even bother showing up. I couldn't care less about some hearing. If they try to strong-arm us, I'll show them just how far I can go. All right, I get it. You're fearless. But do me a favor and let me handle things, okay?" As soon as Jiangbai came downstairs, Tony set his glass aside and stood up, his tone full of disdain and irritation at the mention of politicians. He clearly didn't give them second thought. Jiangbai responded with calm indifference. With 8 unique abilities at his command, he could walk away unscathed even if the entire American military came after him. The hearing meant little to him. He was only going because Tony asked. Tony glanced at Jiangbai, sensing he was ready to unleash chaos at a moment's notice, and quickly tried to calm him down. He knew Jiangbai had something up his sleeve. What exactly, he wasn't sure, but anyone who could treat the government and the military with such disregard was clearly hiding some powerful secret. Ordinary people would never stare down the government and the military with such indifference, unless they were out of their minds. Jiangbai was certainly not. The only explanation was that he had something that made the American government and military look like nothing to him. After giving Tony a long, meaningful look, Jiangbai summoned his magnetic suit from his system storage. In a flash of red and white, the two of them shot into the sky, heading straight for the hearing. The moment Jiangbai left the estate, his AI activated an invisible energy shield to guard the grounds. By then, crowds had already gathered at the scene, eagerly awaiting Tony and Jiangbai's arrival. Thanks to his revealed identity and striking good looks, Jiangbai had attracted plenty of fans himself. The nickname Silver Knight was rapidly gaining popularity. However, Jiangbai had never admitted to being the Silver Knight. He didn't like that title, so of course he would never acknowledge it. Soon, 2 figures appeared high above the hearing venue. It was Tony and Jiangbai. They're here. Iron Man and the Silver Knight have arrived. Iron Man. Woohoo. The Silver Knight looks so cool. As Tony and Jiangbai descended from the sky, the surrounding fans erupted into wild cheers, desperate to get closer, only to be held back by security. Next came a frenzy of camera flashes as reporters from every major newspaper snapped away at Tony and Jiangbai. The two, clad in their battle suits, strode directly into the hearing hall. Inside, the sight of Tony and Jiangbai in full armor left everyone stunned. Tony, however, quickly spotted his good friend Rhodey in the crowd. Rhodey, upon seeing Tony, offered a helpless smile. He was here out of obligation, not desire, and would have gladly skipped this hearing if he could. Guiding their suits to their designated seats, Jiang Bai, upon sitting down, immediately disengaged from his armor. The suit, now controlled by its AI, stood silently at his side. Underneath, his meticulously tailored white suit exuded an elegance and warmth that put those around him at ease, a sense of both approachability and security. He looked every bit the gallant knight, his noble bearing reminiscent of a prince on a white horse. The white suit, as radiant as sunlight breaking through clouds, made him stand out instantly. His posture was upright, his lines graceful, projecting a refined and magnetic charm. His features were striking and defined, as if carved by a master sculptor, with piercing dark eyes that held a wild, untamed depth, at once alluring and dangerous. The chiseled perfection of his face radiated a powerful, almost regal presence, and on his wickedly handsome lips played a roguish, unrestrained smile. The white suit accentuated an air of aristocratic distinction and uniqueness. His fresh, exquisite features drew constant glances, impossible to ignore. Bathed in the gentle sunlight, his long hair shimmered like strands of golden foil, dazzling and magnificent, casting a golden sea around him. Tony, watching Jiang Bai effortlessly shed his armor, paused in surprise. He shot Jiang Bai a resentful look before sitting down. At this point, Tony still hadn't figured out how to don his suit without mechanical arms. He never expected Jiang Bai to have mastered already. Mr. Tony Stark and Jiang Bai Horst, do you both possess armored suits capable of threatening national security? The very ones at your sides? Just a week ago, a monstrous beast attacked New York, reminding us of the dangers lurking in our world. That's why I believe you should hand over your suits to the government, so our nation can have the means to defend itself against such monsters. After all, isn't that your responsibility as superheroes? A congressman addressed Tony and Jiang Bai with righteous indignation, bluntly demanding that the two hand over their Iron Man suits, even labeling their technology as weapons for fighting monsters. Hearing this, a faint, disdainful smile curled at the corner of Jiang Bai's lips. No, we haven't. It all depends on how you define the Iron Man suit. In my view, it's an assistive prosthetic device. And what about you, Mr. Jiang Bai? I don't have time to waste words with you. Are you planning to use it to fight monsters? Or are you dreaming of dominating other countries? When the monsters appeared, I didn't see you stepping up heroically to lead everyone against them. Now that the monsters are gone, here you are, making a scene? You're nothing but a petty clown. And for the record, I've never admitted to being a superhero. And by the way, I haven't even started holding you accountable for exposing my identity without my consent. Just you wait. Good? Huh? Did you all hear that? You really are a ridiculous clown. When he was questioned, Tony put on a look of utter nonchalance and shot back a retort. Once Tony had finished, the congressman shifted his focus to Jiang Bai. As the CEO of Stark Industries, Tony had powerful backing, making it difficult to go after him directly. Jiang Bai, on the other hand, was just an ordinary man with a bit of money, so the congressman sought to break through from Jiang Bai's side. Sensing his intentions, Jiang Bai stared at him expressionlessly, his tone icy and laced with mockery. The mention of his exposed identity brought a flash of annoyance to his eyes. Tony burst out laughing at Jiang Bai's sharp words, while the reporters nearby excitedly jotted down every detail. They didn't care at all that Jiang Bai had refused to identify as a superhero. All they wanted was a good headline. Whatever sparked attention, they would chase after it. Jiang Bai's remarks left the congressman fuming. Remembering Jiang Bai's earlier threat, a chill ran down his spine. He quickly ordered Rhodey to recite a section of law, hoping to use legal means to force Tony and Jiang Bai to surrender the Iron Man suits. Rhodey could only give a helpless smile and began to read. In the end, the congressman even tried to twist the law outright, his face flushed with anger as he called Justin Hammer to the podium, introducing him as a qualified weapons expert who could define whether Jiang Bai and Tony's suits counted as weapons. It's obvious, Hammer declared, that both Mr. Jiang Bai and Mr. Stark's suits are weapons. Highly destructive ones at that. They pose a serious threat to national security. I recommend that they be handed over to the government for proper handling. A weapons expert? Him? More like a clown sent in by a bunch of monkeys. These are the weapons you've developed. Unstable suits, unresolved power issues, and you call yourself an expert. I have no time for this nonsense, nor do I care to watch the two of you put on your circus act. After Justin Hammer took the stage, he pulled out a USB drive and plugged it into the nearby computer. Using the display screen next to him, he began analyzing Jiang Bai and Tony's suits of armor, essentially trying to define them as weapons. Did anyone really not know whether these were weapons? Of course the journalist present knew. but since Tony and Jiangbai insisted they were just mechanical prosthetics, there wasn't much anyone could do about it. Watching Justin Hammer's barrage on stage, Tony wore an expression of utter disdain. Both Hammer Industries and Stark Industries were arms manufacturers, but Stark Industries always managed to secure the lion's share of military contracts. Hammer Industries had never once bested Stark. The only reason that Senator invited Justin Hammer over was probably because he'd been promised a chance to study the Iron Man armor. Tony didn't bother listening to this clown any longer. He used his suit's AI to hack into Hammer's display and began broadcasting footage and videos of Hammer's own failed armor and War Machine experiments for everyone to see. Panic instantly spread across Justin Hammer's face as he scrambled to block the screen. It was only by yanking out the power cord that Justin Hammer finally managed to stop Tony from playing any more footage. Tony shot him a mocking glare, the scorn in his eyes setting Justin Hammer's temper ablaze. But there was nothing he could do about it. Jiangbai, standing nearby, was already growing impatient. He tossed a few biting remarks at Justin Hammer and the so-called senator before turning to leave. His words left both men fuming, and the senator's glare toward Jiangbai was positively murderous. "You filthy yellow monkey. Fuck you. What did you just say?" The senator, remembering Jiangbai's Chinese heritage, had spat out the slur without thinking. The instant the words reached Jiangbai's ears, a cold fury ignited in his eyes. He glared at the senator with deadly intent, and as his suit finished assembling itself around him, he strode in the senator's direction. Sensing trouble, Tony tried to step in. "Hey, Jiang, calm down. Do me this favor, okay?" But Jiangbai barely spared Tony a glance, coldly uttering a single word. Tony had no choice but to flip down his helmet, preparing to use his armor to restrain Jiangbai. The moment the senator saw Jiangbai advancing in full armor, his face went ghostly pale. The security guards eyed Jiangbai warily, and even Rhodey looked exasperated at the senator's outburst. Just as Tony lowered his helmet, Jiangbai used his magnetic powers in tandem with his suit to shove Tony aside. "Open fire. Now! Don't shoot. No!" Step by step, he moved closer to the senator, which immediately prompted the senator to order all the security personnel to open fire. Tony, powerless to stop it, watched the scene unfold and shouted to everyone, "If you shoot, it'll be the end of us." Clearly, none of the security guards would listen to Tony. Gunshots rang out one after another, but not a single bullet struck Jiangbai. The terrifying magnetic force he now controlled froze all the bullets in midair. In the very next second, the bullets turned around and shot back along their original trajectory, killing every single person who had fired. One bullet even struck the senator right in the forehead, before Jiangbai stepped up to the camera. "Don't bother me. I'm not a superhero." With those words, he switched to flight mode, burst through the ceiling, and shot up into the sky, heading straight for his own estate. Rhodey and Tony, standing to the side, shook their heads as they surveyed the chaos left behind. They immediately started making calls to pull some strings and deal with the aftermath. After all, it was the senator who had brought this on himself. It would be best to dig up some dirt on the senator and make it public. That way, any blowback on Jiangbai could be minimized. News of the incident quickly spread across the internet through live broadcasts by reporters. The whole online world was abuzz, debating Jiangbai's killing of the senator during the hearing. Some people supported him, others condemned him, and some just thought Jiangbai was incredibly cool. This kept his popularity soaring. Meanwhile, the American government called an emergency meeting in response to the event. But because of Tony's influence, and with all the senator's shady dealings suddenly exposed, nothing concrete came out of the discussions. Shortly after Jiangbai returned home, an unexpected pair came to visit. Carlson and Natasha, with Jiangbai's permission, they passed through the estate gates and soon arrived at the villa. "Well, if it isn't the lady who twisted her ankle at the mall. Is this your boyfriend?" "Ahem, Mr. Jiangbai. We're here on behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D. to invite you to join us." "S.H.I.E.L.D.? Never heard of it. Don't tell me you're some kind of pyramid scheme. Go on, tell me what you actually do." "We at S.H.I.E.L.D. are a special task force created by the International Security Council to handle all kinds of unusual incidents. We're dedicated to maintaining world peace and protecting Earth's safety. We're formally inviting you to join the Avengers initiative to help safeguard the planet and ensure the survival of humanity." Seeing Natasha again, Jiangbai couldn't resist teasing her with a flippant tone. Natasha only gave him a cool glance and stayed silent, while Carlson eagerly began to explain S.H.I.E.L.D.'s mission and the invitation to join the Avengers. "I'm really not interested in your organization or your plans. With my scrawny build, I'm no match for those monsters. In that case, Mr. Jiangbai, since you killed a councilman in public, we are placing you under arrest. Go ahead, try it. Bam. Did you really think that just because I'm not wearing my combat armor, I'm powerless? Stop looking around. None of the teams outside can get in, let alone help you. Facing Coulson's attempt to persuade him, Jiangbai responded calmly to the two of them. But the moment he refused, Coulson immediately tried to arrest him for killing a councilman in public. Even then, Jiangbai remained composed as he replied. Just then, Natasha lashed out with a whip kick from his side, but Jiangbai caught her in a flash. With a squeeze, he snapped the bone in her lower leg. Coulson stared in disbelief, aiming his pistol at Jiangbai as he watched Natasha get tossed aside. Jiangbai took a sip of coffee from the table, glancing at the two of them with detached indifference as he spoke. Neither of them could have imagined that the Silver Guardian would be so formidable even without his armor. Just the strength in his arms was enough to crush Natasha's shinbone. Stunned and in pain, Natasha stared at Jiangbai, sweat beading on her forehead. Clearly, having her leg broken was a torment beyond words. Sensing Coulson's growing anxiety, Jiangbai immediately understood what he was waiting for. The SHIELD Special Response Team outside, unable to breach the Manor's energy shield. There was simply no way for them to get in. From start to finish, only Natasha and Coulson had managed to enter the Manor. Hearing Jiangbai's words, Coulson tried to contact the Special Response Team, but it quickly became obvious, inside these walls, he had no way to reach the outside. This is a misunderstanding. We were just joking with you. Mr. Jiangbai, it was only a joke. I swear. You may think it's a joke, but I don't. I'm not one to let a tiger return to the mountain, so it's better if you both meet your end right here. Realizing he was cut off from the outside world, Coulson forced a smile that looked more like a grimace, trying to explain himself. But Jiangbai clearly wasn't interested in letting things slide. With a casual wave of his hand, Coulson's gun was ripped from his grasp and floated into the air, joined by all the firearms and weapons Natasha was carrying. Fixing them both with a murderous glare, Jiangbai spoke coldly. In the next instant, their own weapons turned, pointing directly at them. His icy demeanor made it clear this was no bluff. The two agents were left completely bewildered, remembering how, during the hearing, they'd tested Jiangbai and confirmed he wasn't a mutant. They'd always assumed his control over magnetism came from his armor. Who would have thought he possessed that ability himself? And that his physical strength was so terrifying. Even Natasha, after being injected with the super soldier serum, had her leg snapped in an instant. There was no mistaking the power he held. Hey, don't be like that. I really think we can talk this through. All right, enough messing with you. Give me Nick Fury's number. What? Seeing the ashen faces of Coulson and Natasha, Jiangbai smiled faintly and asked Coulson for Nick Fury's number, ready to squeeze some leverage out of the man himself. With both of Fury's top agents now in his hands, there was no way Jiangbai would let this golden opportunity slip by. Director Nick Fury, hello. This is Jiangbai. You probably heard of me. Your two agents attacked me in my own home, so I've decided to detain them. I want 2084 items in exchange. Otherwise, in an hour, you can expect to see Coulson's and Natasha's bodies. Oh, and by the way, I accidentally broke Natasha's calf. You'd better hurry, or she might end up crippled. As soon as the call connected, Jiangbai laid out exactly what had happened and demanded 2084 items as ransom, giving Fury only an hour to comply. He even made sure to mention Natasha's injured leg. Without waiting for a response, he hung up. 084 was SHLD's codename for unidentified objects, items whose origins were unknown, and sometimes even S.H.I.E.L.D. itself couldn't figure out what they were. The designation could cover anything: objects, sources of energy, even people. On the other end, after Jiangbai hung up, Nick Fury spat out a curse and immediately ordered several strike teams to mobilize. They headed to the warehouse to retrieve 2084 items and raced toward Jiangbai's estate. Each agent was fully armed, carrying heavy firepower. To have the audacity to kidnap S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and then extort Nick Fury himself. There was no way Fury could swallow this insult. He'd already decided, hand over the items, get Natasha and Coulson back, and then take Jiangbai down. That way, the 20-8-4S would end up right back in his hands. It wasn't long before Nick Fury personally led his team to the gates of Jiangbai's estate. He glanced at the specialized tactical units stationed around, unable to breach the perimeter, and frowned in frustration. Using the estate's intercom, he notified Jiangbai to come out for the exchange, then signaled his team to stay on alert nearby. You got here fast, still under an hour. Congratulations, you both get to keep living. Oh, thank you so much. Using his telekinesis, Jiangbai guided Natasha and Coulson to the gates. Standing there, he spotted the one-eyed mother, himself waiting. At Fury's feet were two boxes. With a slight gesture, Jiangbai drew them toward himself, making them float through the air. Only after confirming that both boxes contained the special energy he wanted did he release Natasha and Coulson from his grip. After Coulson and Natasha walked out the main gate, Nick Fury didn't say a word to Jiangbai. His hands clasped behind his back, Fury made a subtle gesture. Instantly, a hidden sniper took a shot at Jiang Bai's leg. Bang! But the bullet never found its mark. Instead, it struck the Manor's invisible energy shield. Jiang Bai, his expression calm and unshaken, simply looked at Nick Fury. From the moment he decided to extort Fury, Jiang Bai knew the director wouldn't let things go so easily. He'd already prepared himself for this. Boom! A beam of violet energy fired from within the Manor, obliterating the spot where the sniper was hiding. Fury's face darkened completely at the sight. Still, Jiang Bai remained as composed as ever, meeting Fury's gaze without making another move. At this point, Jiang Bai couldn't afford to make S.H.I.E.L.D. a mortal enemy. The sniper had attacked him, so he retaliated, but this was also a warning to Nick Fury. If he dared to attack the Manor again, Jiang Bai wouldn't hold back. If Fury pressed further, Jiang Bai would destroy everyone here, Nick Fury included. Fury, however, only shot Jiang Bai a deep, meaningful look before leading Coulson and Natasha away from the entrance. Watching Fury's decision to swallow his anger and retreat, Jiang Bai felt a renewed sense of urgency. In a world where even Sentinels existed, Jiang Bai had no way of knowing SFLD's true strength. Who knew what other trump cards Nick Fury still kept up his sleeve, aside from Captain Marvel? Jiang Bai began to plot out how he would deal with whatever Fury might do next. Inside a laboratory at Culver University, Bruce Banner was busy conducting gamma radiation experiments. But soon, something went wrong. The experiment malfunctioned, and a surge of gamma rays flooded into Banner's body. His genes began to mutate, his skin turning a shade of green as his body swelled and expanded. Moments later, a hulking green creature burst out of the lab, leaping away in a series of enormous bounds to escape New York City. It vanished into the forests on the outskirts, leaving no trace. Not long after, the military arrived, led by Thaddeus E. Ross, better known as Thunderbolt Ross, a lieutenant general in the U.S. Air Force. Ross was also the father of Bruce Banner's girlfriend, Elizabeth Talbot Ross. When Elizabeth learned of the lab accident, she rushed to the scene, only to find her father already there, watching footage of Banner's terrifying transformation. Her heart was shattered with grief, yet in Ross's eyes burned a wild fanaticism. From the way Banner had smashed up the laboratory with a casual wave, burst through the walls, and leaped several times to escape downtown New York, it was clear that Banner had become unimaginably powerful. If they could study him, perhaps they could obtain something even greater than the super soldier serum. To prevent Wanda, Lorna, and Pietro from being captured or attacked by S.H.I.E.L.D. or other organizations, Jiang Bai decided they would be homeschooled from now on. Using artificial intelligence to create a holographic learning environment, he gathered all knowledge from the internet and projected the image of a teacher to guide Wanda, Lorna, and Pietro in their studies. After class, they would also receive training from Martin, helping them develop their powers and improve their physical strength. Meanwhile, Tony called Jiang Bai to discuss the situation with S.H.I.E.L.D., and Jiang Bai told Tony directly about what had happened when S.H.I.E.L.D. came to his place. Tony was silent for a moment, then donned his suit and arrived at Jiang Bai's manor. Tony's sudden visit took Jiang Bai by surprise, but once inside the villa, Tony spoke to him. Jiang, I want to form my own organization. I just can't trust an official group like S.H.I.E.L.D. If I join them, I'll probably end up as nothing more than a pawn for those politicians. So, I'm planning to create something of my own. Look, I've got brains and money, plus you can work on the armor. Together, we could build our own group. What do you think? Think about those giant monsters that appeared before. They're bound to show up again. When that happens, I don't want to just sit around and wait for disaster. I want more options than just running away. So what do you say? Let's do it together. I've already got a name picked out. We'll call it the Illuminati. Staring at Tony, who looked so serious, Jiang Bai felt a bit at a loss. But as Tony explained his idea, Jiang Bai grew more and more astonished. He hadn't expected Tony to want to found his own organization. When Tony finally revealed the name, Jiang Bai couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. The Illuminati. That was a name Jiang Bai knew all too well. A secret group from other parallel universes, made up of Earth's most brilliant and influential superheroes. Unlike the Avengers, the Fantastic Four, or the X-Men, this organization existed to resolve crises threatening the world or even the entire universe. Their philosophy was to make small sacrifices to avoid greater ones, and their members' identities were kept strictly confidential. On the timeline, there was once a moment when Tony, Peter Parker, and Stephen Strange journeyed together in their spaceship to Titan, where they faced off against Thanos, and ultimately lost. In the future, the Sorcerer Supreme, Stephen Strange, would willingly surrender the Time Stone in order to save Tony's life. Then, Thanos left Titan directly, but in the Illuminati's universe, Tony and the others killed Thanos, right there on Titan, and that was Thanos wielding 4 Infinity Stones. What a huge difference. Thanos died in a truly humiliating way, pierced through the chest by his own weapon. This alone proved the power of the Illuminati. What Jiangbai hadn't expected was that Tony in this universe would actually suggest forming an Illuminati of their own. That made Jiangbai wonder if his arrival had caused some sort of butterfly effect. Still, he found himself a little tempted by the idea. If they succeeded in forming the Illuminati, he wouldn't have to worry about S.H.I.E.L.D. in the future, and he'd have access to more special items in the days to come. Items he could use for multiversal trading. With that, his strength would grow at a much faster pace. Having a team is always easier than fighting alone. And with the Illuminati under his control, he could call the shots. In a world where sentries exist and creatures like Godzilla roam, he never truly felt safe. Building the Illuminati would shift some of that pressure onto the other members. No matter how he looked at it, creating the Illuminati would work in his favor. Tony, seeing Jiangbai deep in thought, didn't interrupt. He just sat quietly on the sofa, waiting for Jiangbai's answer. The main reason he'd approached Jiangbai in the first place was because Jiangbai had once saved his life. Besides, Jiangbai's own strength was impressive, not to mention the magnetic armor he possessed, and those deadly laser weapons in the manor weren't to be taken lightly. Then there was the casual disdain he showed for the government and the military. When S.H.I.E.L.D. tried to recruit him, Tony realized they'd surely invite Jiangbai as well. After thinking it over, Tony figured Jiangbai wasn't the type to join a government organization. So, after turning down S.H.I.E.L.D., he contacted Jiangbai and shared his vision. "I'm open to it, but we don't have enough people yet." "Okay, I get it. I've already got a few candidates in mind. First, Professor X, Charles. He's a powerful telepath. Second, Bruce Banner. He's a world-renowned physicist, though he's not in the best shape right now. He's turned into a giant green monster. Third, Reed Richards. He's graduated from top universities like Caltech, Harvard, Columbia, and Empire State, earning doctorates in engineering, mathematics, physics, and more. Oh, and there's also the guy who drove off the giant beast." Those all work. The one who drove off the giant beast is Robert Reynolds. His abilities are terrifying. He holds the power of 1,000,000 exploding suns within him. But after gaining those powers, he developed an evil persona, the Void. Most of his energy is spent battling that darkness inside himself. Be careful when you go looking for him. Don't let S.H.I.E.L.D. catch on. I'm not sure if they've already made contact with him, but it's best to stay cautious. The power of 1,000,000 suns. Hiss, so you mean he could lose control at any moment? Looks like we need to speed up assembling the group. In the end, Jiangbai agreed to join forces with Tony to form the Illuminati. To his surprise, one of Tony's recommended members was Reed Richards. Wasn't that the real name of Mr. Fantastic? He's widely renowned as one of the smartest people on Earth. With Tony himself and Banner included, they really had a dream team. The last candidate turned out to be the Sentry. Remembering the terrifying show of power he displayed in New York, Jiangbai immediately understood why Tony wanted him on the team. Jiangbai then shared everything he knew about the Sentry's abilities and his second personality, the Void, with Tony. Learning that the Sentry could lose control at any time made Tony's face darken. He hadn't realized Earth still harbored such an unstable force. Jiangbai, however, didn't seem too worried. Strictly speaking, the Hulk was a match for the Sentry. Both had limitless potential. In one comic timeline, the Hulk's ultimate form, Worldbreaker Hulk, once fought an epic battle against the Sentry, and eventually, the Hulk emerged victorious. Of course, the Sentry hadn't been at his best. He was struggling against the Void and wasn't fighting at full strength. But it didn't seem like the Hulk had gone all out, either. Daily updates. Follow with confidence. If you like the story, leave comments and help spread the word. Any support, even a little, goes a long way. Worldbreaker Hulk's main goal had simply been to settle the score with the Sentry. Even during the fight, he was distracted, protecting innocent bystanders from collateral damage. So it's hard to say who is truly the strongest. One thing is certain, though, their potential was infinite. The Hulk could unleash his potential and grow endlessly, while the Sentry needed to conquer the Void within to do the same. You can go find him and invite him to join us, but don't be too eager to confront him. There are still people on Earth who can keep him in check. There are? Who could possibly be stronger than him? The Sorcerer Supreme of Kamar Taj, the Ancient One. But the real power isn't hers. It's the Vishanti behind her. Knowing too much now won't do you any good. The Sentry isn't about to lose control and destroy the world. For now, let's focus on building a proper base for the Illuminati and then invite the rest of the members. The Sorcerer Supreme? Alright, maybe our first mission should be helping me solve this palladium poisoning problem. Otherwise, I might not be around much longer. There's always a way. After a moment of contemplation, Jiangbai offered Tony some words of caution, mainly out of concern that Tony's sharp tongue and brash personality might spark conflict when he found the Sentry. To put Tony's mind at ease, Jiangbai also revealed the existence of the Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One. However, the current Ancient One was not truly capable of restraining or dealing with the century. Even though she wielded the Time Stone, her chances of victory were slim. When energy reaches a certain peak, both time and space lose their meaning. Besides, the Ancient One merely manipulated time. She did not control it. Only the Vishanti, the mysterious force behind Kamar Taj, could genuinely suppress and confront the century. It was likely that the Ancient One had long since encountered the century, and perhaps even aided him in suppressing the void. Otherwise, such an unstable element, one that could destroy the entire planet at any moment, would have demanded her close attention. This was why Jiangbai wasn't currently worried about the century losing control. For now, Tony was tasked with setting up the Illuminati's base. With his vast resources, this would be simple enough. He just needed to choose the right location. After hearing Jiangbai's advice and explanation, Tony nodded, shooting Jiangbai a look of genuine surprise. He hadn't expected Jiangbai to know so much. If not for Jiangbai, Tony might not have even learned the century's codename, let alone his true identity. Then, with a teasing tone, Tony brought up his own palladium poisoning. Jiangbai simply nodded, still withholding any information about the new element. He intended to tell Tony only when he was truly at his wit's end. Partly, it was to make Tony owe him another favor. Partly, it was to help Tony gain a deeper understanding of life and, through this ordeal, undergo a transformation. He wanted Tony to shed his playboy persona and become a true superhero. The Earth had to be protected. Though Jiangbai had come from another world, Earth was now his home. It was where he lived, his very own sanctuary. Naturally, he wouldn't allow anyone to destroy it. This was also why he agreed to join Tony in founding the Illuminati. Before long, a golden red suit of armor shot up from Jiangbai's estate, streaking toward Tony's own villa. This scene did not escape the notice of a few agents observing from a distance, who promptly reported it to Nick Fury. Indeed, even if they couldn't enter Jiangbai's estate, Fury still had agents keeping watch nearby. Jarvis, create a file called Illuminati. This file is for my private use only. Don't upload it to the Stark Industries network. And look for a discreet location, somewhere suitable for building an underground base. Understood, sir. There are several farms on the outskirts of New York near the coast whose underground areas would be ideal for a base. These farms could serve as cover. Would you like to purchase them? Show me the holographic terrain and images. I'll take a look. Right away, sir. All right. Purchase these farms at this location under the name of Stark Industries. After leaving the manor, Tony began to consider which individuals would benefit both himself and the Illuminati if they were joined. Soon, one name came to mind. The Black Panther of Wakanda. At this point in time, Chaka was still holding the throne as king of Wakanda. T'Challa had not yet ascended to kingship. Given that, the chances of Wakanda joining the Illuminati were slim. Their technology was centuries ahead of the rest of the world. Even when faced with threats like the Mad Titan, they could handle it with ease. In this light, it was likely that Wakanda would look down on a newly formed Illuminati. Thus, for now, he had no choice but to put aside the idea of inviting the next Black Panther, T'Challa. Instead, perhaps in the future, Stephen Strange and Thor could be brought into the fold. But it was still too early for that. The thought of Stephen Strange, however, brought a peculiar look to Jiangbai's face. After all, the Ancient One had once said that Stephen Strange possessed the greatest magical talent in 1,000 years, even enough to surpass her someday. Yet, in one of Spider-Man's timelines, Peter Parker's friend, a chubby kid named Ned Leeds, had managed to use Strange's sling ring. Mimicking Strange gestures, Ned casually waved his hand, and sparks of a portal appeared in midair. Later, he even opened portals to other parallel universes without uttering any incantations at all. When Strange himself had first learned to use the sling ring, the Ancient One had tossed him onto a snowy mountain. He nearly failed to return. Yet, Strange had spent far more time than Ned ever did, which made Jiangbai begin to wonder if the Ancient One had been mistaken. Between the two, wasn't Ned the more gifted? Perhaps fate had its reasons. In that timeline, it was Stephen Strange who rose to prominence, not Ned Leeds. Jiangbai had high hopes for Ned Leeds, a magical prodigy like him. If the Ancient One wouldn't take him, Jiangbai certainly wouldn't mind bringing Ned under his own wing. As for magic itself, Kamardage was far from the only place in the world where the mystical arts were practiced. Even the Black Queen of the former Hellfire Club wielded magic. Strictly speaking, it was witchcraft. The forms and names might differ, but in essence, there was little distinction. Both arts drew on the power of other dimensional demon gods or one's own strength. That was why the sorcerers of Kamardage were often called close combat mages. Their magic reserves were limited. They couldn't recklessly wield spells without consequence. Drawing power from other dimensional entities always came with a price. Not every sorcerer could be like the Ancient One, using her background and the Time Stone to shirk payment for borrowed power. Yet there were always those willing to lend her their power, even Dormammu, the Lord of the Dark Dimension, who ceaselessly schemed to invade the real world. If the Ancient One were ever to be corrupted and seduced by his dark energy, Dormammu would gain an immensely powerful magical servant and could use the Ancient One to unravel the secrets of Earth's three great sanctums, opening the way for invasion and the devouring of the world. Compared to the small amount of power he lent to the Ancient One, the potential reward was nothing short of immense. Such a return far outweighed the investment, and so Dormammu was more than willing to offer his power. In fact, many dimensional gods and lords were eager to lend their strength to the Ancient One. But none of them ever suspected that from the very beginning, the Ancient One had never intended to pay them back, and was constantly resisting the temptations of Dormammu's dark power. In the end, Dormammu's plot backfired spectacularly. Not only did Earth bear the marks of magic everywhere, but even Asgard was touched by spells and sorcery. Through Thor, one could always acquire some knowledge of the arcane, and with the promise of future deals with magical beings, Ned's journey into magic became all but inevitable. What left Xiangbai truly puzzled was that, after months in this world, the Ancient One had yet to appear before him. With Earth's three sanctums and their intricate magical wards, it should have been easy enough for her to sense an outsider's soul and consciousness, and yet she remained absent. He had, after all, been constantly meddling with the timeline, adopting Wanda and Pietro, bringing Lorna into the fold, saving Tony, and influencing both Ethan and Obadiah. The timeline was all but rewritten by his hand, yet the Ancient One still showed no sign of intervention. As Xiangbai pondered this, the system notified him that Tom was reaching out. With a hint of confusion, he accepted the call, only to see Tom on the screen, looking utterly miserable, eyes brimming with tears. "What's wrong, Tom?" Curiosity piqued, Xiangbai immediately asked what had happened. Tom turned away, rummaged for some paper and a pen, and after a moment, held up a sign in both hands. "My fish and cheese are gone. That rotten mouse, Jerry, ate everything. I'm so heartbroken." "Don't cry, Tom. I'll give you some more. Here's what we'll do. Go talk to Jerry for me. I'll prepare a few things for you to give to him. Tell him I want to be friends." Reading Tom's note, Xiangbai's brow furrowed slightly. Jerry had nearly sabotaged his deals with Tom twice already, and now had stolen everything he'd entrusted to Tom. Even with his usual easygoing nature, Xiangbai couldn't help but feel irritated. Seeing Tom's pitiful expression, he quickly tried to comfort him. He promised to give Tom something, and in the very next moment, an idea struck him. In Tom's world, Jerry was almost impossible to get rid of. Jerry was just like Tom. If Tom could be a scientist, then so could Jerry, and sometimes Jerry was even more impressive. That's why he decided to befriend Jerry, not just for his abilities, but because he had a whole host of formidable relatives. For instance, Jerry's cousin Muscles, a mouse clad in yellow and green stripes with strength beyond imagination, could easily put Tom in his place with a casual grip. There was also Jerry's second cousin, the magician Mouse, who wore a wizard's hat and wielded a magic wand. His spells were extraordinarily powerful. And let's not forget the fairy sister, whose supernatural powers bordered on the absurd, capable of all sorts of fantastical magic. Then there was Tuffy, Jerry's nephew, nicknamed the Demolition Prodigy, whose flair for explosives had made Tom suffer time and again. It was as if the luck of an entire world favored them. No matter what trouble arose, they could always turn danger into safety. Sometimes that sort of luck was even more intimidating than sheer strength. If these beings could somehow find their way into this world, he couldn't imagine how outrageous things would get. When Tom heard that Xiangbai would give him more treats, his eyes lit up and he nodded eagerly. But when he learned he'd have to talk with Jerry, confusion flickered across his face. Still, the promise of food won him over, and he agreed. Xiangbai then pulled out a generous supply of fish and 2 whole rounds of cheese from his system inventory, handing them to Tom. "Tom, one of these is for Jerry. You absolutely cannot sneak a bite, or there won't be any next time." Xiangbai warned Tom sternly, recalling the cat's mischievous ways. Tom nodded in understanding before ending the call. It was only then that Xiangbai realized Tom's favorability toward him had soared to 99%. It must have been his willingness to keep feeding Tom that made all the difference this time. But he still didn't know who exactly Tom's owner was. The most frequent appearances were by a white lady and a black woman. Despite Tom's relentless pursuit of food, he was incredibly loyal. That last 1% would be tough to bridge. Perhaps he'd need to start with Tom's owner. If Tom belonged to the black lady, money might be enough to buy him outright. If it was the white lady, things would be trickier. The black lady never treated Tom well, and with Tom and Jerry causing chaos in the house day after day, her impression of Tom was downright poor. On the other hand, the white lady was fond of Tom. No matter how much trouble he caused, she never lost her temper. If he wanted to purchase Tom from her, he'd have to come up with a clever plan. On the other side, Tom was thrilled as he started eating the fish and cheese Jiangbai had given him. Staring at the two huge blocks of cheese, he desperately wanted to keep them all to himself. But recalling Jiangbai's instructions, Tom dragged one of the big cheeses to Jerry's hole quite reluctantly and knocked on the wall beside it. Jerry noticed Tom placing a large piece of cheese at the entrance to his hole while he was in the middle of writing something. The moment he saw the cheese, his eyes were practically glued to it, but curiosity got the better of him. He couldn't help but wonder what Tom was writing. Soon, Tom finished writing and handed the piece of paper to Jerry, signaling for him to take a look. Jerry hesitated, testing to make sure it wasn't one of Tom's tricks. Once he was sure, he accepted the paper and began to read. "This is a gift from a human friend of mine. He said he'd like to be friends with you and asked me to come talk to you. Honestly, I would rather not, but here I am. I hope you won't steal my fish and cheese anymore. All these things were gifts from my human friend." After he finished reading, Jerry nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Tom got up and walked away. Watching Tom leave without taking the cheese back made Jerry start to believe what was written on that note. He quickly divided the cheese into smaller pieces and, before long, had carried it all into his home. After escaping from New York, Banner smuggled himself into Brazil. Along the way, he was pursued several times by General Ross. Banner knew that, given his current predicament, if Ross ever caught him, he'd spend the rest of his life locked away in a lab, studied like a specimen. With no other options, he was forced to hide in a slum in Brazil. He practiced yoga every day to keep his anger in check, for he knew that if he lost his temper, the green monster inside him would emerge. Now, Bruce Banner saw the Hulk as a monster and loathed what he had become. Because of the Hulk, he had lost his home, his career, his research, and the chance to see his loved one. He was reduced to hiding in this impoverished neighborhood. Despite holding multiple doctorates, he now found himself working at a local bottling plant. The sheer contrast between who he once was and who he had become was enough to push him to the brink of collapse. Desperate to rid himself of the monster within, he reached out to a certain Mr. Blue in New York, who claimed he could help address the gamma radiation problem. What Banner didn't know, however, was that the Hulk had already become an inseparable part of him. The only way to get rid of the Hulk would be to end his own life. But with the Hulk present, even that was impossible. For now, the Hulk was like a newborn, with an incomplete sense of self and awareness. Adding to this was Banner's contempt and aversion, which left him feeling deeply wronged. When confronted by an enemy's attack, of course he would become furious. Naturally, this made it easy for him to cause destruction and harm. Moreover, the Hulk possesses many different forms, such as Grey Hulk, Savage Hulk, Professor Hulk, Mindless Hulk, Worldbreaker Hulk, Composite Hulk, Dark Hulk, War Hulk, Devil Hulk, and Guild Hulk. There's also Captain Universe Hulk, Compound Hulk, Hulk, the Breaker of Worlds, the Green Scar, the Immortal Hulk, Ultimate Hulk, Warbound Hulk, and even Mecha Hulk. In one parallel universe, Bruce Banner once used his intelligence to completely transform the Hulk into Mecha Hulk. He trapped the Hulk's personality deep within his mind and used his anger as a power source. This made Mecha Hulk unimaginably strong, with the Hulk's rage levels reaching a full 10 out of 10. With Bruce Banner at the controls, he could both pilot Mecha Hulk and modulate his anger. However, in the current situation, the Hulk of this universe belongs to the cinematic world's version, yet he still possesses limitless potential. The problem is, Bruce Banner has never truly tapped into this potential. Later, he even caused the Hulk's personality to vanish entirely, turning himself into the so-called Smart Hulk, which led to a significant drop in strength. After finishing his yoga class, he went straight to work at the beverage factory. But while repairing an especially tricky control panel, his hand was accidentally cut. A single drop of blood fell unnoticed into a bottle below, while the only thing he saw was the blood on a nearby shelf. He wiped away the blood with his clothing before feeling reassured. According to his research, his own blood was no longer truly human. If any living creature inadvertently consumed or came into contact with it, there was a high chance they would be infected by the gamma factor in his blood, resulting in physical mutation. This could also bring him serious trouble. Time passed quickly, and as the workday ended, one of the more attractive women at the factory was cornered by several men. Judging by their leering, vulgar expressions, it was clear they were up to no good. Banner hadn't intended to intervene, fearing he might lose control and unleash the monster within. If his heart rate ever approached 170 beats per minute, the creature inside him would break free instantly. To avoid this, he kept a tight rein on himself, lived a solitary life, and avoided social interaction entirely. Yet in the end, Banner still pulled the woman away from those men. Since the factory boss was nearby, the men, though clearly displeased, didn't dare make a move. Still, they bore a grudge and were already plotting their revenge against Banner. A month later, Ross arrived at a hospital with several soldiers. his eyes gleaming as he looked at a patient infected by gamma factors. Before long, based on his subordinates' reports, he learned that the patient's gamma factor matched the blood factor of Bruce Banner. From the infected man's own account, Ross soon learned the cause of his condition. Tracing it back to the drink the man had consumed, Ross quickly pinpointed Bruce Banner's location. It was the beverage factory in Brazil. Banner's blood had contaminated the drink, unnoticed, which directly led to his whereabouts being exposed. Upon discovering Banner's location, Ross chose not to inform his own daughter, who was also Banner's girlfriend. Instead, he went to Army headquarters, took one of the top soldiers with him, and led his team straight to Banner's location in Brazil. By the time Ross and his men arrived at the edge of the favela, Banner was in his room, communicating with Mr. Blue. Through Blue's experiments, Banner had obtained a serum, which he injected directly into his body. After the injection, seeing the gamma factor in his blood cells rapidly diminish, a faint smile finally emerged on his face. But the relief was short-lived. The gamma factor soon surged back, overwhelming his blood once again. He was left stunned, which clearly meant the experiment had failed. He still could not rid himself of the monster within. Reluctantly, he continued his conversation with Mr. Blue, who ultimately invited him to New York for deeper research in the laboratory. As Banner hesitated, he suddenly noticed, through the window, soldiers in special camouflage uniforms closing in on his position. Realizing he had been discovered, Banner stuffed his computer and some essential items into his backpack, then tied together strips of cloth to fashion a makeshift rope. Securing it in place, he began climbing down from the window to the floor below, slipping into the home of a resident. To his surprise, it was the very woman he had saved at the factory some time before. She was equally astonished to see Banner coming in through her window, but there was no time for explanations. "Please don't tell anyone I was here." "Thank you." With those words, he slipped out through the door in another direction. The woman watched him leave, wanting to say something, but in the end, she remained silent. Moments later, a group of soldiers, led by Emil Blonsky, kicked in the door to Banner's former room and burst inside, armed with tranquilizer guns, scanning every corner. But Banner was nowhere to be found. Spotting the cloth rope still tied to the window, Blonsky immediately understood that Banner had escaped that way. This game of cat and mouse only made Blonsky more exhilarated. "General, he's not in the room. He escaped out the window. We got here a moment too late." "I see. Deploy the drones. He can't have gotten far on his own." Sitting inside the command vehicle, Ross gave a stern order upon receiving Blonsky's report. This time, he was determined to capture Bruce Banner. He was so close to realizing his plan of creating super soldiers. As the drones soared into the sky, Banner's location was soon discovered. Led by Blonsky, the team gave chase once more, relentlessly firing tranquilizer darts at Bruce Banner. But Banner managed to dodge every shot with remarkable agility. Watching the rising numbers on his wristwatch heart rate monitor, Bruce Banner was forced to stop. He ducked into a corner, taking deep breaths to bring his heart rate back down. However, Blonsky didn't give him much time. He spotted Banner in the blink of an eye. Raising his tranquilizer gun, Blonsky fired but missed the target. Realizing his pursuer had caught up, Banner broke into another desperate run, weaving through the crisscrossing alleys and streets, gradually leaving everyone but Blonsky far behind. Soon, only Blonsky was able to keep pace with Bruce Banner. The long chase left Blonsky seething with frustration. Chasing a scientist for so long and still not catching him. His pride as an elite soldier was wounded, and feeling his abilities insulted, he began to bear a grudge against Bruce Banner. Pushing himself even harder, Blonsky sprinted after Banner, firing his weapon the moment he caught sight of him. Banner, on the other hand, was already close to exhaustion from Blonsky's relentless pursuit. Though the Hulk was unimaginably strong, Banner himself had no such enhancements. From start to finish, he was just an ordinary man. If not for his familiarity with the surroundings, he might have been caught by this military ace long ago. Arriving at a bustling street, Banner slipped into the crowd to steady his heart rate, using the throng as cover to keep out of Blonsky's sight. But luck was not on his side. The three men whom he had angered earlier by saving that woman happened to spot him. Led by the bald man in the middle, they strode toward Banner, their aggressive demeanor making Banner's heart sink even further. These men clearly meant trouble. After taking a deep breath, Banner started running again, only to be spotted by Blonsky, who immediately gave chase. The trio of bald men saw Banner fleeing and took off after him as well, eager to teach him a lesson, leaving Banner being pursued by two groups at once. Bitter frustration welled up inside him, and his heart rate began to climb even higher. Soon, he found himself at the entrance of a beverage factory. With nowhere else to go, Banner darted inside. The three bald men followed him in, and the now empty factory provided the perfect place for them to corner and rough him up. The bald man grew irritated as he recalled how Banner had ruined his plans earlier. Meanwhile, Banner, having entered the beverage factory, ran deeper inside. Blonsky was the last to arrive at the factory, and only managed to catch up thanks to guidance from the drones, which revealed Bruce Banner's location. Unfamiliar with the layout, the bald man and his two companions managed to get into the beverage factory ahead of Blonsky. Banner crouched in a corner, trying to calm his racing heart and evade his pursuers. However, the very next moment, the trio spotted him. A loud slap echoed through the factory. "Run! Aren't you supposed to be quick on your feet? You messed up my plans. Let's see how you handle a proper lesson." "No, give me back my backpack. Don't make me angry, or you'll regret it. Trust me." With a sudden crash, Banner was quickly surrounded by the trio. The bald man snatched Banner's backpack and delivered a hard slap across his face, while the other two landed punches to his stomach. Banner, feeling his heart rate spike, pleaded weakly with them, but they clearly didn't believe him. Another punch landed on Banner's stomach, and in that instant his heart rate soared to the threshold that awakened the Hulk. Banner's skin began to turn a deep green, his body swelling with muscle, his clothes and shoes splitting apart as the Hulk erupted. With a thunderous roar, the Hulk sent one of the men flying with a single swipe. The bald man and the third companion scrambled frantically for the exit, but the Hulk was merciless. He grabbed a nearby machine and hurled it at them with terrifying force. The machine crashed into the men, crushing them instantly, their blood spattering the concrete. At that moment, Blonsky arrived, stunned by the monstrous green figure before him. General Ross had never mentioned that Bruce Banner housed such a beast within. Blonsky had assumed he was just dealing with a frail scientist. Snapping back to reality, he quickly switched to his submachine gun, unleashing a hail of bullets at the Hulk. The rounds merely bounced off, leaving not a scratch, barely even tickling the brute. With another mighty crash, the Hulk seized another piece of machinery and hurled it at Blonsky, who narrowly dodged, rolling aside and continuing to fire. Outside the factory, several black vehicles screeched to a halt. Armed soldiers poured out, weapons drawn, storming into the building to support Blonsky. They came prepared, with heavy firepower. A barrage of bullets rained on the Hulk. Though unharmed, he grew increasingly annoyed. Enraged, the Hulk tore up nearby machinery and began hurling it at the attacking soldiers. Another thunderous crash shook the factory. A soldier aimed his RPG at the Hulk and pulled the trigger, successfully landing a direct hit. Watching this unfold, Blonsky finally breathed a sigh of relief, believing the threat had been dealt with. Yet in the very next moment, the Hulk appeared before them, completely unscathed. This scene was far beyond anything Blonsky could comprehend. Even an RPG couldn't injure this opponent. Just how terrifying was this creature's defense? He quickly joined the surrounding soldiers in opening fire to suppress the Hulk, but the monster played by no rules known to man. Charging headlong in their direction, the Hulk barreled toward Blonsky and his squad. Witnessing this, Blonsky tossed aside his submachine gun, snatched two grenades from a nearby soldier's belt, pulled the pins, and hurled them at the Hulk. Without hesitation, he grabbed the soldier standing closest to him. With the man in tow, he sprinted toward the side. The grenades exploded behind them, but the Hulk emerged from the smoke completely unharmed. The soldiers caught in the Hulk's path, however, were not so lucky. Some were sent flying, others crushed underfoot with such force that their heads were obliterated. In the chaos, only Blonsky and the soldier he had saved remained standing. The rest were wounded to varying degrees and could no longer fight. But Blonsky refused to give in. He picked up a rifle from the ground and continued his assault on the Hulk. The soldier he'd rescued followed his lead. The Hulk grabbed a massive iron pipe from nearby and hurled it at Blonsky and his companion. Without checking if a shot had landed, the Hulk leapt with tremendous force, smashing through the factory roof, and after several more mighty bounds, disappeared into the forest beyond the soldier's line of sight. Because the Hulk had tossed the pipe so casually, both Blonsky and the soldier were lucky enough not to be struck. Inside the command vehicle, Ross's expression grew grim as he realized Banner had escaped once more. With no means left to give chase, he could only reconsider his options. Before long, Blonsky entered the command vehicle carrying Banner's backpack. "General, this is Bruce Banner's backpack." "Good. Evacuate the wounded. Let's head back to New York." Once inside, Blonsky handed Banner's backpack to Ross. Catching sight of the laptop inside, Ross was secretly delighted, thinking he might glean some valuable information from it. He then ordered Blonsky to see to the wounded and prepare to return to New York immediately. Blonsky glanced at General Ross, as if wanting to say something, but ultimately held his tongue. He left the command vehicle to oversee the evacuation of the injured, his mind swirling with questions about Bruce Banner. After all, Banner's sudden transformation into a being of such tremendous power was inexplicable, and Ross's relentless pursuit of him was likely motivated by a desire to harness that very strength.